Hello, everybody. It's Friday morning. Unemployment Friday. The unemployment's out. The Friday's just beginning. Welcome to Opening Call. I'm Jack. Eddie's taking a breather this morning, but he'll be back soon. Hoag is here to break down the charts. How are you doing this morning, Hoag?
I'm doing well, feeling pretty good. I did have a couple last night. It was Thursday, so but ready and raring for today's action. Looking forward to a good trading day. How are you,
Hoag,
Jack?
I'm good. I'm still on that train, Hoag.
Are you really? You did it
Yeah.
another day, huh? Nice.
I've been living like Swayze in Roadhouse for 32 days now, and I'm going to keep it going until I look like Swayze. That is my
There
goal.
you,
So
there you go.
I'll keep everyone posted on that. Huge morning this morning. The unemployment numbers out. It was a lot of jobs added. 353,000 versus a 185 estimate. The unemployment falls to 3.7%. And you know what stocks did with that news? They don't like it because
No,
the
a little too
odds,
hot.
yeah, a little too hot. Because I think even after Powell talked this week and essentially said that he didn't want to cut in March, people were still crossing their fingers. And then with this number, it seems difficult. So those rate expectations are changing. We had earnings from Meta, Amazon, and others yesterday. Meta is now offering a dividend of 50 cents a share, which will give Mark Zuckerberg a much needed $700 million a year to build his fortress in Hawaii. Those numbers are good. Right after the number, I believe Facebook was up like 13% or something like that. Huge last year or so for Facebook, up 4x. Could have got that for under $100 a share a little bit ago, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And Hoag, are you a fan of Formula One racing?
I mean, I'll watch it if it's on. It's not something that I'm passionate about.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not either, but I am told it is news that Lewis Hamilton is leaving Mercedes to go to Ferrari. So,
Mm.
Hoag, he won many, many, many of the championships with Mercedes. Now Max Verstappen has taken the crown and kind of in the old Lewis Hamilton seat. For those of you just watching the first time, I always confuse the word seat and sheet. Anyway, he's going to Ferrari. Should be fun to watch.
Mm.
We got RIPS coming on. No break today, right after opening call. RIPS is coming on at 8:25 to break down the markets right before the bell. So why don't we get to the charts soon, Hoag, unless you have some other things to discuss about the numbers.
Well, yeah, I mean the unemployment numbers did come in hot. They were looking for a tenth of a percent rise in the unemployment rate. It remains at 3.7%. The non-farm payrolls and private non-farm payrolls just really blew it out of the water. The December number was revised. Non-farm payrolls, they said it was 216,000, came out 333,000 in December, and they were looking for 187,000 non-farm payroll jobs in January. That came out 353,000, as you mentioned, Jack. So those numbers coming in pretty hot. Good news is bad news to the markets these days, because everything is, like Jack said, about rates. But we also have the Michigan sentiment due at 9 a.m. the Central this morning. We have December factory orders also at 9 o'clock this morning. And of course, at noon, the Baker Hughes rig count. Earnings this morning, ExxonMobil beating on both earnings and revenue. Chevron missing on revenues just a little bit. That's really pretty much the extent of the important stocks releasing earnings today. We've got the VIX up a little bit this morning, $13.94 index up at 103.55, and the yield on the 10-year just below that 4% level at 3.99%. It's Groundhog Day. Apparently, Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow, stating that there is going to be an early spring this year. Happy birthday, Grandma Kay, my dad's mom, was born in 1899, passed away in 2001, but it's her heavenly birthday today. And let's get to the charts. Let's see what we're digging into here this morning.
Right on.
Okay, so as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. It is a news-driven market. We saw that yesterday with the Magnificent Seven stocks that released their earnings. It's a news-driven market today, with the unemployment numbers coming in much hotter than expected. The market in the S&Ps is maintaining upside structure, really kind of in an area of upside digestion. We can take out that high today, or we cannot take out that high today. Good volume on the New York Stock Exchange yesterday. You don't really see it too much in futures, but there was 4.4 billion shares traded hands yesterday on the New York Stock Exchange, and we added 20,000 in open interest. So we're still money coming into the long side in this market. There's lots of money out there. So that open interest is an indication of new buying, new buyers coming into the market on an up day. An increase in open interest indicates more new buying coming into the market. We don't know what's going to happen, of course. Take a look at the 30-minute chart yesterday, and we were all riveted at the end of the day to see what was going to happen. And we actually ended up closing with a late spike at the end of the day. We'll take a look at that late spike here shortly. But the overnight inventory was flat until the 7:30 employment numbers came out. Obviously, we're getting a pretty good knee jerk to the downside. Those numbers coming in too hot for traders, for investors to appreciate those numbers. So taking us back into range from yesterday. Yes, Jack.
That's a London Bridge formation right there. I have not seen too many chart patterns that look exactly like a staple or a hurdle or something like that. So
right?
Unemployment voodoo going on.
Yep. So, we were looking at, prior to the numbers, flat overnight inventory, maybe getting a little bit to the short side here, taking out the probability of opening with a gap. If we were to open outside of yesterday's range, that would be a gap open. It is quite possible that could maintain that gap. We also, in the profile yesterday, we had a normal variation to a trend day. There was a late spike put in at the end of the day. The base of that late spike, 49.2725, 47.29. 27.25, right about there is the base of that late spike. The rules around the late spike: if the market drives to a new high or a new low at the end of the day, it creates what we call a late spike. Opening in or above a late spike to the upside is a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening in the late spike, secondary, but still a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of a late spike could mark rejection of higher pricing and bring prices back down into the range from the previous day. Keep that in mind today. Again, we'll pretty much, if we open with a gap or don't open with a gap, is basically that late spike. It's not a very long late spike. It was, the numbers came out after 3:00, so we had that big move to the upside after the technical close. So the late spike is really down here, basically right around settlement is the base of that late spike. So might be centering some of my thoughts in and around settlement on the open this morning. Again, we're going to have Rips here shortly. We'll hear what he has to say about these equities as well. The NASDAQ, much more of a upside digestion formation, really kind of remaining somewhat range bound. Okay, we had Wednesday's drop right to weekly kickoff low. We had yesterday's pop to the upside, really just kind of in an upside digestion formation here, showing signs of balance, really kind of strange, right? The S&Ps too. So we're going to be looking for moves away from this, or if we're going to remain in it, we're going to try and stay patient and look for the extremes for these current digestion areas. Volume was okay yesterday. We can kind of show this here. There it is. There's the volume was okay yesterday. What I find unusual is the fact that we lost 400 in open interest. The open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday was inert. There was no major change or inventory adjustment in any time frame. That just seems kind of strange after a day like yesterday, that we did not see a big jump in open interest. So take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's get this scaled so we can see it. And again, no late spike in the session yesterday. It wasn't until after the close that we saw this spike to the upside when those earnings came out. So we're going to be kind of leaning on the fact if we can open with a gap or without a gap. It looks like a higher probability of the NASDAQ opening with a gap. If we do, gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term, we would be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which could mean longs. We could also have the value area special situation play, which states if we open out of range and we start to accept the value area from yesterday, there's a probability that it could reach the other extreme of value at some time during that session. So some basic rules around whether we open with a gap and whether we accept inside of value from yesterday after opening with a gap. Again, first thing would be gap rules. If we can't close this gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which might have us looking for possible longs. Always, anything can happen. ACH, we say that all the time. And we can't predict anything. Make sure you look for areas and structures to manage your risk against. Manage risk is the name of the game. All right. So the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day, no spike. And a normal variation, neutral day, sometimes the market has used up a lot of its ability to facilitate trade. That's the market's job, is to facilitate trade. It makes sense that after 2 days in range down here, the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. If it is successful, we may see a move away from this area of balance. But again, in the longer time frame, we're still in a larger area of balance. Let's take a quick look at crude oil here. All right, so crude, is primed for a pretty big down week here. And there was some news yesterday of a potential ceasefire that's not been substantiated. We don't know what's going on with that. But it took price down below weekly kickoff low. This is, of course, the daily chart. Monday's bearish engulfing pattern. We talked about that on Tuesday. Really kind of turned the market from upside to a downside short time frame trend. Open interest continues to increase. Now check this out. Since the 19th of January, right here, open interest has increased by close to 150,000 contracts on the way up and on the way down. That's approximately 9% of the total open interest in all of the contract months of crude oil. There's a lot of energy in this market, if you'll pardon the pun. On the 19th, you saw a pullback. Sorry.
That was good. That was very good.
Good. So we started piling in open interest on the 19th and piling in open interest to the long side all the way up, and now piling in open interest to the downside. This area where we're currently at, it kind of right around 73.25, pretty close to where it is right now, is where we would be starting to think that of longs that started to accumulate on this move to the upside are going to start feeling a little bit of pressure. They're going to be protecting this area, and if they can't protect this area, we could see, a pretty substantial move down. If they are successful at protecting this area, we could see a market that could turn to the other direction. But it is very sensitive to any news about the Middle East right now. So make sure again that you're looking for structures to limit risk, and always using stops. You got to use stops. This market could rip in either direction at any time if any news comes out about anything that's going on over there in the Middle East. So we had a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. We had some time and volume accumulate here. We had the market barrel lower and then spend time and accumulate down here. That's the double distribution trend day. Took us right down to weekly kickoff low. We had a pretty good rip off of that, and then just comes and finishes the day with a late spike to the downside. This is your late spike to the downside. The market extended the range at the end of the day and closed on its patoot, if you will. So the base of that late spike in crude oil is 74.08. If we open in that late spike or below, which we just did open below it, the probability is greater that we are going to continue to accept lower pricing. It's just probability, no prediction. We've opened with a gap. We haven't been able to close the gap. We also opened below a late spike. The nuances that we see in the profiles right now is to the downside. Just take that for what it's worth. Make your trading decisions. And again, manage risk. It's all about manage risk. Look for structures that you can lean on to limit your risk. And of course, again, always use stops. All right. And gold. All right. So long time frame, balance. We're just kind of coiling in on ourselves here as price gets tighter and tighter. The short time frame, we've been in an uptrend. We're seeing that uptrend possibly breaking here today. If this were to close like this would be a bearish engulfing pattern, similar to what we saw last Monday or this Monday in crude oil, or last whatever that was, the bearish engulfing we saw. I think it was Monday, but now we're possibly seeing one here in gold. Open interest on this push to the upside, lower. We liquidated positions. We didn't bring in new business on this push to the upside yesterday. We liquidated. That's not friendly to a continuation or a move to the upside from this level. We were going to need new business to continue this move to the upside, which we have not gotten. We're seeing the market pulling off already here this morning. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. It's kind of like the London Bridge, like Jack was saying. So, yeah, no overnight inventory. The number comes out, pulls us lower. We've gotten to at least one naked point of control here. There's another naked point of control down here. Last week's low, then weekly kickoff low. Those could easily be targeted by price today if the market does move to the downside. Looks like we're kind of looking to break out of the low from yesterday's range here. It's going to be an interesting trading day. I want to see if the opening range is the high of the session here in gold. Yes, it is. So this is the opening range in gold today at 720. The open 720 to 721. It remains the absolute high of the session today, and with a 288 tick range. Pretty successful opening range trade if we were going to be taking that. Of course, was working on things and did not take that here this morning because of the non-farm payrolls, of course. But a really, really tasty trade if you were going to take that. We'll see if we maybe get an opportunity to take the opening range trade in the equities today. But the profile yesterday was a normal variation day extreme, almost really a trend day to the upside. But open interest dropped. Volume, we're still kind of rolling into the April contract, so it looks like there was a lot of volume yesterday. You have to see if we get a look at that here. I want to know how much volume we brought in before. 272,000, and that is a little higher than, I guess that's about average. So really not great volume on the way up, and the loss of open interest not encouraging for upside continuation. But again, anything can happen. I think the whole world is on pins and needles, looking for any news out of the Middle East. Of course, that's going to be something that could change the market landscape in a beat of a heart here. And make sure that you, of course, continue to pray for peace. And let's get ready for RIPS coming in here shortly. Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And we're looking forward to a really interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day for everybody.
Well, really quick, because we zoomed through those. We have a few minutes before RIPS will be here. Want to give the people their money's worth for this free show. On a scale of 1 of like a Fed meeting during the great financial crisis, how, not hesitant, but how sort of risk averse do you find your trade will be this morning when we start at the bell, which will be an hour after that number's out?
I'm kind of thinking that because that opening range trade has been difficult to come by. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen it. I think it's due, and it's the volatility that we may see today that might create that for the equities. So, I'm generally pretty risk averse, but I'm thinking about, taking that opening range trade today because of the volatility, because it has not been providing good opportunities for a number of days, even a couple of 3 weeks now. I think it's due. So I'm planning to take it this morning, and it, depending on the size of the opening range, will gauge my trade size. But I think there's good opportunity today, and I want to try and take advantage of it if I can.
So before we know what it is, do you have a cutoff in your head for what that range? What would be too big a range for you on that?
Well, yesterday's opening range was 8 handles. No, that's 10 handles of risk. That's kind of on the extreme of where I would take that. And it's a good thing I didn't yesterday, because it really didn't provide any good opportunity. It traded both sides of it. It was not the extreme of the day. So that's something that I would think of. If it's another 8 handle range today, I'll probably take one contract. If we get a 5 handle range, opening range, I may do 2 or 3. If we do have a big opening range and it starts to drive one direction or the other, I can add to it at that time. But we have to see how this plays out. But yeah, I mean, as far as that risk aversion, if I'm risking 10 points on the S&P, that's pretty much the max.
All right. Well, I'm getting news here. I see RIPS in the background. So, I kind of pooched it. James wanted to play a doorbell sound effect. Okay. I was clairvoyant. I could already see that RIPS was in there. So I'll tag out, hand it over to RIPS. Go ahead, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, Jack. Good morning, Hoag. How are you folks doing?
Good. How you doing?
Oh, super duper. Wow, what a print. What an amazing NFP print that was. And by amazing, I mean for the downside players, for people who wanted this short. The estimate on that print, we were supposed to come in, I believe, at 185,000. And I was talking on my stream live before we had traded that. And I basically said, a big outlier print to the upside that would probably bring the market down would be something in the range of 200,000. And I kind of laughed thinking, boy, I just don't think that we're going to get, 210,000, something that big of a print. And by golly, we had 350 some odd thousand. And that is an extreme print. And people are asking, why would a good jobs market really cause the market to roll here? Because if we have a strong economy, shouldn't that be good for stocks? Well, no, because of Jerome Powell's commentary on Wednesday for the FOMC. He did come out and he said very, very specifically, he said that there would still be a rate cut in play for March if the labor market unexpectedly weakens. And that was the big tell for us today, that if we had an outlier print for the NFP, that the market would skitter onto the downside. And like I said, I was looking for 210,000 to be an outlier print for a strong and robust labor market. Coming in at 353,000 is an extremely hot print. And that's why I think we had the downside reaction that we saw. And that's why I think that we're going to continue to the downside potentially today. So looking at the levels here, we had that 630 3/4 level here up at the top side that was kind of acting as a backstop. Before I went live on my stream, I did trade my live funded account through Topstep. I ended up getting on this trade right here to the top side and then exiting north of that level, 630 3/4. That was a really nice trade. It yielded $1,200 in profit in my Topstep live funded account. Ended up going on stream. I had a deer in headlights syndrome when I was trading my combines off this print. I entered the print right around down here and added in aggressively down here. Ended up getting stopped out for a max loss on that pop up there. But we had some folks in stream that were just nailing that trade to the downside. But I was so shocked by that print of a 353,000 read. And then we also had a revision of the prior month. The prior month read was, again, in the nature of about 180,000 or so. It was revised to over 300,000. So very strong labor market. Definitely not what Jerome Powell is looking for a March rate cut. I want to see if the Fed fund futures have kind of tooled up at all here, if we have a new read on that. The Fed fund futures were pricing in a 36% chance of a rate cut in March. I'm just loading it up on my terminal now. It's now pricing in a 19.5% chance of a rate cut now in March. So that is getting much more increasingly off the table. But for my long traders out there, don't be worried, because we still have another NFP report coming out, another PCE report, and 2 more CPI reports coming out before the next meeting in March. So there is still a chance that things could turn around there. But today it is looking like the market might see some downside. But I'm not, I want to see what the price action does. We may see some more continued downside off the heels of that tremendously strong earnings report from Meta and Amazon.
Very nice. Yeah, that was quite the hot print, and it wasn't even just that. They actually revised the December numbers as well. The non-farm payrolls for December it came out at 216,000. They revised it to 333,000. So not only was it a hot print this month, they revised last month's much higher. So that's a lot of jobs, and RIPS, you're absolutely right. That's going to kind of lower the probability of a rate drop in March. So we are looking at I think a pretty good opportunity today in these markets. Looking forward to
when we have displacement like that, especially coming off of the heels of such a strong earnings report, I just want to touch on that a little bit. Meta had a groundbreaking, earth-shattering report come out that not only did they beat on the top and bottom line, but then offering a 50-cent dividend to investors now, which is a huge bonus for anybody who's looking to park money long-term somewhere, especially in a name like Meta, who's now pouring into the AI space more and more. One thing that's very, very interesting that did take my attention from that print a little bit was the fact that they're no longer going to be reporting on daily active users and monthly active users. And I'm not so certain why the CFO or CEO, I think it was CFO came out and said that, but I'm not so certain why that is. And I don't know if that's they're kind of reaching, they've reached everybody in the Earth's population at this point and there's nowhere to go from here. But that was something that definitely stood out to me there. But yeah, that dividend and the $50 billion worth of share buybacks, and then the CFO saying that was going to be an aggressive buyback program got everybody really interested in Meta, and they're trading up over 16% here on this morning. So after that print, though, they did take a little bit of fall to the downside, but not so much. We're already trading back above 459 here in Meta. So can Meta save the markets today? That is going to be determined. Apple's looking like it's bleeding a little bit. Microsoft definitely to the downside. Google, the biggest loser of the Mag 7 this morning off of that non-farm print.
All right, so it's good. It's up to Meta to save the markets, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm not really into social media all that much, but I do check Facebook once in a while. So I don't know that I'm a daily active user, a monthly active user, but that is interesting how they're no longer going to be putting out those numbers.
Yeah, it's questionable, but I mean, the rest of everything in their earnings report was very stellar. I mean, the buybacks we saw back when Facebook, I think it was already Meta. FB hasn't been the ticker for probably about 4 or 5 years now, but they had something similar happen where they had a record. Oh,
hello. Hey, there they are.
Hello. What's up,
guys?
What's up?
That's some fairy Godfather music right there.
What's happening, guys?
Good to see you, Andre.
What's up, man? Wow, what a print. What a print on farm payroll. Holy cow.
Right?
Yeah, goodness gracious.
I appreciate that. Michael, you're coming in. Head down.
You there, Michael?
You're also coming in muted.
Yeah, we got 20 seconds to the open here.
Okay.
I was doing my notes. What's up, guys? Party got started before us. Thanks.
Yeah, right. Thanks for letting us in.
Hey, John, Logan called
in
you
5 seconds here. Good luck, everybody. I'm going to be looking for anything to the short side, so I want to see a weak bounce up towards the levels of 560 or 537.5 in the NQ here, and we're sweeping down almost immediately here.
So tilt out of the gate, 83%. Now I want to trade this because this is really high.
It is high,
but I'm trying to be patient out of the gate. Let it play out. Hey, John, Logan called you a boomer after you're talking about Meta.
Well, 1964. I'm the last year of the boomers, so he's not wrong.
Yeah, was the Meta name change really only 2 years ago? I was way off on that. I felt like 4 years ago.
God. How's your Facebook account,
What
Michael?
I do like about them, as the markets kind of sit here real quick, is they try a lot of stuff. I mean, what was that? L something cryptocurrency they tried. They tried.
It was like Lira or Llama or Lima, something like that.
Lima, yeah, Llama. I know, right?
And then metaverse too. Metaverse was a thing for a minute.
I'm trying to short here, by the way, off this opening range. My stop's above at 21. We could easily get swept out of the stop, but I want to try to buckle on a short here, looking for a sweep of the market lows. See if we can get that tucking down below our level of 480 here. So I'm risking about around $300 on this trade here on a Topstep combine.
And you're short from what the evens right here?
My entry is 499.5, so almost 500 evens there.
All right.
That would have been fading the hurt or the majority there in tilt.
Is Topstep tilt is all long here? What are we at?
Yes.
It was, but now it's 70 S&P. Yeah.
Google is just dripping down to the floor here. Apple, a little bit of a perk up. Meta is starting to roll over. I'm guessing that we have a lot of folks that are looking to get paid to the long side here. So we'll have to see how that unfurls here. Short is paying off right now. Currently up about $400 here in the short. Let's see if we can tool down through these 480s here.
All right. Short.
Okay. So I remain patient. And it comes out the gate. It goes
49.3175 on the breakout of the opening range to the downside.
Very, very nice. I really want to see 480s fail in the NQ here. That's what I'm looking for. So watching to see if we can break down below 480s here. Adding in a second lot. I want to see 480s breaking. Watching here, right below 75s now. Very, very nice here.
I would say you're sitting pretty good. That was really heavy long up there.
Yep.
Yeah, really heavy long. It takes, if it's so heavy like that, it's weird sometimes. Not weird, but you get these bigger moves because everybody and their sister got long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of people are cashing out their calls in meta here. And if we have a breakdown of 454.5, I think we'll see some more downside pain here. I'm actually going to peel off a lot as we are breaking down there. It's peeled off one lot there in the profit.
Oh, yeah. 60,
so realizing $547 worth of profit there on that first trade. Still have one lot as a runner. I'm going to bring my stop close to 488 half there. So yeah, I really did like that, the risk reward on that trade. We'll probably get stopped out here on this push back up and stopped out there. So that puts us up about $400 there on that first trade.
Very nice.
Nice trade.
That was a good trade. That was the one. I'm practicing patience this month, and I didn't want to trade that one.
That was the one you would have
got short. Yeah, you got short, and I'm like, I'm going to get short, and then I instantly got short, and then I'm like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be practicing patience, so I got out. And, yeah, that one played out. So that's a nice trade. Yeah,
it seems like the openings here, by the way, are still kind of that see profit, take profit, where you have a lot of indecision off the open and people are sharing your sentiment that you have right now, MP, where nobody's really confident in holding anything because the market has had so many reversals, switchbacks, flipbacks. So, I'm with you on that one, even though, you didn't see big profit on that trade. I'm with you, and I understand where you're coming from with your sentiment on that.
Well, you guys when I say you guys, because Andy in here, hold on, Rips made 400 on a short. I made 300 on a long. Yeah, same trade. That can happen. Rips got out. That was a great exit.
Well done.
And you could have definitely got a long in there. Sounds like Andy did, and made money that way as well. Now we're trading.
Yeah, look at Andy. He says he made. I made 400 on the short. He made 310 on the long. Fun for the whole family here. It's a family show.
Yeah, there you go.
Good job, Andy.
Yeah, that's why when people fade so and so, let's go ahead because we can both make money, buddy.
Both make money, right?
Yeah.
So we did pop back up to this level that we've been tracking here, 523. Above that, we have a level 537, then all the way up to 560 quarters. So on the NQ here, I am looking to see if we have any kind of rejection here under this 23 level. You can see we kind of tagged right here below that 480. And right below that level, we have a lot of interested buyers. This was prior overhead supply. So I do want to see if that is going to hold for the day. I mean, I would be shocked, but almost not so much if we actually gave back this entire move, swept up back to the upside. But this is the type of market. I mean, look at this short squeeze that's going on right now. Ever since 465, essentially, this thing is tooling straight up to the top side. So congratulations to anybody who caught this back to the long side there. What a tremendous squeeze that's going on here. So I'm looking for exhaustion in this type of trade. If we do tool back up to around 537 halves and we do show some weakness, I may attempt to take a one lot short here. So that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. Then that your tilt, because tilt has gotten pinched and now they're back in 80% long NASDAQ. So you're seeing people get back long around above these the 500s, 17,500s to 20s are long. And you're looking at 37. That would be a nice entry if these longs all stay in and don't take the profit. Just something to think about, guys. We're looking at the top of the screen. There's tilt up there that gives you a percentage biased towards either long or short in the product that it says. So look at your product and look at that, and gives you a good little idea.
A question in chat here says, Rips, could you explain how to see exhaustion? So on a move like that where we have a short squeeze to the top side, I'm looking at key levels where buyers are starting to exhaust. And what that means is that the volume of orders is going to go down, and the amount of people who are, I'm going to switch over to Bookmap, the amount of people who are continuing to put up offers are going to get thicker and thicker. So that's a mix between people who are actively shorting that range, that area of price, or they're getting out of their longs. So that creates exhaustion. Think gravity. Markets tend to have a little bit of gravity to them, although sometimes like this, we have a slight pullback and it has continuation to the top side. What I'd be looking for here up at 37 is a lot of strong offers and those buyers getting exhausted, meaning that they don't have enough liquidity to push up through those thick offers here. So we're coming up to that level of 37 halves. Right now, we are bursting through it. You can see on my screen here, everybody loves the bubbles here on TopstepTV.
Unreal.
But we are bursting up through that level. The next level I'd be looking for on exhaustion, if we're just going to continue to blow through, would be at that 560 quarters here. But like I said at the top of the call, it could be really interesting where we see a reflex of this entire move off of that NFP print. But with how tremendously bad it is and how recent it is on Jerome Powell's commentary talking about that he doesn't want to see exactly what we saw today, and the fact that the Fed Fund futures money markets have already responded to that, I'm going to be pretty hard pressed to see that we could give back this entire move. But as I'm saying that, we're seeing Apple screaming to the top side, Nvidia screaming to the top side, Amazon catching a bid, and Meta looking for new all-time highs. What a market.
Discount prices for the longs. Unbelievable. Anytime we break, just buy the dip.
Hey, Rips, I got in at 37 quarter. You're talking about 37.50. Tell me about my trade right now. Am I too early in your opinion? 20 handle stop.
So there's two ways to take that trade. You can take the break of 37.50 like you did, charging in with that momentum. And when we have a short squeeze in play like this, you may never get a retest. The safest play for that is waiting for a retest. Break of 37.50, back down at 37.50, showing strong bids. Now we're long. But I like your approach on a short squeeze like this. It's a little bit riskier, but it can definitely pay off if we never retest those 37 halves. And it's looking like you're spot on here.
Well, I'm short. No, I'm not long.
Oh, you're short?
Yeah,
Shoot, I thought you were going long following the momentum. I'm sorry.
No, I need an analysis around my short position now.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so short, you're running. Okay, so this is where you're running into a freight train here where we have a short squeeze in progress. You want a 37.50 crack, a retest below, and then a retest at 37.50, strong offers, and then we go back down. So I can show on my screen here kind of what that looked like. I'm going to flip into the 30-second chart. So right now, I mean, we busted on through those 37 halves. So what I'd be looking for here is a break of 37 halves, a break back below it, retest of 37 halves, and back down. I don't think we're on my screen, but yeah, that's what we would have been looking for there.
Tim, I'm not looking for someone to tell me I'm in a good trade. We are feeling out.
Rips, you're saying the exact opposite of what I took.
That was so good. That was so good.
No, I was doing exactly.
We're on my screen now. Just really quick, Michael. This is what I'd be looking for: a break above that level, a break back down, retest of the level, and then skittering back down to the downside there. So it's not what happened.
So I tend to, and it happened in January. I tend to get in front of these freight train moves, like what's happening here now. I'm going to be holding true to my stops, and I'm going to start playing things out on a one lot.
Okay.
So that's going to help me kind of understand. Now I just got stopped out. So I get in front of freight trains. I don't want to do that. So that's something I want to start to learn. The pullback, the retest. These are things I got to start looking at. Andre, it's back to pretty heavy long.
It is pretty heavy long. Also, NASDAQ coming up against VWAP right here as well. 77% long ES, 67% long NASDAQ, 50-50 crude. Crude was the start of the show yesterday. We saw those fake headlines coming out of the Middle East. RIPS was all over it. Talking about a ceasefire in the Middle East, no such thing. And his market, I don't know if oil's rebounded since RIPS, but we can touch on that later as we're focusing on equities for the moment. Yeah, NASDAQ just touched VWAP, little bounce off of that. S&P's looking for some sellers now. Coming up to settlement here, RIPS.
Yeah, that came up right to the VWAP, and it also had confluence of our level there of 60 quarters. So if anybody caught that to the short side there, I hesitated just ever so slightly, but that was kind of what we're talking about there with MP. This is a 30-second chart, so it's very much dialed into the price action that's happening right now. You should never trade off of a 30-second chart, but I'm just using this to illustrate that we did have a break above that level, and then a retest higher, and now we skittered lower. So using that confluence of both the double of VWAP and our price level there of 560 and a quarter, that could be an area that if you're an active trader, you're looking for a scalp there to the downside, keeping your stops relatively tight.
I like that. As we're talking about crude continues to get hammered. Down trading 72.36. Back to the equities. Michael, what's up?
No, well, you talked about the short. I got short 59s up there, and I just covered 48.
All right.
Now I'm already getting
that's
myself
a nice trade right there. That's a beautiful scalp.
Yeah, but Rips, I'm working on things right now. I'm in like workout mode, and I took a 20 handle loser, and I took a 10 handle winner. So when somebody does say, and I know Andre, we've said it before, you never can go broke taking a loser. Yeah,
taking a profit.
Taking a profit. Yes, you can.
Taking a profit.
Well, I guess if you're doing 20 tick losers and 10 tick winners, yeah, that's not keeping the math on your side, right, John?
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
We got to keep the math on our side. We should pull up that matrix at least once a week.
Yeah, Johnny always taught me keep your math. Hey, what does it mean to keep your math on your side really, really quickly, John? What does it mean to keep the math on your side?
It means keeping your reward over risk ratio to the positive side, right? If you're risking 100, you want to make 200. If you're risking 200, you want to make 400. You always want to take those bigger profits than you have to risk to get in the trade to begin with.
We see 1.7 to 1. I know this has been talked about. Maybe Shoulder Tap can go into greater detail. The most successful traders here at Topstep do a 1.7 to 1. Make $170 to risk 100. Risking 100 to make $170. Just to put it that way. If that's a 1.7 to 1 ratio. Right. You got to be right at least like 40% of the time to be profitable.
Correct. Yeah, 2 to 1, 40%. That you can build an empire that way.
Yes, you can. Wow,
something to think about, guys.
NASDAQ still ripping higher. Just passed through VWAP. We are rallying. Rips, I guess buy the dip today, right? Who would have thought?
I'm looking to see whether or not we're going to clear through these 70s here. If we do, we have a potential scalp up through the 80s. So I'm just watching this for a potential add-on to a trade here. Seeing if we can actually clear back above these 65s and hold this and get punching through these 70s. That's what I'm watching on my end here.
Boy, that was a hot all right, here we go, John. We got 550 at 38.5 in the S&Ps. 49, 38.5, 500 sitting on the offer, upticking closer towards it, and
it's right where my stop is.
Okay.
Hey, Hoop, I hear you. Wait for extremes if you trade like that. God, I love trading with you guys in the chat. Well, you guys here too.
The best,
Reps,
man. No, it's the best. They see every headline. They see every block order.
Yeah.
And they see every bad trade I make too. Let me tell you. And they let me hear about it. Oh, yeah, 500.
So we are pushing up through the 70s. I'm looking to peel some off here towards 75. Peeling off some there. And another 3 out, peeling off as a runner. So that's going to put us up so far $1,200 on this account on the day. So now looking for this tooling up through the 80s. I have my stop here at 71 in case we get a pullback on the final lot. Actually, I want to bring that a little bit lower there.
I heard you were up money.
We were just playing that 70 breakout.
Yeah, Rips, I heard you were up money in live yesterday. Did you end up?
Oh, yeah. We made about $4,000 in a live account yesterday and then made $1,200 on that live account this morning. We're currently in the last 11 or 12 trading sessions up almost $21,000. So there's 10% coming your way, big man.
I like working with this. I like working with this type of trader, guys. We have traders get in here, YOLO, easy peasy, all that bullshit.
Rips? What's easy peasy?
There's no such thing as easy peasy when it comes to trading.
There's been people on here. There's been people on here that say that.
By the way, folks, we are giving back this entire pull down in the NQ here, and I'm still long this lot. On my final lot, I'm up $700 here. Holy smokes. What a freaking market here.
What a rally.
I've moved my stop now to the 90s here, just a touch above the 90s, 90 halves. So this is, I mean, what a market. I'm so happy that I got that break of 70s there to the top side. Nice little flat top breakout using our levels to our favor, screaming above that 590 now. So let's see if we can hold these 590 quarters to the top side here.
Wow.
I'm curious, anybody in chat catch anything similar to the top side and the long side on any of this? If you did, drop a W in chat. Let's get a little temperature on the room here.
Well, them W's in there, and then we can hit the sack lunch gang, Rips.
Oh my goodness. That's the best gang to be a part of. Let me tell you.
Oh my God. 75% long S&Ps. The majority's getting paid. Look at all those W's in the chat.
Look at that.
Nice.
Get that money.
We call it sack lunch.
I like that
Funding teams working over the weekend. I know that.
Nice.
Everyone's passing the combines. Damn.
W.
Lots of wins.
Yeah,
I guess
there's
I'm-
a lot of dubs.
I'm the only loser.
Oh, get out of here.
John, come on.
Used to
I'm
be
in there
yesterday,
with you. John, I'm in there with you. I took a winner only for 10 ticks or 10 handles and took a loser for a total of 20 handles.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to take the opening range trade. It has not been doing well. It's going to come into a streak where it's going to probably be an extreme 8 out of 10 days, but it just wasn't today.
Okay, so my
this is
contrarian
insane
thinking
right
right now, Rips, is like, I want to get short. This is a big move. It's up at the VWAP ish, a little past it on the S&P. On the S&P,
I think 15
really
handles
past
higher
it.
at the 630s is what we're looking for a short side trade here. I just
600
added
on the
into
offer,
this.
46, 49, 46, 600 on the offer.
There you go.
Just added into
Liquidity-
that.
liquidity
Flipping
getting
my ad
gobbled
out.
up.
Beautiful.
Liquidity just getting gobbled up here to the upside.
So that puts us up 2,500 on the day on this account. My goodness gracious. What a
I
move.
want to live in your shoes this morning.
What a start, Rips.
Probably more mornings than just this morning.
We're playing the momentum here.
You had 600 on
And
the
stopped
offer in
out
the
there. So that
S&Ps.
puts us up 25-23 on that account on the day.
Sir.
And
Beautiful.
screaming Willie Beeman to the top side. What a move.
All right, so what are you thinking now? It's Friday morning, 2,500. Great week going. I'm sure you have some activity planned, not planned, but like that you're going to go do outside of trading today. When you get that life started?
Well, it depends. You know, if we have a crazy market where I can sit down and really focus on things, I might trade my live account again. But like I said, I'm already up $1,200 on it. That's a great way to go into the weekend. When I used to have really bad tilting problems years and years ago, I would go into the weekend sometimes with a huge, massive loss. And the way that you avoid that is limiting your exposure into the market. So at the end of the day today, the last thing you want to be doing is trying to make back money. The fact of the matter is I'm already up money. I hate saying trade your P&L, but for those folks who have ever been trading maybe after hours on a Friday, trading in the equities, maybe, small caps, long caps, it's 8 o'clock at night and you're sitting there still down money, wondering what the heck happened to your Friday. You're thinking about it all weekend. You don't want to be that knucklehead. So if you're up money, if you're even, if you're close to being, even, and you're down a little bit and you're feeling out of the pocket, just lock it up. Monday is going to be a new day. And if you see opportunities in the market, obviously continue to trade.
I like it. Take notes.
Yeah, nothing worse than going into the weekend after a big losing day. Staying there all day, trying to scrape it back and just making it worse. God, that's the worst feeling.
It's the worst.
You know what's worse, John, is having a bad month, then going on a heli skiing trip and being right next to cliffs the whole time. your mind starts to wander if maybe.
Oh, come on. Oh, God. Filled short 45s. 45s trade. Nice. SSS. You got those 45s. Well done. We got University of Michigan number coming out here at 9 o'clock Central Time. Besides that, we got durable. Besides that, we got Baker Hughes rig count at high noon. But besides that, it's pretty much no numbers. So we'll figure out which way this market wants to go.
Hey,
yeah,
Richard. Really quickly. Richard, I'm loving X too. I tested it yesterday. I'm finally in a position where I'm into X. Before, I'm like, yeah, I like it. But it needs this, this, and this, and this, and this. And it is the dopest. It's clean. And it connects to my Cunningham plus 500 account. So I'm just going to get a new interface or a new front end, or GUI face. I don't know what you call it. For my trading, which I have not switched. The screen right here that you guys are looking at, I have not switched since 2002 or 4, something like down there somewhere.
Do you find it hard to break up with a platform? I mean, I had that issue with eSignal recently. You get so used to it, and then you try a new platform. It's like, oh my goodness.
Yep. but I'm 23 years of being married to this one. I think I need to move on.
Right.
Time for some change.
Yeah. Well, I'll still be connected to it, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
I'll still be trading the same account. I'll just have a new front end, which I'm really stoked about. And it's really cool. And then I get the time and sales is super clean on it. I'm going to kind of have that, and you can filter and then see the bigger orders. That's just some of the things that there's a bunch of others that I like that they did. So the public release is coming out in a couple weeks. It's going to be a slow roll public release. So just a little heads up. It's exciting.
There was a couple questions that I've been getting from the community. By the way, since we are on my screen, look at this exit that we got. What a beautiful exit. That was almost
man,
top tick there. Oh my goodness gracious. Sometimes you get lucky, I guess. But yeah, so the questions that I get from the community about TopStep X over in my channel, 2 questions. Number 1, people are asking how often is it updated? And number 2, people are asking when's the actual release going to be? And I know you just answered that second part a little bit, but if you can give some clarity, I think people are really excited to get TopStep X in their hands.
Yeah. What was the questions? Because the question, or what I know from our meeting yesterday was there's a release going back to everybody gets reinvited. That's kind of like, hey, thanks for the try. I'm gonna sit this one out on X. So we're gonna go back to TopStep or all those folks that are part of the wait list and say, hey, we got this, and it's a huge laundry list. And by the way, it's all updated right now. And they redid the dome, so it's even faster than what I'm probably seeing right now on my CTS. Because
Awesome.
we put it next to other platforms. It's like, and when it goes so fast, it's like very crisp trading, because it's just like sharp data feed, and it's a direct data feed from the CME. So that's another cool thing. So. I would say 2 weeks from now, those that were on the wait list that are not on, there's like 10,000 folks that they're hitting before they go to the other ones. There's thousands that are already on it. So right after that, will be the slow roll to the public, probably 1,000 a pop.
That's going to be great. I think people are very, very excited to get that in their hands. I think that, people who tried it on the beta that haven't been able to get back on the platform, they're jonesing for it to get back in again. So it's going to be a very exciting rollout.
Yeah, it's great for ladder trader, ladder or dom, whatever you guys want to call it, trading. You can see the bracket orders in there, and then you can see them on your chart, and you can move them, and your chart moves, and your dome moves, and blah, 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 blah. It's cool. Yeah, so we'll show it. There it is. There she blows right there. Wow, look at that.
Look at that ladder.
It's crisp.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. So you guys are putting it up against other platforms and comparing the two?
Yeah, because we want to test. We have to test the if it's indicative on the simulated side of a live trading experience. So we put it next to live, exactly the same. And then now it's connected to a live brokerage account, whomever wants to connect it. Deanna's already on it. She's loving it. She's up
First
money on it.
Yeah.
It's always good to know the first person that gets in your sports car and drives it comes away and they're like, I won the race. I'm like, okay, too. No, I've been in the back of the pack the whole time. No, she's crushing it. Yeah, so that's good to see. She's the first one on it live.
Yeah, that's an achievement right there. She's been doing really, really well in her live trading.
Yeah, let's take a peek at oil here real quick. We don't give enough love to oil sometimes. Oil's still breaking.
Tanking. Yeah.
Oil. Yeah, John, you want to take a look at that chart real quick? I mean, we are just tanking, man. So is there a ceasefire or no, Rips? I still can't figure it out. The oil markets are acting like as if there is a ceasefire, but nothing has been officially agreed upon, I don't think.
As we said yesterday, it's in the state of neither confirming nor denying things. So it's kind of hanging in the balance right now. We are kind of trading around the crude level that I talked about yesterday, 72.33. So we'll have to see if that level turns into a high level of resistance here or not. It's going to be very interesting to see that over this session on a Friday session. Do we have crude numbers coming out today? I don't see any on my calendar.
Baker Hughes rig count.
Baker Hughes. Thank you.
It's never done much for me, but I'm not an oil trader. John, you take a look at the chart right now. You seen anything? Just downside, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the daily on the opening call, and the open interest has increased by approximately 9% since the 19th of January. I'm thinking, well, I mean, it's been increasing every day by a lot. So a lot of new longs, a lot of shorts coming in. And if these longs are still in, and here's where we were on the 19th right here. Yeah. They're all underwater now. Every one of those longs on the way up is underwater. And that is a recipe for disaster. But again, anything can happen, and it's going to be really news sensitive. If anything comes out about anything that goes on in the Middle East, it could change things or exacerbate this break to the downside. And at any moment, we don't know what's going to happen over there. So watch yourselves. Make sure you use stops.
Let's talk about that real quick. When you say it's news driven, how do you trade that, Rips? In a news driven market like crude oil, how do you trade that? How in terms of market, in terms of entry, in terms of exits, how do you manage that? How do you manage a trade in a news driven market?
Well, the danger of having a position on when there is news hanging in the balance right now, the danger is that you can get swept out on a stop, and that can be on real news or it can be on misinformation. Like yesterday, we had it coming out as misinformation, and now it's kind of hanging in the balance here. So it becomes increasingly difficult. This is something where it's similar to how Coach Dakota trades, where you put on a position, you have your trade idea, and you do not stray from that trade idea whatsoever. You let your stops work, and you hope that it's not too big of a move, that you're going to take too much slippage on a move like that. In fact, my level below 72 spot 33 is all the way down at 70 spot 66. I'm not seeing any strong resistance until we get back down to that level. So look out below if we do have negative news that comes out. I'm going to switch over into my crude chart over here. But yeah, look out below if we get back down into that level of 70 spot 66 down there. It could be a big fade.
Rips, I need help.
Talk to me.
Okay, so when I set up there, like, tilt's getting very long. This has been, I'm looking for a short. You said 37 somethings. This is 17,637 area, and it traded up to 24, and then it sold off hard. I think you got that print right, close to.
Yep, we got out just before it was touching close to the above 620s there.
So if you look just on my 5 minute, and I'm trying to look less at the 5 minute anyway, but let's just hear me out. You got a pullback, and then you got a little showing strength. And that's where everybody was still very, very long. Now, that's interesting to me because that's where a lot of people got really excited and got really, really heavy long, is when I was talking to you, when you covered your longs and things like that. What again is this as a short bearish, still bias right now in my head, which I'm not looking to take a trade out of the gate right now. What should I be thinking? Just really quick, in about 90 seconds, we're going to see the University of Michigan sentiment. Yeah.
So just to let everybody know. And then on top of that, the only way I'd be looking for a short is a clean break of those 560 quarters to the downside. That's our next level here. So if we had a clean break of that, which is kind of situated where the VWAP is, that would be considerable as a, you can call it, Wyckoff would call it a break of structure. That would kind of invite more downside room there. So I wouldn't be looking for a short until we have signed a kind of a break of structure, or you could even consider it a slight change of character in the trade here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thin dome.
Getting thin. Yeah, I was just going to say it's getting thin.
Yeah, University of Michigan. 40 seconds.
They just lost their head football coach, Michael, after winning the national championship. Yeah, how about that?
I don't give two shits about
I know you don't. I know you don't.
Michigan, you followed to the Michigan Lake. I like.
Oh, come on.
Apple picking. That's the only cool thing about that state. No, I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. I'm from Nebraska, so I can make jokes about those.
Rips, if you don't mind, you keep us posted on what the print is, please.
Yeah, we'll do. We have multiple prints coming out. We also have final durable goods, final capital goods, factory orders. So it's going to be a multi-way print here.
Thank you, sir. How many different squawks are you listening to over there, Rips?
About 7. Here's the print.
Oh, it's so good.
79 versus a 78.9 estimate, so 0.1% off there, or 0.1 off, not percentage, but a factory good orders in line with expectation, durable goods in line with expectations, everything in line pretty much. So kind of a nothing burger on that print. The only one that's an outlier, and it's not even an outlier, is just 1/10 off, is the University of Michigan consumer confidence there.
Still thin in S&Ps, NASDAQ as well. Crude seems to still more pressure to the downside, just tick below 72 even. 70.66 is RIPS next downside target. We'll see why we can't get there today.
Yeah, right now in the NQ, we are holding these 590 quarters here. We are seeing a big rally now. Meta is continuing to make new all-time highs alongside NVIDIA here. They're both on the juice this morning. Google is looking like it wants to bottom out here towards that 137 level. Apple needs to break out above 184. If we start to see that juice up to the top side and Microsoft is breaking out into the 410s, we could see more upside, believe it or not, in the NQ.
Why do you laugh when you say it? Like, why do you laugh like that, RIPS?
Well, here's the simple reason. I mean, Jerome Powell comes out and says on Wednesday, hey, everybody, if the labor market comes in hot this Friday, we should all sell the market. Well, it came in hot. We all sold the market. And then right off the open, here we are giving back the entire sell-off move. That to me is just, I mean, it's bananas.
I'm with you, man. Yep.
Well, for some, it's stacking bananas for a lot of the folks that are getting long right now.
I think there's a user in Topstep called Stacking Bananas in here.
There is. That's hilarious. If Stacking Bananas is here, please say hi.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, the market's wild. So if we do break above that 633 quarters, that was kind of where the market was hitting a wall this morning. So we do actually break above that level to the top side here. There's a lot of buy stops that are going to be above that level, and that could tool us back up to that 676 halves. So again, I mean, this is kind of I got my money here off the open, up $2,500 in a combine here. I'm not really looking for a trade from here until we have clear direction. So if we get up above 630 three quarters, then there's a potential that we could retest that level, show strength, start popping some stops. I might take a scalp into that range. But here, as we are kind of in between a big wide range here, and we did conduct a lot of liquidity here in the pre-market, there's a pretty good chance that I'm just going to be hands off for now.
Everybody say what's up to Stacking Bananas. I'm always here, they say.
What up? What's up? Yo, bananas.
Yeah. Yeah, fit trader. You're looking to join y'all. Apex sucks. Come over here. The water is warm. The water is warm, buddy.
Got him.
Hey, Rips, you were talking about the job market earlier and how strong it was. Now, hear me out. I always do a little breath, a pulse on it, and I ask our HR when we have job postings open. I'm like, hey, how many people are applying for it? Small, like wildly, like insignificant, small sample size. But I always ask, and it goes back to like the Great Resignation, migration, or whatever you call that, where everybody's looking to go, stack more bananas into their account, switching jobs.
Wow.
There was such a small amount. Now, like CSR role, I just asked them, how many do we have for the CSR role? This is at about 2,000.
Holy smokes.
Applications. Yeah. So here's the thing. We'd get like 30, 40, 50. Now you say hot job market, and I'm not saying this has anything to do, but it's always good. Like, well, what's happening to me right in front of my face? Well, Topstep, I run the company. So I'm like, well, how many people are out there looking? Like there wasn't very many looking because they're all getting poached by recruiters and pulling. We went from 78 employees to 37 real effing quickly. It was like some other things that were happening too that we had, and I got that whole leadership team out, thank God, and put a new one in, thank God. And this new one is like working with God.
Oh boy.
No, they're awesome. But yeah, job market's strong. But yet I've seen the most ever applicants to Topstep. Now you could say we're talking about it here on, but no, I still think that there's a lot applying. So I don't know. Is the job market really strong?
Well, a lot of folks are saying that most of these prints that come out are all just baloney. So, you take it as you will. I'm from the camp where if the market is telling us something, the print comes out, we have to trade on that print. And like John was saying earlier, we had a big revision to the prior print. So all we have is the information we have, and we just have to trade off of it as traders. It doesn't matter what your political views are. It doesn't matter how you view things. You have to play the game that's in front of you. So when they come out and they say that jobs numbers are hot like that, the market's going to roll over like that. The surprise for me is just this short squeeze off the open. They really trapped everybody short, but we might go right back down again after we rinsed all those early shorts. And that could just be the program of the market makers this morning. So, you just have to play the price action in front of you, play the news that's coming out. And when the employment data comes out and it's that robust, you have to listen to what Jay Powell said and hopefully you catch a short. I fumbled that trade on my stream in this morning, but you just have to play it as it lies.
Okay, yes, you've always been taught to use yes and, but I'm going to use yes but. What the hell? You talked about revisions. These revisions are so nuts.
I know.
That's like, what the hell does it matter? Like, yeah, and I get what you're saying, but they come back with these crazy revisions.
Yeah, like it never mattered.
Like it never mattered.
But that's the whole thing, right? So if the idea is that if somebody shows you a red card, you're supposed to go short. Well, they show you a red card and then they say 2 weeks later, well, that was meant to be a green card. It doesn't really matter. They're showing you the red card now. Let's take it short. It's just you have to boil it down to that type of level of simplicity.
You know what I think's a little bullshit with that? Felt like there's a lot of revisions happening in the 2008, 2009 kind of era. And I say this because like during like weird times, revisions happen quite a bit. I'm not saying this is the same trend, and I'm not even saying it is a trend, or maybe I'm just perceiving it to be that way. I just think the revisions world is a very shady world because it just like they sneak it in. Oh yeah, by the way, November was actually blah, blah, blah. Like what? I thought it was only 100,000 new jobs. No, it's actually 400,000 or blah blah blah. It's four times, buddy.
You could argue that they are putting out numbers that fit the trading narrative for that day, for that session. You could argue that, of course, right? But again, who gives a flip? Because at the end of the day, we're just traders. We're not trying to save the world here. We're trying to pull money out from the market. So if you have an outlier print like that, by golly, get short and then hope you're not one of these folks that's holding on so long that you get squeezed off this opening print here.
Right? Kai, you asked how my floors are. They are much better. We've patched the hundreds of thousands of dollars of redoing your floors. Might be off the table for the time being.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know, man.
How we looking, Johnny? What do you got? What do you got, John?
We got Delta positive 7,200 in the S&Ps.
Okay.
Before that print happened, what were we? Negative 20,000, John? Did you see that pre-print?
Is that true? Wow.
I did not because wait, I can maybe see it here.
If you can't, I saw it negative 21,000 on my end in the S&Ps, and I was blown away by that.
There's your squeeze. Crude seeing a bounce here, trading 72.50 off of the lows of just below 72. It's about 50-cent rally here. Last 8 minutes or so. Keep an eye on that. Could be we're rallying in here in crude.
Just to understand some of the Topstep trader bias here, when I was talking about everybody that's a is person with an open position was pretty heavy bias long up at the 20s, 620 area, and it went up to 624. Then it went to pulled all the way back to what 60s, 560s, and then rallied all the way back to 15s. So my point is there was a lot of bias to the long side above let's say the 17,610 area, which now it made those little wicks, and now it's sitting here in the 80s. Just something to think about on how many people. It's very high. It was very high. Big bias that were looking for it to continue longer or for continue the rally because they were long, heavy bias long.
Indeed, John, you were saying we got plus 7,200 in ES. Can we get a NASDAQ Delta update as well for all our NQ traders?
I'm seeing positive 3,000. I'm sitting in a short and in not very good trade location here, but starting to see some of that Delta unravel here. We're at 6,600 now in the S&Ps.
Yeah, Tesla is fading quite a bit here. Google was the biggest loss leader this morning. Google is kind of struggling back to hold these 138s here, but the S&Ps could potentially roll here. A trigger for the S&Ps would be a clear flush through 49.30 and continuation back to the downside here. I mean, 49.30. We're talking about clearing up above 49.05 at the top of the week here, and it's just insane to see this now.
Right.
John, did you get short off a VWAP there in the S&Ps?
Yeah, I was late to the party. I was going to try and get it at VWAP, but I kind of FOMO'd in a little bit worse trade location. But I'm relatively comfortable in this. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It could be targeting settlement as well. Real quick, crude 75% long on the rally. Hopefully everyone that was long was able to capture some profits there. 50-50 ES, 60% short NASDAQ. Nothing too crazy over there. I don't think we have any numbers. Well, we have Baker Hughes rig count at noon. Really quick, since we got a little pause in the market, just a quick update on the schedule for the rest of the day. We got shoulder tap after this with Hoagland, Ben. Power players, myself, Eddie, and Darsh. Remember not Darsh before. This should be interesting. Jack. TopQuiz with Brooke and Sarah H, Coach Robert, and JD for group coaching, followed by Back to the Futures with Hoag and Anne-Marie, Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. I think I saw her in the chat. Hi, good to see you, Anne-Marie. I hope you were able to claw back some of those losses we had yesterday. I think I saw you making some profits yesterday, which was awesome. And then Power Hour with myself, Dolby, and DannysTrades. That's always an interesting one. Yesterday, Rips tore it up in Power Hour yesterday. Dolby was always having a good time. Yeah, man. Rips, it's been awesome.
So
joining us.
The schedule, really quick, Andre. These are all in Chicago time. Chicago time. You can put the schedule back up, guys. The top right corner is the time that Chicago is in. We move in Chicago time here. Just to let everybody know, though, why do you do Chicago time? Futures is like the home base, headquartered, like the genesis of futures trading. I believe, unless tulips and all that stuff is futures traded, John. I don't know. But you have the schedule right here. It's always going to be in Chicago time. And it's kind of fun to work in Chicago time if you're a futures trader, because you kind of connect that dot. So here's your schedule. We're going to share this. Chicago time, top right corner, right underneath where it says live, will be
nice production
time. Yeah, so there's your... Stay tuned. We're going to always be sharing schedules so you guys know which is your favorite segment and person you want to tune into, or if you want to be a bell-to-beller like the majority of people are.
B2B, baby. I don't think maybe we'll do a B2B next week. We did not do a B2B this week, but it was good to see the numbers. Yeah, you guys have been super solid with us. Right now we got 3,600 people watching currently. Let's get those likes up, please. Get those subscriptions up, please. The more those grow, the more we can do some more B2B resets, free combines, and all the good stuff we give away here at Topstep. Again, we appreciate you guys tuning in. Got guys like Rips and DannysTrades and Anne-Marie and Deanna, Isaac Rivera. We got a little shout out for Isaac Rivera here in a little bit, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, man, it's been a fun ride with everybody. And guys like Rips, man, couldn't thank you enough for joining us.
Yeah, Rips,
Isaac Rivera's been crushing it too. He's been in the pocket.
Yes, he has.
It's so cool. Have you, Rips. You're moving up the live leaderboard. I think we'll keep an eye on that. But pretty sure you're moving up.
I'd love to see if we have the updated numbers today. That would be really fun to see.
Yes, why? Yeah, because you know you're moving up that list.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm on them to get the leaderboard where it gets more than 10 deep, and then we can see a link to it. So I'm actually going to ping them now and said, "What is the status update of our live leaderboard?"
I saw in the TopstepTV email that went out, you put the rankings next to everybody's name, which was great. Yeah. And Coach Dakota also in chat here, he's been doing really, really well. I think he's going to be probably if we can do the Topstep Trading League teams, I'd love to have Coach Dakota on my team. And I don't know if Isaac Rivera is going to be a captain, but that would be a sweet team right there, Coach Dakota.
Mike, he's recruiting.
Oh my goodness.
Rips is recruiting some heavy hitters, dude.
I know. He pinged me on the side. Is that who it is?
Rips, tell him the team you're thinking about putting together.
So Isaac Rivera, Coach Dakota, myself. I think that would be a dynamite team right there.
I mean, your clubhouse I think you should ask Stack and Banana for the rights to his name and use that as a team name.
That would be a formidable opponent right there. There's some heavy hitters, but yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, you'll definitely get Chicago locals to run for their money because one of their players on the team has got some ankle injuries going on right now and still trying to work it out.
Pull a Nancy Kerrigan or pull a Tanya Harding on him or something. Tanya Harding. We got to level the playing field here. All right, what do we got, Marcus?
Andre, you can go wear the ski mask and still have all your Topstep TV gear on, so nobody knows who you are.
Head to toe. Nothing to see here, guys.
Nothing to see here, buddy.
All right, what do we got here? It is 9:15. Markets in the equities at least have kind of found a little sideways trade. Crude starting to see some downside action again. With that being said, 9:15 Chicago time, Michael, not Central time, but wait, is it Chicago time or Central time, Michael? Which way do you want it?
Chicago time, because CT is Central time typically, but let's call it Chicago time.
Chicago time. With that, Jack, it's our 9:15 Chicago time news package. What do you got, Jack?
Hey, what's up, guys? It is Groundhog's Day today, and if you
Michael.
didn't hear, spring is coming early. The groundhog, Puxatawny Phil, did us a solid, and that is a outlier. 16% of the time is that he doesn't see the shadow, and the first time since 2020. Excited about that, but let us always remember the day back in 2014 when Brian de Blasio, no wonder these groundhogs are scared, actually dropped the groundhog.
Oh, God.
And I regret to inform you that the groundhog passed away.
No.
So,
No.
That's awful.
Eternal winter.
Yeah, I remember that.
Eternal winter. Oh, my God.
Hold on. Like the same day, like right there where it's dropping, like on camera, it died?
Within the week, and I think that is what has caused all the bad weather since then. To cheer things up a little bit, though, we did get an update from Isaac, who's in the chat.
Oh, yes.
Shared a little MP told him to do something nice for himself, and so he did. Took the mom out for dinner.
Oh, beautiful.
We talk about TopStep's visions to help traders have a path to a better lifestyle. That's starting with a sim, getting comfortable, getting funded, and then get yourself in a position to consistently take profits, which means just keep doing what you're doing, staying disciplined, and all that kind of. And then you can take money out, and then you get this new lifestyle, like this additional like level up. Call it. I go to a nice restaurant instead of like once a year on my birthday. I'm going to once a month, or I'm going to it weekly, or I'm taking the girl or guy. Blah blah. It just, and I didn't do that before. That's a lifestyle improvement. So that's sweet to see. In here,
Isaac Rivera is a good boy.
He's
Yes, he is.
Good son.
That's awesome, Isaac.
Thank you.
So
Jack.
that's your team, huh? You got a whole bunch of ringers.
That's what
on
I'm
our
thinking. That would be a really great. Coach Dakota and Isaac are just such talented traders. I mean, it would be a real blessing to have those folks on my team.
Yeah, I could see you. I could definitely see you pulling some ringers out. Next thing you know, we're like, well hold on, how this guy just dunked it? I thought we were just playing a pickup game.
We got hey guys, we got 85% long in crude, but we've been seeing some heavy tilts in crude last couple of weeks. We're seeing a bit of a bid here in crude, so hopefully all those that are long get some of those profits. Hey Michael, question here in the chat. MP, can you talk a little bit about those teams? Fire emoji.
We're
Live traders only.
Topstep Trading League. We're working on it right now. I'm in weekly meetings on it. It's something that I'm really dedicated to besides TopstepTV at Topstep. As far as my role, I'm really getting hands dirty in those two things this year. We have a big investment in TopstepTV. Think of TopstepTV as ESPN for NFL, talking about the athletes in the NFL, the ones that are coming up, getting dropped on the waiver, teams that are doing well, coaches that are coaching well, strife within the team, all that kind of stuff. So TopstepTV should be able to start doing that, but we need a league. We first need we need, besides just the random funded traders we talk about, we are starting where you could opt in. You don't have to be like, I don't care about your stupid league. All right, fine. You don't have to play it.
Right.
Topstep Trading League. You can opt into only once your account gets past $5,000 at the funded level. You're going to get a notification. Hey, would you like to be a part of the Topstep Trading League? And nothing changes for you except there'll be a coach that picks who their starting lineup is every Friday, and they'll be notified over the weekend who the new starters are for their team. Call it stacking bananas. If Rips comes up with a team name, call it Rips for now. He then would have to right now today talk about who he is putting on his starting lineup for next week, and that's from the talent pool of all those that opt in. You have to be a funded trader. You have to have a balance above $5,000. We have thousands of people that are that way. So, all we need is 5 on a team to be picked for the starters. Your total P&L for that week will then be aggregated together to form your score. That score will then be your team score for that week. And then that'll create this league that starts going. Now, if you bust out of your funded account, you're off the team. Sorry, it's just like, I no longer have an account to trade with.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that you can't just keep rebuying accounts like those other silly, quote, trading championships?
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump into that right after this, though, about transparency and those folks, because they hide the last four. They hide the last four digits. They look at any and reps. I have to talk. There's some folks out there that hide the last digits. Look at their screenshots when they show you and they move their camera around and they go, look at all how awesome I did. And then you see all these 100 accounts that are all up money, but they're all up money and their balance was 150,000 because they're all brand new accounts and now they're up. And they hide all the account numbers on the left. Look at this. If they're hiding account numbers, you can count how many accounts they've been through because there's a sequential order. We're going to explain this all to you guys a little bit later. There's some firms out there that, of course, as you buy accounts, they have sequential order. So you can see how much one individual has gone through, like 50 combines in like, I don't know, the month of January. Is that a lot? I would say hell yes. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying to all of us, you gotta look at that when they're sharing all this money that they're making, but they're hiding their accounts, and you can see the account first four, the name of it, call it a PA 123. But you don't see the last four digits. You're never knowing what account that is. Just something to think about. You got to know this. We're gonna start sharing this more. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong maybe with the character. Well, I don't even know how to say. I don't want to get on that. It's just like it's not a good way. It's misleading, in my opinion.
So you mean to tell me that if you spent $100,000 on challenge accounts and then you withdrew $30,000, you're not actually in the profit? Is that how that works? I don't know. I'm not very good at math. But
well done, Rips.
You only extrapolate the winners, though, Rips. You extrapolate the winners, and then you go, So we're going to keep sharing this, and I'm telling them to make TopStep X, the platform, more. We have streamer mode. There's going to be a streamer mode for it. So we're going to make it so it's more transparent. You can't get away with this. And why should you? Just live in the real world. Andre, you said it to me about golf, guys. This is about golf. He's like, don't go out there and shorten and shave and go out there and play your real score. So then the next time you play the golf, you're like, oh, I shot a 150. Now it's a 140. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? If you're struggling like me. So just something to think about. Play the game as it should be played. And if you have a community, lead the community in a way that's the right path. So that's a soapbox. I'm off, and I have no clue how I moved away from the conversation.
That was amazing, dude. Bravo. There's your rant for the week, Michael.
We got screenshots. We'll be sharing that more. You'll be hearing about it more and more this year. I just think it's beneficial for you guys to even see. I traded like shit in January. Blah, blah, blah. Now I'm working on a new thing. It's called patience. And I'm taking my time. So these things are a lot better than being like, oh, easy peasy. Wow, I did it again. Ooh, banger. Yeah, and I'm going to go,
How about 1,400 practice accounts?
Yeah, I'm actually up 2 billion Shroot bucks in January. if we're just going to play. Yeah, I made 2 billion last month, but hey, don't worry about it. Don't ask me any more questions. Just believe me.
You guys,
I'm long a bunch of woozy woos. So hey,
woozy woos. Speaking of woozy, crude 90% long right now, Michael. Here's your 90% banger. We haven't seen this. 90%, 91% as we continue to rally in the crude.
That is
moly. 91%. Pull up.
Annotate it.
Yeah, can we pull Rips? Or would you mind pulling up a crude chart real quick? We got 91%
I got
long.
you.
Thank you, man.
Hey,
look at this.
While you're doing that, Rips, in the NASDAQ, we're back at 80%, 78% long. Everybody's getting long again at the 20s. We're around here at around here, 17, 15, or 6. So I talked about it before about a lot of people getting long up there. Now they're getting long again. Just something to think about. It's information about what we all are thinking or doing or taking action on.
I mean, yeah, this is nuts. I think a lot of folks bought that dip under 600. I took a quick little scalp short there. I gave back on 2 shorts. I was trying to short into that freight train. So my balance on the combine is now back down to 2,300 here. So I gave back a little bit, made back some on that play. But yeah, I think this is just the type of market where you just have to get in long. And it's just been crazy. There was a question from somebody in chat asking if you can trade combines alongside your XFAs. The answer is yes, you can absolutely do that with a trade copier. You can copy combines and XFAs simultaneously.
Know that. Good stuff. Coming to 925 here. Yeah, everyone's getting long. Get in front of this freight train. You might get run over a little bit, guys. I guess just buy the dip. I don't know. Powell said one thing, and the market's doing the other thing. Rips.
That's it. I mean, there's a lot of folks who are short this market. I think this is just kind of punishing those early shorts in this market right now.
You see a super hot print like that. He specifically said, unless there's a what do you say about the labor market? Unless the labor market sees a dip, if it's hot like this, there's no way that they're going to be talking about rate cuts. But here we are rallying in
Not
the
in March,
equities.
no.
Not March, John. So what do you make of that? So John, let's talk about what do you make of that? What we're seeing right now in terms of this price action, both equity or both Nasdaq and S&Ps are both positive today. Super hot print, super hot revision. And yet here we are positive. How do we trade that? We got to throw our biases out the window, I'm guessing.
I mean, you got to trade what you see, what you think. I've been wrong sided all morning, but who knows what it's going to be at the end of the day? We don't know that. I think we did probably trap a whole bunch of shorts at the bottom. We took the opening range trade to the downside. I trimmed the risk on it when it got back down there one time, so I only lost one contract on that. But I've been trying to short it. It hasn't been working. So I'm kind of in timeout right now, and that's probably going to be the high.
Yeah, the only thing really that you can really bring into play here is that, I said this at the top of the call, but we do have another NFP report coming out. We have another PCE report coming out. We have 2 CPI reports coming out before the next FOMC meeting. So the market is basically telling us with the information that it has right now, they're saying, screw this NFP print. We don't really care. We think that by the time we get to the March meeting, that's going to be in a different spot. And it's really just weighing in companies' earnings, namely Meta's earnings from yesterday. Apple kind of weak, but Amazon very strong. It's weighing in those earnings and it's saying, you know what, that data is more important to the market moving forward for the next quarter or so, the next couple of weeks. That's what the market's telling us right now. So again, you have to listen to the market. The more you try to bring in your own bias into the market, the worse you're going to get run over. I've done that plenty of times throughout my trading career. Obviously, we all have from time to time. And on days like today, if it doesn't make sense to you, you can either pick and choose where you say, I'm not going to trade today, or you say, you know what, doesn't make sense, but I'm going to follow the crowd, follow the stream, follow the herd, and get paid on a day like today. And I don't care if I disagree with it. I don't care if I think a different thing from this. I'm just going to follow the stream.
Well said, Rips. It doesn't matter. Yep. Just get with the herd, man. Get with the momentum here. Amazon up 6.5%. Thank you to Amelia for that update. Hey, Rips, you want to do a quick Mag 7 recap? I know we look at it all the time. Let's take a look at the Mag 7 and tell us why it's so important into your trading style, use this indicator, and how it influences your trading decisions.
Yeah, the Mag 7 represents, the top weighted stocks in the NASDAQ 100. And there's also, they share some weight in the S&P. For instance, Apple is the number 1 weight of the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. Microsoft is number 2 in both of those as well. So when we're looking at this, we're looking for confluence across the board. Divergences when maybe the S&Ps are dropping, NQs going up, or vice versa. So you want to look for confluence across the board. And namely, that is all of these stocks kind of moving in tandem and both of the indices moving in tandem. So if we have a down day where Microsoft and Apple are both skittering to the downside, we'll have S&Ps rolling over, NQ rolling over. That's generally a good time to take a short and join that momentum. But on a day like today, we have a little bit of a mixed bag. Today, we have Apple perking up to the top side. Meta's making new all-time highs alongside NVIDIA. However, Tesla's a little bit weak. Google's a little bit weak, and that's causing a little bit of weight here. Microsoft can't put together a very strong rally here. It's been a really mixed bag, sort of trading in the trend that it was holding from after hours to the pre-market here. So we're not seeing that confluence that would invite a really nice, easy type of layup trade on days like today, where you have that big momentous move to the downside, big momentous move to the top side. That for me is probably where I'm looking at, probably laying it down for the day and saying, well, if we have a breakout of this area that we've created, breakout of 633/4, breakdown of 480 to the downside, if we have a breakout of that range there, maybe I'm looking for a trade. But as we're just kind of, we don't have that momentum from that confluence for the Mag 7 right now. For me, that's sort of a hands-off type of idea. So that's how I use it to my advantage. I'm looking at what all of these components of these things are doing, and I'm seeing if there's confluence across the board. You don't have to trade just because the market's open, but if you have confluence coming across the board where you're getting confirmation from all of these things and everything's leading in one direction, you'll be much easier to trade that price action versus a mixed bag like today.
Good stuff, man. Super strong stuff. John, current Delta update. We're getting a question in the chat.
9,700 positive in the S&Ps, 3,500 positive in the NASDAQ.
It's update. They want to update on your position as well, John.
Flat.
Andre, just going back, on the comment I had in reps, the comment I had on tilt up at the 15s and 20s. Right when I said it was super long yet again, and it's done that 3 times, it's pulled back 30 points.
Okay.
3 handles, sorry. Yeah.
Right, so,
just something to think about. That's a little interesting to when everybody starts to get a strong bias up around a certain level called the 17, 6, 15s.
Yep.
615s and 620s and 624s were the high. Boom, it came up there, spiked, pulled back, came up there, spiked. And each time it was 78% bias to the long side.
So you essentially you're paper trading it then, or you're just keeping an eye on it. All right, so now you know you got. I think you can. I think you'll be able to kind of. You can make a trade off of it next time, right?
I don't know. Like it's Friday. I'm taking things a little bit more slow, and I think I need to anyway. So I missed a lot of trades, so I'm diluting the power of FOMO the best I can, which got me in the month of January. I think I traded every tick move.
Right.
I mean, you got in there.
Yeah,
you got in there. You carved that sucker up, man.
Oh yeah, it carved me up.
Well,
I felt like the turkey that
day. You've been on one today, dude. Okay, sorry. So you've seen the tilt getting heavy. Okay, well that's just equities because here in crude, we saw it up to 90%, and we did see a bit of a pullback. But when the tilt went from 90% to 75%, we also saw the price pull back a little bit. So I think that's work. They're working in concert there in crude. Now in NASDAQ, what did you say the number was? Minus or 78% short?
20. Oh,
Patak?
Yeah, 71% short.
Okay. All right. Well, here we're breaking now too.
Yeah.
It's a tough market,
it's short now, but it was really long up there, and you would have gotten 60 handles out of or
damn
55 handles in the last 5 or 10 minutes just by watching the herd when they get super one directional. Just it's information. Sometimes they all get paid. I mean, it's not, the majority gets paid. Sometimes the majority doesn't. The market giveth and the market taketh away. So there's your big sell off, which is nice.
Yeah, I'm pushing to the short side in NQ here. I'm seeing if we get follow through below the 50s. I'd really like to see this tooling down to the high 40s. Try to peel off a little bit here if we get these high 40s to print.
I'm short again.
So you're looking for this is where you look for continuation play instead of getting in front of the freight train.
Yeah, I'm looking for continuation on this one, a retest of those 60 quarters, and I'm adding to that there. I want to see it flush through the 50. I'm going to try to peel off here through the high 40s. Watching here for this clear out through 50 now. There's going to be a lot of orders resting at 50s. People like putting orders at whole numbers, and market makers like to front run those orders as well.
You mean Ken Griffin at Citadel?
Exactly right.
Doc's crushing it today. Apparently he's a member. He was a member at Midtown, Michael Athletic Club. Jack was telling me that.
I mean, guy like that's a member at everyone just to be a member. Yeah,
that's true.
Timothy Oliphant was there too. He's a hell of a tennis player.
Yeah, Jack's an avid tennis player, Michael. Found that out the other day.
I just had Jack. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna have another layer of conversations to talk about. I just took tennis lessons with my wife on Monday. She's like, "You want to go?"
Oh, where's the footage? Where's the footage of that?
I mean, just watch. No, I'm not doing it. And then the very next day, the coach put my 2 boys to the side. Same coach put my 2 boys to the side because they're in tennis lessons. It's like free. It's like cheap through the club that we belong to. And then I had to have them go talk to the coach and apologize. Boys, get over here. Like, apologize. Sorry, coach. Like he deals with me one day, and then my kids the next day. So it's kind of funny.
The whole clan, dude. The whole clan. Oh my God. Be careful watch out for those tennis instructors, Michael. You know.
I mean, it'd be a little weird. My wife's there, so I mean, I don't do that
stop. All right, Rips, what are we doing? How are we looking? What are we looking there?
Now she hangs out with. Now she does hang out with the pool boy quite a bit, and I don't understand what that means.
I did get tagged out on that short there. We're looking for that fill into the 50s. It reclaimed 60s, and it just took us out there of that short. So looking for a second attempt here. This market is extra bouncy. That was a big, basically 40 handle bounce on that trade there.
I am just star-crossed here.
All right. Well, this market is a little dizzy right now. Doesn't know which way to go. Oh. All right, guys. Well, while you guys monitor these trades, monitor these markets, I think we got a quick break. It's a good moment for hot streaks. Jack, how we looking?
Looking hot on this Friday.
Drop it, Jack. Drop it like it's hot.
Yes,
Wow,
indeed. Mateo
look at these, Michael.
T held on for another day, brings his streak to 25 straight days in the green. Carlos L jumped into third place yesterday. He's been a frequent guest on the Hot Streaks board. So good job to all of y'all. There is room to join the Hot Streak list. 13 and 14 are very good streaks, but in the pantheon of hot streaks, not that high. We also have yesterday's best to show. We have one huge day to show on that when it pops up. Saeed A across three
Holy
XFA accounts,
smokes.
$48,000.
Wow.
Yesterday was brutal too. Wow.
Well, not for Saeed.
Not for Saeed is right. Holy moly. 48 grand.
Groove
Wow.
10, Josh, and Ashley A rounding out the top 5. Great job, everybody. And we'll be back later with the top
I'm
10
taking
list.
20 grand. I'm taking 20 grand off the. If I did a 48, I'm taking 20 grand off the table. I'm putting that request. I'm putting that request in right now because if you get it in before 10 a.m. Chicago time, we could process it the same day, which still takes however many hours or days or whatever to get to your account via whatever wire, ACH or Wise or whatever. So, but we can process it same day if you get it in before 10. So, I forget the name. Who was that, Jack?
Saeed.
Take that 20. Yeah, take that. Take something.
Yeah.
Take something. We like paying traders.
Well, Mike, like a quick question on that. What should your account balance be on an XFA where you should probably take a payout? What's a good number there? So you still have something in your trading account, but you still put a little something in your pocket.
If I got above 5, I'd be thinking about taking at least 1, just to be fruits of my labor, just to feel the fruits of your labor. So it shows up in your bank account. And you're like, holy cow, I have an extra $1,000. You know, like that's pretty cool. And then you still have 4,000 in your account. And if you're trading smartly, then you would be able to weather a cold streak even with $4 grand because you did it before to get funded. You know, so I don't know, $5 grand. I started looking to pay myself something.
Here's Eduardo. Eduardo here says, my plan is to take 1/5 monthly. I think that's exactly what Michael's saying. Out of $5 grand, you put 1 in your pocket, keep 4 in the trading account. That's a good ratio.
That's what you took too. When I was trading my own account on the floor, I would take monthly payouts. I'd go to Cunningham and I'd be like, hey, I want 20 or I want 30 or I want 10. And I would always bring it back to a $15,000 bonus. So like 1 month, it would be like a 50,000. And you're like, well, I had a kick-ass month. I'd bring 50,000 all the way down to 15,000. So that 35,000, 34. Yeah. That $35,000 check they would have sitting for me. When I get done trading, they'd have it sitting right on the desk. They'd have all these checks lined up. They use checks. All these checks lined up.
Yep.
And it's just traders that would go there and grab a check, put their trading jacket away and go cash it or put it in an account. And that's what they did. You see them all the time on the desk right when you walk in, the names of the traders. I'd always kind of look. I'm like, who's getting paid?
Yeah, who's getting paid, who's not, whose names are on this desk and whose names aren't. You know, you take inventory.
You never knew the amount, Andre. So I mean, if you really wanted to fool other,
but
you didn't know the amount of other traders.
No. I'm not going to say his last name, but this one trader, the best trader I've ever met, Mike H is his name. Always had an envelope on the table the first of the month. Always. Can't remember a time where he didn't. Most stoic, straight face, stone cold, cold-blooded trader I've ever met. Always had a check on the desk and couldn't tell, man. I think he drove like a minivan and stuff, but still, I knew he's like cashing checks though. But he kept it low key. Hey, here we go, Michael. Here we go. We got 81% long in NASDAQ. 81%.
Back up here at the 15. So this is interesting now. It's hit the ceiling 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. Guys, see you'll see it on. You might have a little delay on the top, but if you're on Topstep, actually you see it in real time. Back long again. Everybody's getting back long. Thousands of people have open positions right now at Topstep, and 80% of them are long.
Oh, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do, Michael?
Here, what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
I mean, part of me says you would want to continue, but then the other part of me says, well, you knock on the door enough times, you break through. So we're pushing through. I know that. But now we're at the 21s.
80% long as we rally.
80%. Back here at the 23s.
Oh, what a rally, Rips. What a bleeping rally, man.
Yeah, I was shorting into that. Then we just caught along on that. So we ended up making, I mean, that was about a $3,000 trade there back to the north side.
Well, there you go.
Well done. That's how you got not get married to your bias, even though I know Rips doesn't fully understand as to why this rally is taking place based on the words that came out of Jerome Powell's freaking mouth. He is not married to his position. He's able to get with the market, right? We were just talking about that. Do not get married. Well done, Rips. Good job. I think you took a couple shorts, got stopped out a couple times, and was able to reverse and get long and catch the move to the upside.
Yeah, this is a crazy market. It's totally nuts how this is just still so strong. We're seeing Apple just pushing up here. I'd really like to see Apple holding above these 184 halves. And if we can get cresting above this, like I said earlier, that 630 3/4 level, if we can get pushing above that level, we're going to be in business for a very crazy squeeze here, if not already, you know?
Yeah, I think that's wow. I think that's what we're seeing here, Michael. Are you looking to take any action on that 80% long and tilt there, Patak? Are you still just being patient? It's a Friday. It's a Friday.
Yeah, I'm in the learning mode. I'm in trading 101 box, which I put myself into, which I think I always do if I'm struggling at trading, and I have been. So that's just something I'm like, well, we're not getting out there starting to swing for the fences because you haven't even put the ball on the infield. So right now I'm watching and learning on what this information is now telling me. So it's interesting that people are getting so long up here. It's interesting. It's also the high of the range. I know we sold off hard this morning, but we came right back into that quiet range that was all overnight. And the NASDAQ.
Yes, we are.
Beautiful perk up to the top side here.
Percasito.
Wow, covering some of that there.
Hold on. Jack, why don't you share that video sometime?
Yeah,
you
put it in there. Throw it in there. You guys got to see this. We're talking about tennis.
Definitely not me.
You got to see this first serve from Jack here. Sorry, we're still rallying here. Let's pay attention to this.
Yeah. Let's do that. Wait till it's slow.
You got to see this serve. Holy moly. 82% long. Yep. What do you got here, Rips? Talk to us. Wow, look at this.
Another $2,000 trade on that one. That was just beautiful.
Come on, Rips. Let's go, dude. Damn, you are cooking,
bro. Those in there, Rips.
Silent assassin, though, but not a silent assassin.
You guys are having a great conversation about tennis. I would be rude to interrupt that. Come on.
Yeah, come on. All right, Rips, tell us about this trade, man. Tell us what we were missing here.
I was long. I peeled off the position. We had to pull back, and then I added into that aggressively once more for this push up through that 630 3/4 that we're looking for. So now my target here is 665 to the top side. I'm just letting this one run here.
Nice, dude. All right, so Michael, that time, the majority of the bias, they were getting paid there. If you were trying to short,
you're getting paid, but the S&P's not as biased long as the NASDAQ, and that there are times where when that happens, it's like the NASDAQ's really pushing the train. So, which is showing it is, but the other times that it did come up there, the last 3 or 4 times right before this, they're both super heavy long. So.
Yeah, we're at earnings high right now. This is as high as the earnings print got us yesterday in the after hours session. So this is what we're wrestling with right now. A lot of overhead buy stops are going to be above this right here. So I might try for a hero play as we encroach back up into this liquidity here. Yeah, I'm looking for this to break above these 650s here. Bit of resistance, but now we're peeling right up, taking off that ad. Beautiful trade there. Another $800 on that one. Gorgeous. Apple's hitting 185, no resistance here to the top side. Just a beautiful move.
Wow.
What a squeeze. My goodness.
Unbelievable.
What a squeeze. This is just insane. What a beautiful market that we've been blessed with lately. I mean, the opportunities that this market is giving us are just tremendous.
Right? Are tremendous.
It's tremendous.
Rips, you called it the Super Bowl week of trading, and I think it's lived up to that billing. I mean, look at this rally. Or you want to call it a squeeze? I call it a rally. Same. We are on the move to the up. Look at this power.
What's the squeeze? We got a question there. What's the squeeze? Short squeeze is what we're talking about.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who were short on that NFP print, and rightly so, because as we're talking about at the top of the call here, Jerome Powell basically said, this is your red card here to go short. We got that print, and it was a tremendously strong outlier print. Wow, we are pushing up some more here. We're gathering some liquidity up here, going up towards 660 now. The level I am tracking is 665 halves. I mean, goodness, this makes me want to switch over to my Topstep Live account. But I would stay in my combine here, but this is crazy. But yeah, just to basically touch on that, we have a lot of folks that were barreling short into that. We had a clean sweep of liquidity to the top side. Some more folks got short again, and now we're just blowing out all those shorts. And now we're also blowing out the shorts from the Globex session as well as yesterday's after-hour session. There was a lot of folks that were short that. And if they didn't cover yet, they're probably rushing for the door right now.
People just keep picking tops, right? I mean, there's going to be top pickers.
It's normal for them to do that too. I mean, given that we're very much overextended, so to speak. But yeah, it's very, very normal to do.
This is what a rally. Okay, good.
I just got stopped out there, so that puts me back at 22.94 on the day.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
I love that shit. Oh shit, dude.
Well, Michael, I heard you say you were kind of putting yourself back to trading 101. I'm going to do the same thing.
Good.
This little account I started with $5,000, had it up to 10. Now I'm back below bedrock here. So I'm going to slow things down a little bit. Go back to doing the things that I do that I know are going to help me get back on the right side of things, and just going to kind of watch here for a little while. And RIPS, you got any advice for me and Michael in this kind of situation? It's been a tough month in January, not starting off very good here in February. I'm not losing the account and I'm not at risk of that yet, but things haven't been going well. What do we do?
Well, when I'm trading my live account, I'm much more tight. I'm not as aggressive as what I do on these combines. So I take a tighter approach and I let the price action come to me. I'm at a 88.5% win rate on my live account for the last 12 sessions. And that simply just comes down to trade selection. So I'm waiting for price to come to certain areas. And we were talking about this earlier. I'm looking for breaks and retests. That's the safest play. And if I miss a trade, I miss a trade. But you'll find more often than not, if you're really, really patient, you kind of quiet that voice of FOMO in your head. And you just kind of say, even if it's ripping and rallying, wait until it gets to the level that you're watching, get a break and retest, and then maybe we come back down, we have bids solidifying. I mean, that's the exact trade that I took this morning in the pre-market before I came on in the stream. It was basically, we had a rally to the top side, it was screaming, and I said, I'm waiting for the first pullback. We had a pullback, bids got strong. I was long off of that, looking for an encroachment in my key level. So it's just really being patient, waiting for things, and just quieting down that voice, because, momentum is very, very exciting, especially when we're seeing a rip and tear like this. And our brains do a really good job of saying, well, we're going. I'm just going to jump in right here. And more often than not, we're probably going to end up buying the top at some level, right? It happens to all of us. But you want to quiet that voice down. You want to just be patient and say, even though it's ripping and rallying, you can be patient, wait for a pullback, try to join the momentum, follow the stream, but have it be around your key levels, because you'll have more confidence in the trade. You'll be able to hold it on for longer. And you just have to leave it up to the market at that point. Have your stops in place. Have something that's as close to a 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio on your trades, and just go for it.
Yeah, great advice. There's some good comments here in the chat as well. Thanks everybody for popping in, and you're right. Van says it's because I had a dry January.
No, jeez. No. Oh.
And there's somebody was saying I have not been focusing on the profiles at all. That is somewhat true. I never really looked at a 5 or a 1 minute chart before, and I think it's kind of creating a little bit of impatience or FOMO in me just by looking at those shorter time frame charts. I appreciate that as well. But yeah, I think a lot of it is the kind of change of the charts and the things that I'm looking at. I have not been journaling, to be honest. We're on the screen, the show here, so my journaling has been very difficult to try and maintain. That's another thing that I'm thinking that I got to get back to. So going back to futures trading 101, I'm going to try and focus and do a lot more of my studies from the profiles than on these shorter time frame charts, and just try and get back to doing the things that I do that put me in the right seat, in the right mindset, in the right direction.
Also, too, you do have to give yourself some credit. You're on Topstep TV a lot, and that does take away from your mental capital. You know, I will say this, just flat out being honest, trading while you're streaming is probably one of the most difficult ways to trade, especially if you're minding the chat, you're paying attention to the conversation. It's one of the most difficult things to do. So anybody who comes on here and live trades, it's one of the hardest things you're ever going to do. And you're doing that almost all the time. So you do have to give yourself some credit. Obviously, there's some adjustments that can be made to your trading, but give yourself a lot of credit for the work that you're putting in. And I like how that you were completely honest about the lack of journaling. I think that might have a little bit to do with it there, because, you know, journaling it's for us as traders, right? Nobody else is really reading that journal for the most part. And it's cathartic. And if you don't have that release, you're becoming a baggage handler, as I like to say. You're bringing in yesterday's baggage into today's trades, and you're a luggage handler. You don't want to be that person. And the way that you flesh that out is you flesh that out by writing that down to the page, or, you know, open up Google Docs, typing it down. Yep. And, you know, I when I'm mentoring people, they often are, you know, precarious about, oh, I don't want to journal. It's too difficult. It's too much work. I'm tired. I don't want to do it. Your journal doesn't have to be this perfect, this total thing of perfection. It doesn't have to be a novel that you're writing. You can open up Google Docs and just slam the keyboard and say, today sucked, was feeling out of the pocket, hated trading today. And just that release takes it off your mind. And at a psychological level, that release of getting it out is just so much better than holding it in and bringing that baggage to the next day.
Yep. Shannon Godwin, you're absolutely right. Practice what you preach. I am not practicing what I preach. And that's one thing's got to stop.
I saw that, John, and I saw, hey, you don't do market profile. So John is being transparent. Is again what it's not about what we're doing. It's about what you are doing. So always focus on you and what you're doing, and learn. What John just said, I'm going to take myself back to trading 101. I did as well. We're talking about the trials and tribulations of January and all that. So if you could also be honest with yourself, that's also going to help you shorten your learning curve. But then you also have to realize this is your journey. Not ours, not yours. We're not together on this one. We all have our own path. So you got to find your spot. So it just helps you hold yourself accountable. And I do like you holding us accountable in general. Shannon saying, hey, practice what you preach. You're right. You need to be right. And just make sure you know, it's something that we're saying as traders, and then we're moving on and we're holding ourselves accountable too. So that if it gets said back to you, that we're all comfortable with that. I'm not saying I can see you trading right now, but the point of the story is holding each other accountable is a good thing in this business.
Absolutely.
John Amos, I appreciate that. One of the most important things in my trading career has been hopefully the ability to help others. And if I've helped you, that makes me very, very happy to be able to do that. And you know, this is a tough game, man. Sometimes it gets a little bit bloody. It's a little bit tough for me right now. You know, I understand. You know, I've been kind of pondering the idea of, you know, trading on screen in front of God and everybody is difficult. I don't want to use that as an excuse, though. I should be making the same decisions, but I haven't been doing the due diligence to make good trading decisions. And, you know, there's trades I've missed because, like, I was long going into the shoulder tap yesterday, and I got out of the long only because I was going to be presenting shoulder tap. I wanted to focus on the segment, not looking at my trading. And I missed that move up yesterday, you know, that started about 10:30, and it just kind of rallied the rest of the day. I was long at the bottom there, and I got out of it because of, you know, I was going to be running that segment, and I again wanted to focus. But that's really the most important thing to me right now is being able to help people. And if I've helped you, that makes me very happy. And I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah. And just to kind of echo what you're saying there, Hoag, it is extremely difficult, especially when you have other things that are getting in the way. And for other people out there that are obviously not guests or hosts of Topstep TV here, you know, there's other auxiliary factors that can come into play. Life comes in first before trading, of course. So, you know, if you're having an argument with your kids or your spouse, your significant other, that can weigh into trading too. And you need to be very cognizant of those emotional triggers that can bleed into your trading. And it stacks up. And from what I heard, what you're just describing, you know, it's creating this sludge in your trading where you have all this negative baggage that you're referring to, and you're bringing that into the day's session. And I think that, you know, this weekend is going to be a great weekend for you to refresh here and come back strong on Monday. But just, just to echo what you're saying, everybody out there should try to be as cognizant as possible to these emotional triggers and how it does affect your trading. Because, even if you go on tilt and you have some great trades, that's going to stay with you and your mind's going to be reprogrammed to think that tilt is the answer to winning trades. And it's just the worst thing you could possibly do. So always pay attention to yourself, what your emotions are telling you. Psychology plays such a big role in being a successful trader.
Yes, and it does. And the emotional journal that was given to me to probably 10, 15 years ago from a trading psychologist, you guys we have the link where you can just download the template for it, the emotional journal template. And it helped me so much. And this was right when I started trying to learn how to trade on screen, and it helped me so much. And that's the one thing that I do during the day where I'm kind of keeping track of emotions and how my body changes, my mind changes, and my emotions change during trades, at entry, at exit. And you don't have to write a book. You just have to write down just enough so you can kind of review at the end of the day each trade you took and what changed inside of you, because that emotion and those physical changes are telling you something. And you got to, like Rip says, you've got to be cognizant of them. You've got to try and review those situations, because I started to notice definite patterns in my decision making based off of some of the changes that were going on, getting into trades, during trades, even after trades. And this is something that I did religiously, and I've fallen away from it. And I think that's going to be a big part of it. And, Rips, you're absolutely right. It is so important to, everybody says you got to control emotions, right? But I feel as though that's very, very difficult. But those emotions are telling you things that you can use to your advantage. If you're sensing FOMO, you know that, and you got to say, okay, I know I've got an idea here, but where's the best trade location? And you've got to demand that trade location. These are all things that I have not been doing. Going back to 101, and Coach Jay just put in here 49, 34, 75. Yep. There's a 3,000 lot bid down there.
3,000.
Wow,
3,000. Biggest I've ever seen
down there.
Yes, there is. Never seen something like that. But yes. Go on, Michael. Let's go. Yeah, hey, you guys, really quick. I really appreciate this honesty and transparency, and hell, vulnerability. Going through the struggle sucks, but then doing it in front of 30,000 people sucks even more. And we've all been there. So yeah, major shout out to you guys for just being open and honest about this whole thing, talking about your struggles. And I hope the chat is getting something out of this, because we've all been there. We've all struggled. So yeah, Michael, what were you going to say?
Two things. The first thing is, really quickly, let's put a poll in here so we understand it. Who here feels like, just hear me out, that they are stuck or spinning their wheels on your trading journey performance-wise? I have gone through that phase where Rips right now, seeing it really well, nailing his 3-point, Steph Curry, half court, just crushing it. That's great to see. That's awesome. But then you have to look at the person in the mirror, the trader in the mirror, and we're going to do a poll, guys, so you don't have to say, are you spinning your wheels right now? And by spinning your wheels, what does that mean? Are you getting the progress in your trading journey that you're looking for? Sometimes you get stalled out. When you get stalled out, it does work to go back to trading 101, because it also helps instill discipline stronger, works on those muscles, patience muscle, diluting the power of FOMO muscle, all that kind of stuff. So who feels they're stuck in their trading journey? 70% out of the gate. Wow, 400 people. See, guys, we are not alone. Don't let those 20 different account people that say I'm up a shit ton of money with hiding the accounts. They steer you the wrong way. They means anybody in the industry. There's not one person. Anybody that does that is steering you the wrong way, especially if they're sitting on a Ferrari while they're doing it.
You just couldn't help yourself.
Next one is, I couldn't help that one. No. Rips, shot clock. You use the shot clock. You have people be like, hey, are you using the shot clock today? Are you using the shot clock?
Today, I really haven't had the need to for myself, for my own trades. And if ever I'm getting into trouble and I can feel, Hoag was talking about a little bit, where you feel your tilt or you feel your nervousness coming across your body in a physical area. For me, I can feel that heat coming in behind my ears. That's when I'm extremely, extremely tilted. It's almost like steam is coming out of my ears. And that's my tell when it's time to use a shot clock. I haven't really felt any kind of tilt that's coming on that's really garnered me to use the shot clock. But I also want to reiterate something that Hoag was talking about here with your emotions. There's all these words that are thrown around about trying to act like an algorithm or trying to have control over your emotions. And like Hoag said, you're never going to be able to control your emotions, but what you can do as a trader is you manage your emotions and you learn to live with those emotions. So take them as cognizant hints of what your brain is trying to tell you, and don't delay on listening to that stuff, because this is a game where it's you versus you. Nobody's going to come in your trading office and take you away from your terminal and say, hey, Rips, you're out of the pocket right now. You need to stop trading. You're the only person who can do that. And when it's a you versus you game and you're not standing up for yourself and taking that discipline into consideration, you will fail as a trader. So take what Hoag was saying. It was very, very important here, especially on this emotional journey. It's gems that he's dropping here.
Rips, so to that point, we are going to look into building a shot clock into Topstep X. Yes, you heard it here first.
Oh, man.
We're going to rip off your idea. We're going to rip off your idea, Rips, put it into the platform.
Yeah, man.
So
as long as you put it, just throw in there the Rips shot. I'm just kidding.
Well, we might jokingly, not jokingly, it might be kind of fun. Just put in there possibly very, very small. Credit goes to Rip in the little window. So we might be doing this shot clock thing. And what this is going to do, we had some people saying in here, they're like, oh, I overtrade. That's my problem. Maybe the shot clock helps you that. Maybe TopstepTV helps you with that. Maybe a trading buddy helps you with that. These are all things that we've talked about that may help you slow yourself down from overtrading. January, I was overtrading. I was doing 200 aside. It was stupid. I don't even know what my commissions were, what commissions and clearing and all that was. But shot clock within Topstep, we can do this stuff. Bang, we can pop it out. And we're going to do it because it's going to be built by traders or traders, you know that line. So we may be asking for your feedback, and we may give screenshots in here of say, hey guys, here's what we got. It's pretty easy to do because we already have risk management things that will stop you from trading. If you say your profit for the day, limit for the day, or your own personal daily loss limit for the day, and then you can bypass it. Or when you set it, you can say, don't let me bypass it.
Oh.
Long story short, the shot clock could be one. Don't allow me to put orders in every between trades of 30 seconds or 90 or 2 minutes or whatever you want to set it as. That could be really cool. And it's a setting in our risk management that you would be able to set anyway. It's not like you get forced to do it, but this could be really cool.
Yeah, that would be an amazing add-on, and I think it would help people out tremendously, because all of the feedback that I've seen here in chat as well as in my room, everybody that has used the shot clock, I haven't heard one person come back and say, no, it didn't help my trading. It's been, at least anecdotally, it's been 100% success rate from people who have enlisted it in their trading. It's been really, really helpful for folks. So I would love to see that in Topstep X. That'd be amazing.
Well, we shall work on it.
Awesome stuff, guys. That was super sweet. That was awesome. Learned a lot. Hopefully get a lot. Yeah, we're not in this alone. And to that point, we've got over 1,000 votes in that poll we just threw up in just 4 minutes. Good stuff. Who feels they are stuck in their trading journey? 74% say yes, they feel stuck in their trading journey. 26% feel like they don't. Hey, let's try to get those numbers better than 50-50. Those 26% can help out the 74%. If us four here can help out some of those that feel stuck in their trading journey, we've all been there. This is not the easiest gig in the world by any means, and we're here to help you. Yeah. We're in this together, guys. We always say find a trading buddy through your trading journey. I mean, I guess we're all kind of trading buddies here in this game. It's not easy. So, what's up, Mikey?
Yeah, let's set a calendar reminder, production team. 1 month from now, March 1st. Let's do the same
run the poll again.
Let's run the poll again, because if we get to Andre's 50-50, we know we're all working well in the right direction. So something to keep taking these polls that you guys might get annoyed with because we keep banging them out there. But it helps us all
pretty good today. We're pretty light on the polls today.
At least get an idea. Pulse
of our community. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was awesome. I know, Mike's the struggle, but yeah, we got next week, right? We got a new week next week. This was a big week, and I don't think I captured too many profits, but yes, you get over it. Going on the weekend. Michael, what is something that you want to do? Hoag, with something, or Rips? If the markets start moving, we'll get back to that. But I think we're seeing some sellers here in the NASDAQ. Rips, if you got any trades or any trade ideas, please feel free to butt in.
I'm hands off here.
Hands off.
I saw some folks in chat catching that short. There's somebody in there that said they enlisted the RIPS shot clock and they were down $400. They used the shot clock and then they were able to catch that short. So they made $800 on that trade. So now they're positive $400 in the money. So that's awesome to see that.
Shout out to RIPS, man. Yeah, that shot clock is awesome. But yes, okay. We got about 20. Sorry, guys, we got about 22 minutes left here in fast markets. It's been flying by. So we're in a slump. You're in a slump. What do you do to get out of it? Like for the weekend, Michael, what are you gonna do? You gonna go hit the slopes? You can go skiing. Obviously, you're gonna be outdoors.
I got a buddy in town. I haven't skied all week, and I'm going to go skiing today. That's probably it. The weather here we have gotten, and all the Colorado folks in here. This has been a dry year, man, and it is 40. I'm driving into work today. It was 37 and 37 at 6:45 in the morning. I mean, that's not good. So it's very warm, very warm. So no snow, but there's a big storm coming in tomorrow.
No, very nice.
So that's what I'm doing.
We're talking about CNBC here. Will jobs data affect rate cuts? RIPS, will jobs data affect rate cuts? What's
We're way ahead of CNBC here on TopstepTV. No reason to turn into that stuff when you got a TopstepTV scoop here. We were telling everybody about that almost 2 hours ago. Come on.
Yes, we were. My bad. My bad. But yes, will affect rate cuts. I think it will. Jerome Powell said it will, but here we are rallying in the equity. So who really knows? Good question, Freddie. Portillo's Freddie.
Andre, question for you. Freddie thinks you're a straight up Chicago boy, which Freddie, you're dead on the money. He's Chicago. Northsider, though. Difference.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
Hey, two or three. Chicago.
Chicago.
There's just different accents and people on that side.
I'm a Chicago guy. Proudly Chicago guy, yes.
Portillo's, hot dog or beef?
I'm a Portillo's
beef sandwich. I know which one, hot dogs or...
Oh, beef. Love that Italian beef. Yeah. All right, real quick, checking out a tilt right now. Let's get back to the markets, fellas.
Are we still tilted to the long side here in the Nas? I'm curious because we keep catching bids on every flush here.
We are about 59% to the long side, but we keep catching bids. Yes, what do we got here? 40%, 44% short, or sorry, long in the ES, 55% short, 50-50 in crude. That's kind of petered out here. We're kind of seeing some barcoding in the S&Ps here on the 5-minute. We'll see if we can break out to the upside of this range in the 5-minute. Pause, Dre? Never. When the markets close, that's when I pause.
Rips, it's holding up on those 20s. You said there's a bunch of bids coming in. The 20 area on the way up kept bouncing off that or pulling back. Every time it come up to the 20s, it pulled back 30, 40, 50 handles. Did it again. Then it broke through.
Yep.
And we hit now
this back. Resistance at 665.5, which... Let me go to the 15-minute chart here. That was on Tuesday. We had that being a solidified area, and that's where we're rejecting off of now. So this is kind of Tuesday's liquidity that we had a lot of buyers. This is now a rejection point where we have sellers. That's why I circled here on my chart with my beautiful Bob Ross circle here. But that is where we have rejected. Above that, we do have 676.5. If we do break out above that level, we could have the juice here to the top side. But again, market participation on a Friday is likely going to start to taper down more and more. If you're looking at volume right now, draw a line from opening volume to now. You'll see it's a descending wedge to the downside on volume. And the less volume we have, the less liquidity that's in the market, it can present a harder trade. Obviously, if we get to a breakout area, it can change that. So just be cognizant of that. Be watching for that. Don't get hungry eyes when volume is descending so much that you're going to put on a trade and you don't have that volume that's going to support a bigger move. Right now, we're going to consolidate in this kind of area. It's a wide range right now, 600s up to 670, 667 or so. It's a big wide area right now, and we have market participants kind of doing a tug of war in this area. So this is kind of a no trade zone for me. The only trade that I'd really want to take here is if we kind of retest below, say, 600s and we catch a very strong bid, maybe scalping that above 600s, looking for 620s. But outside of that, I'm happy with my performance today. I'm happy to be laying off here.
I was going to say yes. As the day wanes into a Friday, once you hit those afternoon trades, you're really grasping at straws. Jay Cook says 100% RIPS. So shout out to Jay, man. It was fun talking with you yesterday. But yes, you are spot on, RIPS. I mean, you've been spot on this week. That's a couple of weeks, actually. It's been fun watching you carve this market up. But yes, so it's a no trade zone right now. Sorry, can you repeat that? What would it take for you to get into another trade, a breakout of this range?
Yeah, I'd really want to see a flush back down below 600s. And that's where we'd see market makers showing their hands, maybe some retail traders very slightly showing their hands of how strong they want to hold this market up under 600s. You look for that. And we were talking about this earlier. You're letting price come to you. And if it doesn't come to you, there's a no trade, right? For me, if we get a flush below 600s and we have very strong bids, that to me shows strong support under this market because we're dropping below a whole number. We've refreshed close to that level, but we haven't tested below it. So we don't have that clear indication that people are strong to buy this right now in this chop zone. And we can also have a very strong trend that forms in through power hour too, because we didn't really have an end of month rebalancing trade on Wednesday due to FOMC. And I think a lot of market participants have been waiting for this Friday to bring that on deck. So I'm not necessarily saying that Friday is going to be a garbage day for the rest of the day. I'm just saying this area, this zone right now, we're getting close to lunchtime, right? It's that time in the market where you get a kind of lull. And I think it might piece things back together towards power hour, perhaps.
Love it. Love it. Good stuff. Michael, we got about 17 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Your patience has been on full display today and for the full week for that matter. How did you do it? How was the struggle? Was the struggle real when it comes to practicing this patience, letting the market come to you?
No, it's actually, man, my emotions have been more. Definitely into January, I was calling you. I'm like, I have hate trading right now.
Yep.
And you're like, yep, love hate. You're in the hate part. I'm like, yeah, because you get lost and then you get caught. And then you get in the spin cycles. Spin cycles, I see a long. I want to get long. I want to get short. And then there's no patience and you're just doing. So all that was definitely over trading. I should have had a shot clock. I should have had all that. But you guys are also helping me out in chat. Now I'm just like, man, if I miss it, I miss it. I'm still having fun. I'm still enjoying trading. I'm enjoying it now. Yeah, I'm down $300, but that's just one trade. But I'm enjoying it now. I missed a lot of trades. That's okay because I'm learning. If I'm not making money or growing the account, I should be growing my think tank account, my knowledge. And you know, Rips, he said, managing your emotions. A lot of people are like, we got to control your emotions. You can't control your emotions. You control your behavior from that emotion. So the managing of the emotion is very, very key. I got caught in that big time. And I'm okay with that because it's quick lessons learned. I get my hand burnt on the stove and I quickly learn. It's kind of my style. One of my best friends and lawyer. It's like, you like to get your hand burnt and then you learn. I'm like,
sure does, Andrew. If Maratia is watching, he sure freaking does, man. What's up? Michael, would you say you're an emotional type of person? Are you an emotional trader? Are you oh, here we go. Real quick. We might be breaking on this range here in the S&Ps. We'll keep an eye on that. Are you emotional? Do you take your trading into your personal life? Once you turn off the screen and you leave the office, do you carry that into your personal life?
I'm thinking about it with this gut wrench feeling and be like, man, I feel like a loser because I lost. You have to disconnect. You have to disconnect from that or else, man, this is going to be a tough business for you, for me, myself included. So you got to disconnect. I have too much that I put into being right or wrong, basically being up or down for the day. And then I put too much on that as far as my identity. That's stupid. I've been doing this too long, but bad habits die hard. Shit creeps back. And if you're not always on, training at the high level, then you're just going to fall back to like stupid shit you used to do. So long story short, yes, I do. I get in that little funk.
Rips,
and my wife can't bring me out of it. The only thing that can bring me out of it is you guys and the cool folks in the chat. That's really, yeah. And to know I've been in this business since I was 18, 1997. And that's the only thing I've ever done in my life. So I've gone through cold, but more hot because you can't be in the business for that long if you didn't have hot and steady and consistent and all that kind of stuff. And so I got to look back at that too.
We tried taking a peek to the upside here in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Seller said, no, not so fast. We're going to be stuck in this range. Barcoding here on the 5-minute. S&Ps barcoding, kind of barcoding NASDAQ, much wider tick rate, candle ranges here. Rips, are you real quick? Are you an emotional dude outside of the markets? When you have a bad trade, you seem like a pretty chill, upbeat, outgoing guy. That's who you are. If you don't mind me asking, that's who you are on screen when you're trading. Do you ever take a bad day out of the markets when you turn off the screens and you leave the office? Are you the same Rips that we see on TV?
I used to be a very emotional trader, and that was what it really held back my trading early on. I would be the kind of person who would be overly euphoric or overly depressed. And that would really affect my trading. And it took me a while to realize that that was one of the biggest downfalls of all my trading. Through the process of journaling, I really discovered that. And, when I get really emotional about a loss, I wouldn't be able to let go of that luggage. I'd carry it with me for weeks on end. I would be really good at erasing maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks of progress in my trading. And then I'd continue down that down spell, right? And what I gained through trading was not only getting a better handle on my emotions and keeping things in check, it bled over into my own personal life where I wasn't such an emotional person. And it's helped me in all areas of life. I'm a very disciplined person at my core, but trading has also added to that, and it's been helpful. And that's why I say, anybody who asks about trading, obviously the first thing I'm telling them is that this is a very long journey. This is not an overnight success thing. You're going to take years and years and years just to get to the point where you're breaking even. But it also is stuff that where if you're focused on your psychology of your trading, it's going to bleed over into other aspects of your personal life, and you're going to become a much more patient person. I've found that over the last decade that I've been trading, my patience has grown tremendously. And for that, I'm thankful for trading. And I think that it doesn't only build up your patience, it builds up your discipline, your understanding. It turns you into a much kinder person. There's a lot of folks out there who may be a little bit negative about trading, but they just haven't been trading for long enough. There's a lot of people out there who, they'll take out their losing days on other people and they'll get very upset about it. I was there early on in my trading journey, and thankfully I had a really supportive wife throughout my entire journey, and she was always keeping me grounded, and I was very blessed to have that. So yeah, overall trading is just a net positive for me in my life personally.
Mm-hmm. Awesome stuff, man. You guys are the best, dude, for opening up, being vulnerable. New high incoming, new high. They're saying we'll see there. We'll see. While we have a quick pause, Jack, I think we got a little something for everyone that kind of want to see on this top 10. Jack, what do we got?
All right, we got the top 10 fun to traders coming up.
Here we go.
Number 6 through 10, Dakota.
Is that our Dakota
spot?
That's our Dakota, baby.
That is
Come
our
on, guys.
Dakota.
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
Moved up with a nice $2,400 day yesterday. Kiyoshi, she, Victor, George are all new to the top 10 list.
Oh, yeah. This is awesome.
Let's take a peek.
Look at these numbers, Patak. Watch this.
Which one? What?
At
You'll see.
1 second. I've lost.
I'll wait until you.
Here we go.
With the slides too heavy to pull in.
Look at that.
Wow. Labeled strangely. Looking at the top 5, Justin R., Dennis R., and Isaac Rivera. Isaac R.
Isaac.
Are the top 3 spots.
Top 3 cruising.
Saeed.
Awesome.
Saeed, who you mentioned earlier.
Have we interviewed Justin R. or does Justin want to stay?
You don't like us. You don't like us. You don't want to talk to us. I'm kidding.
We like him. We like him. We love him.
It's true. Rips
Jack,
is coming
is
for
there
that
any
top
chance
10.
that you have my rating there where I am on that top 100 list? Because I think I started the week at 63 or 68.
Higher than that
Let me
now.
talk to Mick. He should be able to get it for us.
Awesome.
One other note, you notice Saeed there, that $48,000 day yesterday put him into the 4th spot.
Damn, dude. Jeez,
Gentlemen,
numbers here.
ladies,
Topstep.
all that
Put
kind
up
of
size.
stuff. Take a payout request, please.
Rips, I got you in definitely a top 50. I got you inside the top 40 at this point. What do you think?
I would hope so. I mean, I would love to. If I would have nailed that trade on FOMC, that was a $20,000 winner. That would have definitely put me in the top 10. But we'll get it eventually. I'm managing my risk effectively. Like I said, last 12 sessions we've only had one losing day, so I'm confident. Yeah, talk to me.
Ask and you shall receive. You are currently ranked number 24.
Yeah, let's go, Rips. Let's go, yeah.
I love it.
Good stuff, Jack. Let's get it, dude. All right, 24.
That pause was suspenseful.
Jack, well done, man.
That got me going there.
Oh yeah, Rips.
Oh, dude. All right, we got Isaac, we got Dakota, and we got Rips all in the top 25.
Whoa.
Welcome to the Topstep family on TopstepTV. That is amazing. Good stuff, guys. Great stuff. Oh, Rips, dude. Top 20 by next week, bro. No problem.
Let's get it. I'm hyped. I mean, I'm bullish on what we're going to perform on here, so I'm optimistic.
I mean, holding court, top Isaac, Dakota, and RIPS, and get these other ones if we can do interviews at some point, so we can hold in court, hold the numbers up. Not flashy, not here's all my accounts. Again, I always rant about that, and here's my hidden account sizes. Real stuff, real traders coming on here. It has to help motivate you, because you're like, I can do that. I can do that. So good stuff.
Awesome stuff. Good job, Jack. Good job with the suspense there, the cliffhanger. So let us know he's top 24 RIPS. Let's see that sucker climb. Maybe we should do a roundtable. Well, shoot. Dude, that team that RIPS is trying to put together, Michael, Dakota, Isaac, and RIPS, dude, they don't even need a fourth.
I'm trying to pick off the folks from the top 10 leaderboard here. I'm sitting back at 24. I'm trying to poach the top 10ers.
Dude, you don't even need a fourth. You three can do all that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right? Sweating bullets over here.
And then we can probably cap off the team with Justin R., who I don't know who they are, but obviously they are a tremendously strong trader.
Oh, great stuff.
We're going to play that game. I'm going to make sure I see the leaderboard before you, and then I'm going to pick just scrape off the cream off the top.
Oh, you got the cheat sheet.
Jerry Jones over here trying to put together the dynamite
team. Jerry Jones is right, dude. Oh,
you have your Fab. You have your Fab 7 in stocks. This is basically picking out your Fab 5 for starters on your team. So right now, if we were doing this, which we'll be doing it soon, and it'll be all structured and organized. We have logos and trophies and all that. And I got to figure out if I put a performance bonus. I'm talking to attorneys. If I could put a performance bonus into you as a trader for winning something in the league, just like the NFL. Like if I had 10 sacks, I get an extra $100,000. I mean, this is not going to, but like this is the first season we're going to do this. And it should just be like, hey, you won a trophy, and it's way better than that Robbins bullshit.
You mean a 30-cent trophy isn't worth it? I heard the number 2 trader in the world is up $5,000 after trading for a whole month already. Look out.
Is that what it is? Is that really what it is?
It's yeah. I mean, come on. It's just come on.
I don't know why the traders that got into the Robbins like hype. Robbins has been around since like 80s. And they're like, well, that's so it makes it. Well, also their website looks the same, their branding looks the same, and they feel like it's just not innovative in any way. But it's one of the few real tournaments or competitions or that's really, really public. So fine, I give it credit all day long. Glad we even have one. Period. But TopStep's going to be carving our way into that business and into that space, and we're going to hopefully again do it in a very like high end, high quality. Really enjoyable in an esports, but cool sports. You can tell your significant other that you're not playing video games down at the competition, that you're competing for this trading world that you're in because you're a professional at it and you're getting paid for your profession. So I'm excited about it. So give me some time. I'm working with a team on putting that league together, but it looks like RIPS is already putting his team together.
Yeah, man. I mean, all-stars, dude. The dream team. The dream team's getting put together. Michael, when do we thought that TopStep Trading League, just an estimated time when we are going to do that competition, if you had to guess?
Well, we already have our jerseys, so we're not going to go out naked. So if you guys could put it in there, the jerseys of Chi-Town locals, and RIPS will have to come up with the name of his team. Because then we'll get the branding of it. We'll make a jersey. We'll make a hat. We'll make all that kind of stuff. So then when the team all gets together, even if the team's all streaming, if they want to stream, then they'll be able to wear their uniform, so to speak. So it's kind of cool. It'll be bracketed and all that kind of stuff. Start, I'd say within 60 days. I know we're reserving the arena right now for June in Vegas. There's an arena. It's like $20,000 for us. I'm like, okay, and then we get food, and it starts at 6:30 in the morning. Well, they'll open it up because the markets open up at 6:30 in the morning in Vegas time. So we're working on all this. If it's a dud, I'll kill it. If it works, I'll double down on it.
I like that. Well, don't go. There's our jerseys.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's the league. There's the league seal. TT. If we can zoom in on maybe just the TopStep Trading League, there's the Chi-Town jerseys, Chi-City locals. Those that don't know, Chi-City is what like kind of the locals in Chi-City called Chicago. It's like the short way of doing it. Some may say Chirac, depending on where you're living. But
come on.
Or Chi-Town.
Thank you, John. Thank you. That works too, Michael.
There you go. Yeah, I know. I got to keep the tourism strong there. I got some vacation
properties out here.
Yeah, but then locals means in the trading pit you trade your own money or consider a local. So that's kind of a fun way we did it. But here's the Top Step Trading League. This is the league. We're looking at a exclusive company that may want to endorse the league.
Really?
Yeah, working on it.
Big moves over here, MP. This is solid stuff right here.
Those are the two things I'm focusing on for the year, and then I can get a team underneath it, and then I don't really have a budget for it because other departments have a budget. I'm just like, well, we need this and that. I don't let it run a muck or go crazy, but I'm going to invest in it. If it has legs, it will be invested in, and then we will follow the esports arenas after the gamers leave. Top Step Trading League will follow in certain areas around the world. This is the kind of exciting vision that has to start one season that people are like, yeah, this is cool. And then more and more teams show up, and you have your own team, and then people can see where you rank and your team and how you're substituting and putting in starters and all. It's just kind of interesting.
Awesome.
And then
Great
live
stuff,
trading in person at the HyperX Arena in Vegas. Oh, man.
Oh, we'll have the lights. We'll have the smoke machines. We'll have the disco balls. I'm sure Michael will spare no expense to put on the production just like a P.T. Barnum would do at Barnum and Bailey Circus. I'm sure it is his it's always been his dream to be the ringleader of the circus. With that being said, guys, Rips, it's been an absolute pleasure with you this week, man. You've absolutely been crushing it, whether it's Fast Markets, Power Hour, no matter what, you're crushing it. The audience loves you guys, loves you. And hopefully you'll be with us next week. Good to see you in the top 24, man. We got a minute left, man. Please leave us with some parting words for the week. And words of wisdom, Rip style, man.
Really appreciate everyone tuning into the morning session here. There's plenty more good stuff to go, so don't switch away from TopstepTV. It's going to be a really great way to spend your Friday, so don't go anywhere. But if you're going to continue to trade, make sure you're using a lot of discipline today. The volume is declining right now, but that doesn't mean that Power Hour can't create some more opportunities. If you're up money, go into the weekend staying up money. Don't give anything back. And just be good to yourself. Like John always says, be kind to yourself. Treat yourself with a little bit of respect, and you'll see yourself improving as a trader. So I hope everybody out there has a good weekend. And I saw that suggestion there in chat for a great team named Team Sack Lunch. I love that.
Ooh, I like that. I like that. Michael, as always, dude, welcome back. Welcome back from Canada, dude. We're going to work through this trading thing. But yeah, I know you got so many balls in the air right now. You're crushing it, dude. Everyone loves seeing you. The transparency, the vulnerability, being honest with the audience is something that you cannot get anywhere else out in this industry. That's a fact. John, you are going to be on here coming up for shoulder tap after shoulder tap.
Mm-hmm.
We got myself. We got power players after that with myself. You guys know the lineup. Top quiz after that. Group coaching, back to the futures, and everyone's favorite hour, the Power Hour. With that being said, we're going to close out Fast Markets. Shoulder tap is coming up, and really quick, my beautiful mom wants me to say hello to her on TV. So hi, Mom, and we'll go from there.
Elizabeth? Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Yep. All right. See you guys. See you in shoulder tap. Take care, guys.
Happy Friday, everyone, and welcome to the Shoulder Tap segment. Today, we have one of our risk managers, Ben, doing the Shoulder Tap with us. Again, happy Friday. How are you doing there, Ben?
I'm doing fantastic, Hoag. I appreciate the intro. It's been another week in paradise working at Topstep. A lot of progress, a lot of cool stuff we've seen, and a lot of interesting movement in the market. So it's been a great week.
Awesome. So, any standouts today?
Yeah, lots to talk about today. Lots of exciting trading activity. Give a quick couple of early shout outs, follow ups on some of the traders that we've been discussing. I know that it was mentioned early on in the week, but last segment that I was on last Friday, we had discussed Justin, who had a really significant balance in his XFAs that was getting transferred. I sent him an email and was imploring him to take a payout, and something kind of cool happened where one of our coaches had communicated with him in Discord. I suppose Justin was active in Discord that day. He put us in touch. Coach Jay got us connected. Had a nice phone call with him. We talked about long-term trading goals, where he's at, what he wants to achieve, and ultimately he ended up taking a $15,000 payout, and that transferred alive. So cool success story there. And Justin on the week, as of just before getting into this segment, is up $8,500 on the week this week as well. So happy to see that progress from Justin. Great trading week, especially with all of the landmines that have been out there this week with volatility events, economic releases, earnings calls. Seems like there's been the trap door is waiting to trigger at any moment this week, and that's been reflected in a lot of the broader metrics we've seen. We've seen a lot of red this week. We've seen a lot of people lose their accounts, and I'd like to speak to that briefly. I think there's I know we have a lot of new traders with us and a lot of new traders in our program. And something that goes along with that territory is, exposure to these types of weeks where there truly is, kind of something lurking around every corner from a volatility standpoint. And I think it's really easy to, especially as a newer trader, to get caught up in, your beliefs around the fundamentals, what the fundamentals mean that the market's going to do. Oh, the Fed, cut interest rates. That means the market's going to go up. Or the Fed, announced they're raising rates. That means the markets are going to go down. Getting caught up in a very kind of marrying that conviction or that bias, even if it's just a simple, hey, we're in an uptrend on the daily chart. If the intraday action's going against you, conviction, being blinded by that bias and that conviction, I think is something that a lot of people got caught up in this week, trying to either immediately into that volatility event or immediately afterwards, just convincing themselves that that's where the market was going to continue to go, and you end up blowing out. So there's a lot of things you can do, certainly to prevent that. Number one is just sit on your hands, right? If you don't know how it is that you haven't gone through enough cycles of FOMC numbers or, jobs reports or earnings seasons, there's nothing wrong with sitting on your hands, waiting until, price action settles in a little bit and then taking a small size is usually what I tell people. I'm a big advocate. If you're trading the mini size contracts, trading a one lot, just waiting for the right opportunity, playing defensively, and the volatility will take care of the profits for you. There's profit opportunities every day, but really sizing down and not marrying your conviction about where the market may be going based on one or two factors. So, I hate seeing as many people as we've seen lose accounts this week. There's of course been a lot of profits, certainly, and we'll highlight some of that. But just a nod, don't beat yourself up too much if this was if you got caught up in the volatility or lost your account. Next week is always on the horizon, and we can make adjustments. But just wanted to say a quick piece about that for anyone who may have been chopped up or got on the wrong side of a momentum move this week. It won't be the last time, and all you can do is learn from that going forward. So,
right, yeah. I mean, you're talking directly to me this week. So, and I've been around long enough to trade out through a lot of economic numbers and those types of events, and I've had some fantastic days and I've had some bad days. If I add them all up, I'm about zero. So I don't play into them, and I usually let the dust settle once those releases are out before I do anything. All right, well, great stuff, Ben. Thank you very much for all that. Do we want to get into the Slides?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring up our first trading card. It should be someone very familiar to our traders. We're going to shout out Deanna. Deanna, who is multiple times a week trading on our broadcast. In the mornings, she'll come on for afternoon sessions every once in a while. But she's a well-known face amongst the Topstep community, and she has been exemplary in her ability to show, just showing up every single day, grabbing that lunch pail, showing up and doing the same thing. She's been a model of consistency, particularly in the XFA account. So she gets on and trades the live account. She's also had an XFA she's been working on, 150K XFA, that just yesterday decided to call her up to live in. So she had a $10,000 balance in that account. And, again, was just trading very, very well, had 74% winning days, 52% winning trades. And so she's going to have the opportunity to move the $10,000 into live. I would encourage her to take a payout on that money. She hasn't taken a payout in this XFA just yet. So Deanna, you definitely earned it. Take the $5,000 payout, and that would mean moving $5,000 into her live account, which at last check has a $23,000 balance in there. So continuing to build the account brick by brick, just trading well day after day. It's been really, really impressive to see. So you don't have to be a math surgeon to understand that when you've got a 1.4 to 1 risk reward ratio and you're winning greater than 50% of your trades, that's positive expectancy, especially over the believe it was 23 trading days that she has been in this account. So that's a pretty significant sample size, to have such low variance in her account over that period of time. That was one of the positives I wanted to highlight, was that she has such low variance in her trade report. When you look at the total number of trades, when you look at the total contracts traded in the day, even the win-loss streak, those are all very, very smoothed out, right? Very low variance between those numbers. And even in her P&L, pretty low variance if you strip out one or two more significant losing days. So that's awesome. That's something you can rely on. You can make an entire career out of when you're trading like that, which Deanna is obviously doing. So we're very proud of her. Very thankful to have her on the team, showing what it's like to trade profitably, professionally over time. So one piece I would look at is for her to improve is to find ways that you can minimize those losing days. So of the daily P&Ls that she had that were in the red, 75% of those losing trades were, I should say, losing profits were on 2 different days. So 75% of the total losses came from just 2 days. And you got to take that with a grain of salt if you're Deanna as well, because I also saw when looking at her trade report that she does a very good job of digging herself out of the hole. If she finds herself in a hole early on in the day, maybe she's down $800, $1,200, something like that. Oftentimes she's able to turn that around and build it back into a positive balance on the day. So definitely want to, that's the, as discretionary traders, that's the line that we walk every single day is, when is enough? When is it time to call it quits? Or when, am I in the right headspace? Can I take that next opportunity and possibly, cut this losing day in half or turn it into a winner? Getting back to a scratch day is always a really positive way to end the day if possible. So, that's for her to investigate internally, going through that kind of emotional checklist, just taking your own temperature. I know Deanna has very systematic ways of executing trades, which is awesome. That leaves her kind of the emotional and cognitive bandwidth to evaluate when is it time to step away, when is it time to try and recover this day. So that's an area we can always get sharper in, but that's pretty much the only place I can think of to make improvements for Deanna on what is otherwise very solid trading. What did you think when you were looking at this trade report, John?
Well, I've known Deanna probably for 6 or 7 years now. She came to something we were doing. It was called the Market Profile Strategy Lab. That's when Dee came into my life, and she was very inquisitive, very smart, always asking great questions. And this just pleases me so much when the student becomes the master. And she is certainly trading very well, very consistently, and I'm so happy for her and proud of her that she's trading so well, and she will continue trading well. You're right. She's very systematic, very data driven, and just looking forward to watching her continue to succeed. There's nothing that I would say to Dee that she doesn't already know. So great job, Dee.
Yeah, absolutely.
So happy that you did come into my life. What is it? Probably 7 years ago, probably. But you're just doing great. I'm so happy to see it.
Yeah, we're all very proud of Dee and happy to have her on the team once again. For folks that maybe it may appear as as though it's easy, what Deanna's doing. It's not. She has spent a lot of time, like you're saying, Hoag, workshopping, studying statistics, studying her trade data, and really developing a system, with criteria and rules for executing trades that is comfortable for her, that matches her personality and her style. And that's all reflected in when I see trade reports like this. I can tell someone has a very clear-cut process, right? Very consistent, systematic approach. If you don't have that yet, if you're someone who is kind of all over the place from a P&L standpoint, or I mentioned the variance. If you see wild fluctuations in your metrics day to day, that's a huge area for improvement. And you want to, especially with the program that we have at Topstep and the risk parameters that you have to comply with, the better you can smooth that equity curve up and to the right, the better. You don't want to see big wild whips, on the way up, because you can end up losing an account that way if you get on a cold streak. So big shout outs to Dee for again setting that example for systematic trading and being on with us on a daily basis. And we're happy to have her. We can move on to our next trader we want to highlight today, who is Nicholas T. He's trading out of my hometown, D-Town. And he has...
Ben, if I could, I'm just going to put this in the chat. This is the link to Dee's... if I can, for some reason
That's to her trading group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I think it's Market Stalkers is the group that she works with and manages. Definitely check that out. We're happy to have Deanna on a weekly basis talking about her strategies. Hoag, I know there's a lot of crossover with the way you trade as well. So again, if you're deficient on having a true system that has positive expectancy and edge, definitely continue showing up to TopstepTV and the group coaching sessions, and even in our Discord, reaching out to our coaches. They'll help you workshop, something that ultimately leads to consistent profitability.
And our coaches are great. I mean, they're killing it in the markets, right?
Yeah, they really are. Our coaching team is fantastic. Very, very proud of the work they're doing as well. While you're getting that sent off, definitely be on the lookout for that link John's sending in the chat for Deanna's group. We'll give a quick shout
to get it here.
Good thing, and maybe one of our mods can take care of that too. But I want to give a shout out to Nicholas T. Nicholas is someone who we had to deliberate quite a bit on. He has been on our radar for a number of days now. We held off several times on calling him up to a live account. Ultimately, he was able to prove, profitability, showed some maturity in his account management that led us to calling him up to a live account. So he's got 150K XFA that's getting called up to live times 3. He's got 350K XFAs that he's been copy trading the NASDAQ and crude oil across those accounts. And one thing that is super, super awesome, and I love seeing, it's about as aggressive as I've seen anyone taking payouts. Nicholas likes to pay himself. So he took 2 different payouts across all 3 of those XFAs when he was trading them. He qualified for payouts with high winning day percentages over and over again. And he took 2 payouts times 3, leading to what was $37,650 worth of payouts. And this XFA has only been, these 3 XFAs have only been active in January. So that is certainly a significant chunk of money that he's paying himself, which is fantastic to see. Everyone who's seen me on this show a number of times now knows I'm a big proponent of pay yourself big and pay yourself often. So he is absolutely doing that as aggressively as anyone. He's also potentially set up for, if he gets called up, through that call up process, he qualifies for an additional payout where he could take up to $20,000 across those 3 accounts through the transfer to live process. So Nicholas, I would encourage you to do that as well. If you did that max payout, you'd still be sitting with about a $20,000 balance in your live account when you move in. So those are massive numbers. That's huge, profitable trading. Very happy to see that. And you may see that as a viewer and be wondering why it is we took so long to call him up. If you look down towards the lower end of the trading card, you might have a clue. That risk to reward ratio of 0.4 to 1, less than 0.5 to 1, is concerning. Doesn't matter what your winning percentages are. It doesn't matter what type of metrics you have outside of that. That is concerning when you have significantly larger losers than you do winners. Now, obviously, 80% winning trades, that makes up for a lot of the difference. But just like we were highlighting the very low variance that we see in Deanna's trading, I see a decent amount of variance in certain areas in Nicholas's trading that are concerning to me. One of those being the number of contracts traded in the day. The fewest contracts traded in a day for this XFA was 6 contracts on the whole day, and the largest number was 330 contracts. So that's a very significant difference in trading activity, and can, again, increase the variance that you have. And that's a concern that the risk management team also always factors in when we're looking at who we want to call up. So that's something he can definitely work on, is finding ways to limit those losses. We've called it, I know Mick has talked about picking up pennies on the highway. That is definitely something I would consider is happening with this trader. It's a good thing and can be a potentially bad thing, right? Taking money when you see it, taking profits when they're there, that is a good instinct to have. There is a lot of people on the other end of that spectrum who don't take profits often enough. They don't take the green when they see it, and that is its own set of issues. So he's on the right side of take profits when you see it. I would say maybe look at letting the winners run a little bit longer. Find ways to be patient with your winners. That can help even out that risk reward ratio. Or you could potentially find ways to trim the losses. I think a lot of it is getting caught, especially with instruments, like the NASDAQ and the crude oil. If you're trading 3 contracts on average per trade, a snap move, a quick move can put you at, losses that you weren't expecting. And I think that's also kind of what happens on those losing trades. They tend to snap against him, and he's got to close that out for a larger loss than I'm sure that he would like. So just recognizing that, maybe scale down a little bit and try to be patient with those winning trades will lead to a little bit smoother, equity curve where you don't see as much up and down. All that said, he's traded profitably after having a daily loss limit day on the 24th. Has been trading very consistently and profitably since then. We've seen much less variance over that period of time in his trade report, and ultimately that led to the decision to call him up. We want to give people opportunities. That's what we do here at Topstep. We weren't born to trade in sim forever. We were born to move into live accounts. That is the goal of Topstep and where we want to see people. So we're giving Nicholas a crack in that live account, and ultimately we will work with him in a mutualistic capacity to identify where it is that he can make improvements and try and help him continue to stack profits in his favor in this live account. So good on you, Nicholas. You're paying yourself big time, and we want to continue to see it. Anything that stood out to you, John?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's great. You mentioned, working with traders, and I mean, you don't get that anywhere else. That's only TopStep does that. You have risk managers reaching out with helpful suggestions on continuing to trade profitably. This is what you get here at TopStep, and almost 81% winning trades. I mean, that is a big number, and it's going to be hard to maintain, I think, over a long period of time. So, I like what you said, Ben. Think about trying to maximize some of those profits a little bit. He also seems to have a little bit of a knack for digging himself out of holes. He's a day here, he was down 900, ended the day up $3,000, down 1,400, ended the day up 19. So, he's capable of doing that as well. Deanna is doing that as well. He's down 1,800 here at one point in the day, ends the day up $2,000. I hope that's not instilling bad behaviors, because there was one day he was up $3,000 and ended the day down $3,000. It happens. Yeah. It happens to us all. That was just a bad day, but try and once you're up a certain amount, Nicholas, ensure that you're gonna end the day up a plus player. If you're up $3,000, you give 1,500 back, just walk away. That's a $6,000 swing. Of course, we don't like to see that for your mental capital as well as your capital. That's a tough thing to do. So once you are up a certain amount, then just make sure you don't go back to zero. And for $3,000, risk 1,500 of it, walk away up $1,500. That's a great day.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you hit the nail on the head, John. When you're talking about a 0.4 to 1 reward to risk ratio, that makes you incredibly susceptible to your winning percentages. As soon as your winning percentages start to dip, now you're in a big, you can really bleed out that account relatively quickly. So that relies on being, you're very heavily reliant on showing up, being sharp, reading the markets very well. And taking profits quickly. As soon as you start to falter there, or maybe you just woke up on the wrong side of the bed that day, that it leaves you potentially exposed. So that's the variance that we're talking about, and is certainly something concerning. But like you said, this is the only place in the prop funding industry that you can have risk managers, coaches, an entire staff and support system really to help you improve your trading, continue to take profits. We want to see you succeed. We don't want to see you, buy a bunch of evaluations and fail over and over again. Our ultimate goal is to get you in the live account and get you trading profitably. So, Nicholas, we're looking forward to seeing you there. We've got one more trading card I think we've got time to address. It's more of a follow-up. Sure. If we could pull up Ronald's trading card, another one of our live traders who we featured a number of times for a lot of good reasons. Ronald was last highlighted after a $45,000 payout that he took back on the 24th of January, which is fantastic. As we say over and over again, this is exactly what we want to see. But since that point, Ronald has had quite the losing streak. He's been struggling. He knows that. We've been working with him on it. But if you looked at the last trading card, the winning day percentage and the winning trade percentage were slightly higher. So we're going in the wrong direction. There's no way to sugarcoat it. And 5 daily loss limit days, hitting your daily loss limit 5 days in a row after a $45,000 payout is painful. It's troubling. It's painful. All of those things. That's part of the reason we stress taking profits, taking payouts when they're available, because ultimately you never know when you go on a cold streak. So I'm glad he took that payout, but it's definitely time to turn things around. We've worked with him on reducing his daily loss limit and try and give him, more swings at the plate on a day-to-day basis. But currently in a bright spot for us, at last check, I looked at the live account monitoring and saw Ronald up $11,000 today right before I came on for the shoulder tap segment. So He's up 11 grand today. I'm going to check as soon as we're done with this segment, assuming he's still in that ballpark or hopefully even a little more profitable. Ronald's going to be receiving a phone call. He needs to lock in, especially a winning day with that much profit. The worst thing that could happen is we book, a 6th daily loss limit day in a row. So he needs to make, needs to book that profit, needs to make that recovery. So that'll be the first thing that I look to do as soon as this segment's over is reach out to Ronald and make sure he locks in a winning day, because we've got to start putting one foot in front of the other on the right path. He's been putting one foot in front of the other on the wrong path the last few days. So we can book a huge profitable day. That sets a good tone going into next week. We can trade small at the beginning of the week on Monday, try and book another small winning day. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. And now we're on a winning streak, right? Now we went from a losing streak to a winning streak, and that's something we can compound and build off of, build back up to a large account balance and take another, big payout. I'd love to see him take another $45,000 payout somewhere, in the near future. So just wanted to truly give a shoulder tap to Ronald, let him know, hey, we've seen, the slump you've been in, see you're up big today. We want to reach out to you and let you know it's time to lock in those profits and take an early weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah. Don't give that back.
Yeah. Please don't give that type of money back. You work hard. I know we've talked about it over and over again, Hoag, that, we see people up intraday, $10, $15, $20,000 more sometimes. And, only to check back an hour or two later and they're only up 2,000, it's tough to know when is enough. It's good to workshop that for yourself, but, book those profits while they're there, close your computer, walk away, and be happy with what is really an extraordinarily profitable day by anyone's standards.
For sure. Yeah. Just end that losing streak today.
Yeah, end it today. I'm with you, and that'll be my first call once we get off this segment, John. I know we're bumping up against time. I appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you and talk about our funded traders once again.
Well, we always love to have you here, Ben. Thank you very much. We got big plans for the weekend?
I don't. I've got a lot of things coming up over the next few weeks, so I'm going to enjoy my time at home while I've got it, because I'm going to be doing some travel here in the near future, which I'm looking forward to. But it'll be hopefully a nice, quiet weekend at home and in preparation for lots of travel going forward.
Sounds great. Well, be ready for the Power Players segment here, folks. We've got Andre, Dolby, and Darsh for the Power Players segment. Ben, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday again, right?
Yep, I'll be back on Monday.
Awesome. Have a great weekend. And for all of you, stick around. Power Players is coming up next. We'll see you later.
And welcome back to Power Players here at TopstepTV. The man in the middle you see is Darsh. The man on the other side is Nick Dolby, everyone's favorite. But Darsh, welcome to TopstepTV. Really quick, just like to give you a brief bio. He has been with Topstep for over 7 years. He is a live funded trader, so you are seeing one in the wild here. Darsh, thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about your trading journey, and then we'll get into the markets. Tell us about how you came about Topstep. And yeah, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for having me. And, it's been a long journey for sure, but an exciting one, a one with a lot of opportunities to learn. And as far as, my trading journey goes, it started kind of like everyone's does, I guess, where, you're just looking to make more money, right? And the markets have the opportunity available to do that. And that kind of got me started. But there was a lot of, spinning my wheels, to say, and not getting anywhere. And then in 2018, I ended up trading for a firm in Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
So we were trading interest rate futures. So I'm not sure if maybe people are familiar, but just like the euro dollars, we have a Canadian version of it. It's called the BAX. So basically what we were doing is we would take on, bank flows, any paper basically that comes to trade. We'd basically take on that flow, and then we were doing a little bit of ARB with the 10-year against the BAX, and sometimes the US 10-year versus the Canadian 10-year and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's where, things took a turn. Learned kind of how to approach the markets in a more disciplined way. And ever since then, it's just been a journey of just growing, learning, just putting in that work to, continue just leveling up.
Well, very good.
Gosh, you said you did some financial work before getting into trading. What was the adjustment like for you going from, say, financial services into actually placing trades? What were some of the things that you learned there?
It is a shift because now you're actually exposed to the risk when you're placing the trades. So that is one thing. The other thing which I didn't mention kind of in the introduction, is what we were trading is, it was not like we were not taking on directional risk, meaning we were not looking to make money if the market went up or looking to make money if the market went down, but more so it was neutral strategies. And we still need volatility, but they're less directional. So we're trading, for instance, all kinds of spreads, like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12-month spreads. We're trading flies, condors, and stuff like that. So that was a big shift, because when the market is moving, at any given time, I'm trading 6, 7 different futures months, and everything could be all over the place. And if you're familiar with trading spreads and stuff like that, there's many ways to, view things. So like if you get filled in 1 month, it could totally change your position. Like you could be getting out of a fly and getting into like another 6-month spread. But if I sell another spread against it, and so it's quite complex, especially when the market is moving. So that was a big change, being able to keep up with that, maintain that pace during the day, and making sure that you have the correct position. Because in the beginning, what would happen a lot of times is I would sell a lot more or buy a lot more in a particular month, only to then realize that now I actually have directional risk, which we do not want, right? So kind of working out of that, and so that was definitely a big shift.
Absolutely. Darsh, question for you. It sounds like you and I have similar backgrounds. I was a Eurodollar trader. That's how I came up into this. I was a Eurodollar trader, talking about doing 3s and 6s, and those are horizontal markets, so to speak. At least that's the way we trade, right? Horizontal markets. You have March, June, September, December, right? The quarterlies.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and now it says here on the bio that I'm reading, now you're an ES trader, right? Vertical ladders,
Yes.
correct? Is how we're trading.
Exactly.
How did you transition, or how? I'm still transitioning, trying to read horizontal markets, doing you're talking about condors and flies, like a 3 month versus a 3 month, so to speak. And you're thinking about in terms of spreads, and you're looking for paper, and you're trying to. I assume you're trying to get edge in the spreads, so to speak, right? You're trying to leg into spreads, leg out of spreads, based on what the implieds are, or something to that effect. How did you? How did you transition from horizontal market spread trading to directional trading like here in the ES?
It wasn't much of a change. I mean, when we talk about it, when you put it like that, it sounds like a big shift. But for me, I guess it wasn't that big of a change in the sense it's just a strategy that changes really. As far as the execution is concerned, most of the execution at the firm was in the ladder.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
So we were not using a matrix because to trade all of that, you can use like a matrix and do it through there.
Right.
But we actually had all individual ladders for all spreads, all condors, and everything else. And then switching over to kind of what I do now, to be honest, I do not use a ladder. I mean, I use it to place my orders, but I never look at it. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So everything that I do has more shifted more towards, understanding where I have edge and just being able to execute that. So to kind of give you an example, to kind of tie both the worlds together,
Yes.
For example, in a spread, like let's say I wanted to do a fly, right? The reason why I'm probably doing the fly is I have something to lean on, which is most likely paper.
Yep.
So that, if things go south, then I'm just gonna, sell into that, and that's that. So that's kind of the edge there, and that's kind of the end goal. It starts with the outright, but then I go into a spread, and maybe I try to work out a spread and that kind of stuff. Whereas with the way that I'm trading now, the edge really lies in the holistic understanding of the markets. So what I mean by that is, when I started, everything was just one-sided, meaning, people see, let's say, like, if you're looking at ES right now,
Yep.
you see this swing up, and a lot of traders have like 2 minute, 5 minute, 10-minute, whatever charts, and all they see is that up move. But that is just looking at it. It's just in a vacuum, right? It doesn't mean anything. And how do you extract information just out of that to actually have edge, right?
Right.
Whereas when you zoom out, now you have a lens to look through in which you can get a more balanced view. So what I mean by that is, even if you look at the screen right now,
Yes.
this ES is up around like 49.72, and if you look at it, if you look to the left, I mean, it's been like a balance area high, right? So that's kind of the context that it's coming within, and that gives you a much better view, right? So if you got bullish and you wanted to buy, let's say 64s without understanding the rest of the story, would it work? Maybe, but are the odds good? Probably not, right? So that's kind of my approach now and kind of the transition things.
Excellent. Dolby, I see here crude is 70% long in the tilt. Anything going on in crude today? I haven't been paying that close attention. But you're my eyes and ears on boots on the ground over there in crude.
Let's see. Pretty tight range for the most part. I got 4 charts up now. I'm on my quant tower, but I'm not sharing that screen currently. But since about 9:30, like a 60 to 80 cent range. So not a ton going on. It's chilled out. We might get a second half move, which can happen in crude oil. We're kind of in the lunchtime lull right now. But I do have a question for Darsh. You've been in Topstep program for over 7 years. I think I might be a little bit older than you at like 10 or 11. What are some changes that you've seen in the prop space over the last 7 years? Do you kind of like where things are going directionally? And do you think it's in general better for retail traders?
Good question.
Definitely, yeah, no. And again, as you said, it's a great question because just looking at it over the years, there was a point where you had the more traditional prop firms, kind of like the one I was at, which not everybody has a chance to go there. And even if they go there, that may not be the right path for them, because the strategies, as I said, that we're trading can be quite complex. So for a lot of people that look at the market as simply buying or selling, when they get exposed to all of that, they're just in a bit of shock, and it may not be the right thing. But with everything, again, going back to your question, that is available, especially with Topstep, for anybody that's looking to learn, to grow, and eventually get to that stage where they have the ability to be in that proper environment. I think Topstep provides all the tools for that, right? And it's not just a tool, but at the same time, if you were to try to go do it on your own, you're going to have to risk your own capital. Whereas here, you have the ability to do that without risking a lot of money. And, that has been one of the big changes. And I think it's great because, the more people that are involved in the market, I think it's going to create that much more opportunities.
Agree. All right, so let's take a look at the markets right now. What are you seeing from the markets today? Big non-farm payroll print, well better than expected. Revisions upward revised. What's your take on where the markets are? This whole week has been an action-packed week. Lots of volatility, lots of opportunity, great volume. Where do you think the market? What's your take on the markets this week, and where do you think the markets are going moving forward?
So as far as, we'll kind of start from the employment number this morning ahead of the open. And I'm aware of the econ release. As far as my strategy and my day is concerned, any big econ, I'm just flat for it. I don't want to be a part of it. Now, what does the number actually come in at? I don't really look at that because it's irrelevant for what I do. Maybe when I was at the firm, it was a lot more relevant, but right now it's not. But what I do look at is, what does the market do? Because what that tells me is, let's say the number came in good and the market does something totally opposite. I want to understand the market's view, right? It's not really so much about the number, and understanding that view of the market participants is going to give me better information and something that I can actually work with, right? So, this morning we got that move down, which was very normal, right? Look at what happened. So just kind of take you back a couple of days, right? We've had a strong market. We went up and we kind of went range bound. And then on the end of January, basically, or 30th, we had a pretty narrow range day. Late in the day, we basically kind of broke down from that range. And if you look at that day, so I look at other equities as well. I don't trade other equities, but equities are it's basically like a big pair. Everything moves in a tandem to a certain extent. There can be times when they're disconnected. So if you look at the NASDAQ's been the leader on the way up. And if you look on the 30th, we actually had really decent weakness in the NASDAQ, while ES was still kind of holding up. But then, as you see in the overnight session going into the 31st, we basically had that weakness continue, kind of, held below the 30th low. And then that was going into the Fed day. We got that move down. Now, the thing with the move down is it was an interesting situation because, yes, it was a move down, but relatively speaking, it wasn't that big of a move as to, kind of what could happen on Fed days. And it was fairly structured. We didn't have, any crazy volatility like we can on Fed days. And going into, again, yesterday's session, we, just stabilized. So the question that I'm asking myself at that point is, how much trust do I want to put in that move from Fed day? Because for anyone that's been around for Fed days for long enough, Fed days, can be really low opportunity days. It can seem like high opportunity days because the market moves. But when I say low opportunity is, where do you put risk on? That becomes a question. because a lot of times you could have a structured trade and you get stopped out, but it may not mean anything just because the volatility is higher and a bit more, kind of, it can just go either way sort of in the moment.
Mhm.
And it may not work out, right? So those are the things I'm asking myself, plus the day that it's happening. So again, that's a part of the holistic view. So what day is it happening? It's the last day of the month. You've got a lot of funds, that need to do things. They may need to rebalance their books. There could be some profit taking, right?
Yep.
So going into the first, the question becomes, okay, how much do I trust that move down? Number one. And number two is, okay, if all of these other things that I just mentioned, if let's say, now sellers do have conviction and are going to take this market lower, we need to see something, right? But instead, we're still holding above the lows from the 31st, right? And when you get that overextended move like we did, as you see kind of on my chart, right? Just like the swing highs up here and just get this move down, you basically form a little range over here, right? And, if we were going to go lower, you want to see this continue, right? And when you get this kind of action, this is your first sign. Anybody that is, short is now on the wrong end of the stick. And then when you combine that with the fact, look at the market, right?
Yes.
What's been happening, right? So what context is it happening within, right? And that's what I was talking about earlier, right? We've had this big move up, right? If you look at it, it's just essentially a pullback. And as far as where do I see the markets going, I take it day by day. I have no idea where the markets are going to go. As far as today is concerned, we've seen basically the strength from yesterday play out, and now we're basically breaking outside of this range. So if you kind of ignore, these ranges, the one range that we're working with right now looks something along the lines of this.
Speaking of ranges, Darsh, we are seeing new highs here in the NASDAQ, creeping up on new highs in the S&Ps. I see a 81% long bias in crude oil. Dolby time, we see a little bit in oil. I don't know if there's anything to trade on. What else you got there over there, Dolby?
It's crude oil's moving a little bit. We've got a little bounce off like 72.10, heading up towards the top range of its 30-minute range consolidation. See what happens. Looking maybe 73.05 would be interesting for bulls to get to today. I expect more action in the second half of the session. So anything between like 12 and 1:30, we might get a second move that has a little bit more beef behind it. Chat, I'm not calm down with the 15 lots. It's not the hour for that. Darsh, have some patience.
Yeah.
Have some patience. Darsh, I do have a question for you. So you were funded, live funded account back in 2018. Sounds like you've gotten funded recently. What are some of the things that you've learned over the last, let's say, 5 years between, gaining and losing a funded account and then regaining one, several years later? What did you improve in your process? And, what advice can you give to some traders who maybe have touched the success but haven't been able to sustain it?
Right. So for me, as I said back then, I was with this prop firm as well. So that was kind of the main focus. And then as you see, there was kind of a big gap between me kind of, restarting, and then here I am kind of right now. As far as, what have I learned in those 5 years? It's a lot. It's a lot to cover for this amount of time. But, if I had to kind of,
your top two.
Yes. Tell us a few, Darsh.
Yeah. So number one is you got to have a plan, right?
Yep.
Most people, including myself, again, the previous me, not the me right now, but most people are just trading on the fly, right? They look at the market, they're just thinking of these ideas and they're just going with it. Is that the right or wrong thing to do? I don't know. But from my experience, having a plan gives you some boundaries to work with, right? If, for instance, I'm not seeing what I need to see, well, I'm just going to stay out, right? Nobody's forcing me to trade. So that would be number one, is have a plan, right? Have a game plan. Because think about it, any top athletes, any big traders, even when I was at the firm, anything that I was doing is, there's a plan, there's a reason to do it. It's not just kind of at the, just on the fly and just because I see something, right? And number two is that has been, I guess, a big portion over the last several years. It has really been a big mindset shift in the sense, just being the ability to learn. Because what happens a lot of times is, for instance, just to give you a simple example to kind of make the point, is let's say you got long up here. Let's say you bought 73.5, and then you got stopped out, right? Now, as a trader who's still learning, trying to grow, and just trying to get to that next level, right? How do you figure out whether that was the right thing or the wrong thing? Because your stop does not mean much, right? It doesn't. Right. Yes, it got you out of the trade, but it doesn't mean whether what you did was right or wrong, right? So finding ways to actually dissect things in a way where you have a learning opportunity, right? Like for instance, going back to the 73.5 example, let's say you bought it, let's say you got stopped, rather than focusing on whether it was a win or a loss, right? Which is the last thing I want to look at really. But I could say, okay, well, look at where I'm buying, right? I'm buying essentially near the high of day. The market's gone from 49.30 up here. It's a Friday, it's the end of the week, near the end of the day, right? Who is going to be buying up here, and where are my targets? And if you understand the ranges and this whole narrative that I've kind of explained, then you can dissect it, and now there's a huge learning opportunity for you, right? Rather than saying, oh, I got stopped out and I was wrong, right? Or the market went up and I was right. So those, I would say, are the two big things.
Good stuff. I just got an update from a risk department from Ben, the man Ben. You just saw him on his shoulder tap. He just got off the phone with Ronald S., one of our live funded traders. Ronald S. is up 15 G's today in his live account and agreed to close the computer for the day. Shout out to Ronald S., man. That is good stuff on a non-farm Friday. Stacking paper and also putting it in the bank and closing the machine for the weekend. Ronald, you have a good weekend, man. Enjoy it. Nice trading. And thanks, Ben, for the update. All right. So, Darsh, all right, so we're seeing a pullback here in the ES, right? And it kind of looks like we might be trading sideways. What would you be looking at, in terms of making a trade? Have you made any trades today? I've meant to ask you, have you made any trades today? Taken any trades today?
No trades. Nope.
No trades. Why no trades? Why no trades? No, you didn't like the setup. Nothing came into play. No, the price didn't come to you. Why no trades today?
Definitely. So, number one, I'll go over kind of one of the rules I have for Fridays.
Okay.
Fridays, the rule is any trade that I take, I want to be out before noon. I do not want to be involved in the markets after noon on a Friday.
Yeah. On a Friday.
That's my rule. Now, as far as there was an opportunity in the morning that you could have taken it, which is to get long, because why long? Why not short it? Because the non-farm was weak, right? But again, look at the context that it's happening within, right? Yes, it was weak, but it's happening on the heels of an extremely strong day yesterday. And that strong day is in the context of recent bullishness that we've had, right? So the long would have been the trade to take, but again, I was not looking to trade today. And for that reason, there has not been any trades.
Very good. Dolby time. Any trades to take today over there in oil at all?
I took some trades today. Kind of similar day to yesterday for me, actually, where it took me a little while to kind of get my footing with the market, but then eventually ended up placing a trade. But really, it was only getting me back to break even. So I think I'm only down like $10 today in my $11 in my personal account, which is totally fine. I'm still tweaking a couple things here and there. I've added some more time frames just to get better aligned with markets. had this habit of drawing trend lines and lines on my chart, but not actually taking my trades at those levels. So hopefully, by adding some multiple time frames on the same market, it'll help me get into some more relevant levels, where I can get some quick action instead of getting caught in the chop. That is my goal, and so far it's kind of paid off. So I'm experimenting with it and see how it goes. Live and learn. It's a process.
Awesome. We're going to continue to follow you on that journey. If you guys want more Dolby time, as we all do, he will be joining DannysTrades and myself in Power Hour. So everyone needs a little bit more Dolby time in their life. As we say that, stop me if you've heard this before. We're making new all-time highs in the S&Ps, new highs on the day in the NASDAQ. Bulls on parade, as the Rage Against the Machine song goes. This is wild. We just keep... Darsh, there is no end in sight to this upside move, man. It's just... anytime the market pulls back, it's just discount prices for paper and size to get long from. And anytime the people are calling, the shorts come in, try to call the top, essentially they're just getting squeezed, and we're just taking this market higher and higher and higher. That's how I'm seeing it. How are you seeing this incredible rally in equities?
Definitely. So again, to put some background to that and why I agree with what you said, think about it, right? What time is it? What day is it? It's the end of the week. What do people got to do, right? Right now, yesterday you saw a lot of people, a lot of shorts that basically ended up getting squeezed, right? Now you have another group of participants who are not a part of that, and they were waiting for better prices. However, when you've got a situation where the market
this is crazy, Darsh. Darsh, this is crazy. Let's just be honest. This is nuts, man. This rally is incredible. Sorry, you were saying this is insane.
Right. And, when you combine that with the day, which is Friday, and the time of the day, you're going to have a situation where anybody who's left short, especially, that needs to cover their risk before the weekend, what do you think they're going to be doing? So the question really becomes, is this new buying? Because anybody, and when I say anybody, I'm referring to more of, kind of larger time frame players, they're not taking, putting new risk on here. And that is, I think, the big question for next week is, is this breakout that we're seeing outside of this range, is that going to hold? And that will be a sign that, the market is agreeing to these higher prices, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't see how anyone can come in here and call the tops at this point. Even with that hot non-farm print and the hot upward revision, and even the words that came out of Powell's mouth on Wednesday, as Rips was saying earlier today, you would have think there had been a sell-off. The sell-off was short. We barely went negative in the S&Ps. We were barely negative in the S&Ps. It's just been just a power rally to the upside. We're not seeing much liquidity here on the upside. If I'm taking a look at the ladder on the S&Ps, hey, 5,000, sounds crazy coming out of my mouth. 5,000 is not out of the realm of possibility today in these S&Ps. A zombie rally might just start taking place. If this isn't one already, this might be a zombie rally. We could drift 19 points higher. I don't think that's out of the question. Dolby, we've seen crazier shit before, Dolby.
Oh, we've seen crazier shit yesterday.
There we go.
Just back-to-back craziness. I have to assume that there were probably a lot of bearish people who were very excited to see NASDAQ, take a hit, and they probably piled into some shorts so they could live that fantasy for a day, only to get absolutely smoked the following day. So I don't know. I'm not shorting equities ever. Crude oil, you can probably get a nice short in if you want. If you really want to squeeze a short in, but looking at the indices, not super exciting for a short unless you were very, very brave. Maybe I'll be brave in 2.5 hours. We'll see.
Tune for power. New highs. Every time I turn my head, it's new highs. Darsh, you were saying about this. I think it's safe to say the market has accepted these higher prices. No, because you're saying if the market accepts these higher prices, I think that we can take out the if, and we just make it a statement at this point. No.
So you're right when you say the market has accepted higher prices. Definitely we have, because look at it. We've been in a range since the 22nd, and we're breaking kind of outside of that range now. So when I say if the market is accepting these higher prices, that is a bigger time frame. That's not my time frame, right? I'm an intraday trader. So when I say this if statement, which is going to be relevant for Monday, and then it's not going to be really relevant for Tuesday because Monday is going to give me more information based on, how the day shapes up, right? So if we're going to hold, right, because I mean, look at this, the move kind of starts down here and, we've gone up, we've got this kind of pullback.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is when I look at the other markets, NASDAQ is just at its high. So ES is actually the strongest market between ES, NQ, and RTY. So the Russell is actually the weakest, and that is normally the case. Russell is the weaker market because as you see, Russell is still within kind of the range. It's nowhere near its overnight high, right? And what I call this situation is basically you've got a divergence, meaning,
Yes.
You can get a snap back kind of move. Which way is it going to be? I don't know. It could be to the upside, right? It could be to the downside. I don't know. But that's why going into Monday, I would want to see this move higher hold, which would tell you that on the intraday, right, you're seeing acceptance of those higher prices.
Very much so. I'd like to. So earlier in the day, and I kind of think it's very important that we hear different perspectives from different people. We heard from Hoag this morning. We heard from Michael Patak. We heard from RIPS as well. And kind of when you kind of turn into you feel like you're kind of spinning your wheels in your trading career, and you're not as profitable as you like. You kind of, let's be honest, you get in a slump. And I think we've all been in a slump before. And Darsh, you were funded in 2018. You're now funded again. So clearly, in between those two time periods, there was some learning. There's some self-reflection, perhaps even you want to call it a slump. How do you talked about it a little bit, like, what did I learn? What do you do when you are not seeing the markets clearly? How do you get out of a slump? Let's just be frank about how do you get out of a slump when we are slumping, the inevitable slump that every trader gets into. What do you do? How do you attack something like that?
Definitely. The biggest thing is, there's one person that you have to be honest with, and that's yourself.
You're right.
And I think a lot of times we have these big ambitions, whatever that may be, whether it's making money or being successful, whatever the case may be. When you have those ambitions, somewhere you lose sight of reality. And in that process, you don't fully accept the truth. So, for instance, when you get in a slump, the first thing to do is to be fully honest with yourself and accept that you're entering that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a big part of it, because the longer you say, kind of ignore it or you let it go on, the worse it kind of gets and the harder it is, right? Because the hole gets deeper and it's going to take you a lot more effort to get out of that. So I think recognizing that would be a big deal. And for me, that has been a journey. But the other thing that I've realized is this 5-year period, was it a slump? You could say, yeah, but it wasn't, because I've made a lot of progress, right?
There you go.
Because in my individual accounts, like trade stocks and stuff like that, like,
Sure.
2020, I had a 7-figure year. So like, it's been good. But
whoa, what?
Wait, time out. Back up.
Hold
Darsh,
up. That was
2020.
not in your bio.
Don't take it away.
Excuse me, can you say that again?
This was not your bio.
So 2020 was, basically a 7-figure year. And that's with my swing trading, right? Like that I do in stocks. And so slump, yes. Slump, no.
No slump.
Yes
slump, no.
Because,
slump, no. Darsh, no slump. No slump at all.
And the reason why I say yes is because every day is learning for me. Even if even if I have a good day, there's something to learn out of that. And over these years, it's been really refining the things that I do, understanding the things that I'm good at, because what maybe Dolby might be good at might not be something I'm good at, right? And if I just try to mirror that, that may be the wrong approach. But then this goes back to the learning thing that I mentioned earlier. Understanding that Dolby is good at something would be a really good thing, right? That's a good thing. And you can utilize that information.
Dolby cracks me up, Darsh. Sorry, don't pay attention to him, or don't pay attention to me when Dolby says stuff. Do not stop it, Dolby. Darsh, you were saying if Dolby's good at something, that's a good thing. Absolutely. You were saying
right,
Darsh.
and now it becomes a question of, okay, rather than mirroring him, how do you utilize those things for yourself and make it work for you, right? And again, that comes with dissecting it. Like, okay, what are the things he's good at? Why is he good at those things, right? And then basically doing kind of a deep dive, and that really has been, kind of the big part of my journey, and it continues to be so every single day.
It's amazing. Yes. All right, Darsh, if I can ask you something, when you had that 7-figure year, I know it was the year of COVID. I know we were all in lockdown. So probably wasn't, did you buy anything special with that? Did you do anything extravagant with that 7-figure? Or did you just park it in your 401k and just let that thing grow? What'd you do with it? Anything extravagant? You buy a car, house, anything cool?
Nothing cool.
Awesome.
Because
That is cool.
I bought a bunch of cool things before, and I realized they're not so cool after. So,
Like what?
I didn't.
What's your biggest regret?
Cars
What's your
stuff like-
biggest guilt purchase?
Yeah.
I feel like I've just bought, not expensive. Like now, where you look at it, like these cars are everywhere, like Beamers and Benzes. But like back in the day, I had like those cars, and it was just, now that I look at it, it was kind of a waste of money because I could have just had any other car. But what I did do with that money is I own a restaurant. So
Okay.
it's not a 401k, but it's a
tell us about the restaurant.
long-term
We can talk restaurants.
strategy.
Yes, Dolby. Boom. Go, Dolby.
And
We can talk restaurants. and
so
stuff.
that's where we've kind of moved towards, and just parked it there, right? As I said, long-term game, something to lean on.
All right, so you I think you just got
Go.
muted. Hold on. Are you still there, Darsh?
I am, yeah.
Loud and
Oh,
clear.
okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, I used to work in a restaurant. That was actually my MO for like 10 years. I did worked at night in a restaurant and then day traded in the morning. What do you do, front of house, or do you own the restaurant like outright? Do you spend any time in the restaurant?
Don't own it outright. It's a bit of both, obviously. Like, it's a franchisee, first of all, and what that allows for is there's a structure in place. Because if you start a restaurant from scratch, for instance, you have to create all those processes, right, for that to be there. And because of that reason, I have a business partner who's there, and he's the one who's involved kind of in the day-to-day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got
Is
it,
it
got
a Tim
got
Hortons? Hey, Darsh, is it Tim Hortons?
It's not.
It's not Tim Hortons. All right, sorry,
And
Dolby. You were saying.
I would tell you the name, but I'm not sure if such language is maybe allowed on this show.
Ooh, you got me intrigued now. We got a couple minutes left.
The name
here.
of your restaurant can't
Yeah.
be said on TopstepTV?
Dude.
What?
No, it can be. It can be. It's just some people don't take it nicely to hear, so maybe.
Okay, well, apparently you're the franchisee of a risque restaurant. Do you see any similarities or any benefits to working in a restaurant that can kind of cross over to trading? Do you see anything like that?
I mean, both are businesses, and there's a certain way to do business, right? So there's a lot of parallels, I guess, but one of the things that you learn is, both of them, you got to manage your risk. And if you don't do that, then it can end very badly. So I think that is one of the parallels that is kind of really there. There's a lot of other ones, right? Like, for instance, with trading and having a business. With a business, maybe you're selling a product or a service or whatever the case may be, right? You want to, you would not just be, marking everything at a discount and be like, come buy this, right? You would not do that as a business. So when you tie that over to trading, if you're thinking of just placing all these trades, think about it the same thing, right? Like, it's a product. You don't want to be just throwing it out there and just hoping that somebody's going to buy it just to do some business, right? Because if you do that, as you probably know, that it's not going to work out so well in the long run.
No, it's not. I think there's some guesses in the chat as to what franchise you own, and I think you're on to something, Dolby.
Is Hooters the correct answer?
Is Hooters the correct answer?
Nope.
All right,
damn.
we'll stop
All right.
there.
We tried, chat.
We'll
tried.
stop
I
there.
can. I'll narrow it down. It's a Canadian franchise.
Oh, thank you.
Canadian,
Yeah,
okay,
we guessed that
interesting,
much, Darsh.
interesting,
We
okay,
guessed that
okay.
much. All right. Well, with
chat,
that being
get your
I think-
Google open.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
think
almost time. Sorry.
It's almost time here. Quick recap is what's coming up. Everyone knows we got Top Quiz coming up. That was fun. Jack, Brooke, and Sarah, group coach, and Robert and JD, Hogan, Anne-Marie, back to strategy lab. Anne-Marie, saw Anne-Marie in the chat. I think she was able to capture some profits. Everyone's favorite hour to close out the day, close out the week is myself, Dolby Time, and DannysTrades. We're gonna go pulled pork in that sucker. Darsh, thank you so much for joining us. This is here come the sellers. Heads up on the sellers here on the NASDAQ and S&Ps. With that being said, Top Quiz is next. Dolby, thanks for joining. Darsh, it's been a pleasure. Hope everyone, it's not Hooters, Dolby. Yes, with that being said, Top Quiz is next. Darsh, thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
See you, Darsh.
everybody. Welcome to this very special once weekly Friday edition of Top Quiz. I am Jack, joined by Sarah. Sarah, no Brooke today, but you are going to hold down the trivia knowledge for both of yous, right?
I sure am. I'm going to try. It's always better when you have two heads, but, you know, maybe my age will play in here.
Utter confidence in that. So, if you're first time playing Top Quiz, there is a link pinned to the top of the chat. Enter in for your information. And you can also go to kahoot.it and enter that number, as we say, if you're not into the whole brevity thing. There'll be 4 questions asked, multiple choice. If you get 3 or 4 right, you're entered into a raffle for at least 30 free resets. The top 3 will also get free resets, so answer quick if you want to be in that elite crew. Lastly, be sure to answer the questions as they appear on your device, because we're a little behind here. So, oh yeah, one other announcement. Starting next week on Monday, you are only allowed to win the quiz 1 time per calendar week. Seems fair. We're trying to spread it out a little bit. So if you win all 5 days... Yeah, and we are paying attention. If you win all 5 days this week, that's the end of that gravy train, but good job. All right. Irrational Unicorn, the NASDAQ Trader, let's go. We're going to get this started in just a few seconds here, so consider this your final warning that we are about to start right now.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Friday.
Hands up, right?
Get it? Yes, you may put hands up. All right. Question number 1. Historically, what percentage of the time does Punxsutawney Phil not see his own shadow, i.e. predicts an early spring like he did today? Is it 8% of the time, 16% of the time, 48% of the time, or 72% of the time?
Ooh. Well, I mean, statistically, I don't think that 72% of the time would be accurate if you flip a coin, right? So I'm going to go with 48.
If it were like that, and we did mention this earlier on the show, it's actually only 16% of the time. Only 20 times out of the last 127 years has old Puxy Phil, and I guess, I assume there's been, I don't know how long groundhogs live, but I assume there's been...
I was about to say, is it a new...
Dozens.
I didn't want to sound dumb. I'm like, how long did they live?
Yeah, so 16% of the time. All right, early spring, here we come. Let's see who knew that off the top. My old friend, Jack Mayoff. I think it's pronounced.
Oh,
yeah,
it is.
Richie
it is. There's a tilde missing off the E.
Oh, we got a good other one there, too. You guys are sneaky today.
Oh, yeah.
Gregster, 1978.
I swallow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, let's be sure that...
You wallow in ice. Mm-hmm.
You're opening yourself up to gifts. All right. Let's go for question number 2 here. What number is RIPS? The trader knows RIPS currently on the Topstep top funded traders list. We announced this today. Was he number 6, 24, 37, or 53?
I mean, he would like to be number 6. So that's a good one, right? I'm going to go with 24.
Yes. Yes, indeed. He's at 24 and rising. Looks like a lot of you got that in the comments there. We revealed that earlier. He seemed happy about it. Let's see who was paying attention. Jack May Hoff.
Yes.
Richie Trader. Ice.
Wallow. Ice, baby.
Yeah. Gregster 78 and a cut. All right. Let's get this going with question number 3. I'm going to wait 1 second to see. We have the Topstep ad on a timer. I want to make sure it doesn't obscure things. Remember, in case you haven't been here since July, we are 1 step, 1 rule now. Check it out. All right. Question number 3. According to a 2017 Morning Consult poll, what is Americans' favorite Star Wars film? Is it A New Hope? That's the first one. Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, or Revenge of the Sith?
Standing in a room full of Star Wars toys, if I get this wrong, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. Just saying. I'm going to go with ESV, Empire Strikes Back.
Empire Strike Back is correct.
Whoo, gosh.
I'll show the stats on this afterwards. I mean, Empire Strikes Back is the best of the films, so that's why I put it there. I think it's going to show the scoreboard first. Gregster, T. Rosel, Crindler, Mixed Ticks, and
no, we're not saying that one. You guys are going to make me blush.
To those who lost on BS non-trading questions, I am sorry. Okay. By the way, here is the poll. I did it because Empire Strikes Back. They were very close. Return of the Jedi was in second, which that's a big head scratcher there. Revenge of the Sith, just 5%. Empire is the gold standard. Okay, here we go. Last question for today. The generally accepted definition of a bear market is when the market is down what percent from its most recent high? 10%, 20%, 30%, or 40%?
Ooh. I bet a lot of people know this right off the top of their head.
It's possible.
Go with 30%?
30% is close, but
Dang,
the answer
but no cigar.
is 20%. That was still a good job today. Did you get?
I think I got two
or three right. Two is
I don't know.
very good.
I'm not keeping score. I'm never going to hit Bonnie's perfect game, and I'm fine with that. It's
well, if
okay.
you do, you could add some Pitbull memorabilia to behind you there. All right. Let's see who our three fastest answer people are. In third place, Lavi. That's a nice name. It's nothing about T. Rosel.
All right.
And
Congratulations.
in first place, can't wait to see what this is. Mixed Ticks. I'm fine with that.
All right. Good job. Congratulations, everybody. You are better than me.
All right. Well, Sarah, thanks so much for joining today. It was a pleasure as usual.
Thank you. I appreciate being here. It's always fun. Thanks.
Yep. Fun stuff. Remember, next week, you can only win once per calendar week. In the meantime, stick around. We got group coaching today with Robbie. Coach Robert will be here with JD. We have Hoagland and Marie coming on at 1. And then for Power Hour today, we have the Good Time Charlies. Andre Dolby and DannysTrades will be here pulling pork and all that. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Happy weekend, y'all.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. I am JD. I'll be hosting this little session. Joined with me is Coach Robert, who I'm sure you're all familiar with. Hello, Robert. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much. It was fun filling in here for Hoag these couple of days. I appreciate it. Hope everybody else is doing well. Saw some good trading this morning, but glad to be here, JD.
Excellent. Yeah, I know everybody appreciates your insight also. Thanks again, everybody, for who submitted a question. We had the form pinned in the chat for a little while this morning. We got a whole new list of excellent questions. Let's let Robert do his introduction, and then we will get started. Don't forget that risk disclosure.
Absolutely. No, this is just a little bit about me. It's been on the screen. I don't want to talk too much about that. Just that February 14th, just a couple weeks here, 2 years at Topstep, and I was a pro trader before that. I shouldn't say pro for myself, full-time trader for myself for about 4.5 years before that. Jumped into Topstep and just jumped on the coaching bandwagon, and here we're on TopstepTV. So that's a little bit about me. Enough about that. The important one is the CFTC disclaimer. Futures and trading contains substantial risk. It's not for every investor. You can lose more than your initial investment. The representations here are not trading advice. They are not financial advice. And we have to use this for entertainment purposes only. It's also going to add one more piece onto this, that what I say here is of my own opinion, just as being a coach, and we'll try to keep it as unbiased as possible when it comes to coaching, because that's what you do, you know. So anyway, without further ado, let's get started. I'm just going to pull a chart up to hang around in the background, and JD, I am ready when you are. I took a quick look to get some good questions today.
We sure did. Let's how about a quick check-in on the markets? We had a nice pullback in equities. Now we're looks like we're trying to reach back for the highs again. What a grind higher today. You know, they say never short a quiet market, right? And we're kind of seeing that the last couple hours here in equities.
Isn't that incredible? I mean, the way that this morning happened, this is the morning, it's over here on the left-hand side. We can see it there, that, you know, the dump off with that news. I know RIPS was on through the fast markets. And he just rode this thing up. He kept adding, pulling off. I loved watching that. It's amazing. And then we just had it now. What did we have? What is this? The high was, I don't know, 17,755, and it's 60. That's almost 100 points down here. And this is a 3-minute chart. So in 3 minutes, it went almost 100 points drop. So you got to love the games.
And we're more than halfway back now. Possible new highs coming again.
Right.
Well, let's jump into some of these questions. All right. First comes from Don Trull. Don Trull wants to know, Coach Robert, do you meditate before you start trading? What is part of your morning routine? How do you get started before you jump into the markets?
Well, I'm gonna ask the chat if they think I meditate or not, and then I'm gonna go on my spiel. So chat, jump in there. There's a 6-second delay. So do I meditate or not? And then as we're entering those in, I will pause quickly. Okay, and here is my real answer. I do not meditate per se, but I do take my time. Something I started on the first of the year, it's not necessarily a New Year's resolution, but something I wanted to try was to not check my phone for the first 30 minutes after waking up. So that might be a form of meditation. The chat saying you should. Yes, you absolutely should. I am a fan of it, to be honest. I'm so high strung and like fast moving. I just want to get up and get things done. So one of my things was, again, just not checking my phone in the morning for the first 30 minutes. I'll hit my alarm, stop it. I will mosey around a little bit. I have a nice lake out in the backyard. I'll go outside. Like today, literally walked outside for a couple minutes while my coffee was heating up. I guess if you want to call that meditation, not necessarily the sitting, usual, hands, legs crossed and stuff. I don't do that per se, but I have definitely made a habit of slowing down first thing in the morning and not just jumping right in. And yes, I agree with the chat that if you don't, that you should. It's a really nice way to get centered. That's one of the things John Hoagland says in the morning, is to make sure his last 4 things is to be centered. It's a great way to do it. I should do it more. I'm working on that way, but do I even know what meditation is? Yes, I do.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many traders out there who find longevity just rolling out of bed, jumping on the screen, and start plugging away at it. You got to have, like you said, you need some type of exercise or some type of, I guess you would call it a routine to center yourself before you get started. Your head's got to be in the right place.
Yeah.
That's all I have to really say about that. Moving on.
Awesome,
Samuel. Samuel wants to know, I know trading with funded and practice accounts is different, but trading combine and practice account, do they share the same difference in terms of trading psychology? My problem is I get profitable in practice account, but do horrible in the trading combine. Your opinion would be much appreciated. Hoag does cover this question quite a bit, but I'm sure everybody wants to know what your opinion on this one would be. Coach Robert.
I am in full agreement with Hoag, and it does make a difference. There are multiple levels. When you're just paper trading, practice account, nothing to do with it. And then trading sim, but in a combine to pass. And then you have sim in the XFA, which you're still getting funded, but you still have that little edge in the back. And that last little edge in the back of your head doesn't show up until you go to live, and then you realize that it was a different edge from XFA to live. If you think XFA, it might be the end game, but it's not. It's just you're there, you get funded, you still use it, and if you continue on, you'll get called up to live by Mick or one of the other risk managers, and then it's a whole different ball game. The interesting part, and it should not be, because it's the same chart, same strategy, same market, same issue, whatever you're doing is the same. So it really should not make any difference, but it does, right? And that means it's all between the ears here. It's all in the heart, and it's all in the back of the head here. That's the amygdala. When it's a fight or flight thing, it's a primitive state, especially if you start getting closer. Okay. I'm going to equate this to like a marathon. I'm up here in Massachusetts, so the Boston Marathon. How many runners have you seen that have gotten within 100 yards or 100 feet of the Boston Marathon and not finish it, and they just collapse, right? It's just that edge. You get that, and that's here I am. I'm ready to go. That's just like trading. Nothing changed on the chart. The only reason you're feeling this is you're doing it to yourself. You're clicking the same buttons. It's not easy to get past. Okay, this is my line. It's like, look, trading is not easy. Just don't make it harder than it has to be. You're not hurting anything or doing any harm by losing a trade, or gaining a ton and making the world a better place by winning a trade. It's part of the system. Just do your job, do your process, do your strategy, place your trades, and go forth with it. Did you see Hoag this morning? Did you see MP this morning? We just trading, and Eddie hasn't been trading. Rips this morning. Andre, Dobie. Look at Dobie yesterday afternoon. He blew out that account like 15. what is this pulled pork type of thing here? 15 lots, and the market came down. What did he miss it by 2 ticks or something? And then it went 3-4 times as high as he was gaining. That's beautiful. But what did he do? He laughed it off, reset his account. Okay, no big deal. That is truly what it's about. So to make sure I answer this question, is it different? The only thing that's making it different is your perspective and your opinion of it. If you can train yourself to do the same thing over and over, you'll do just fine.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I know some people in the chat wanted to see Dolby blow a couple accounts yesterday on the close. I'm glad he didn't, though. Checking out on the chat, Coach Dakota has joined us. Let's just call him number 6 for today.
Absolutely.
Nice job moving up the list. Absolutely killing it. Rips is trying to poach him for his trading team for the Topstep Trading League.
I think we should have pulled Rips off the air before we showed the top 5, because I know he's going after all those folks.
He's moving up. He's number 24 now. I bet we'll see him in the next couple weeks in the top 10 for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Next question is from Ling. Ling wants to know, or Ling is asking if you could please tell about your stop loss strategy. Now, Robert's a very mechanical trader. Most of the trades he does are pre-programmed, so I'm sure risk strategy is different on every trade setup that you are programming, but I'm not going to take the words out of your mouth. Why don't you go ahead and tell everybody about it?
Sure, no problem. I'm just gonna hit this one really quick, because it is different. And I want to make sure we're staying on the topic and on the right side of everything, because I do things a little bit different. But I will mention, when I'm doing these trades, they are calculated out. They are mathematical, and sometimes, more often than not, y'all are gonna kill me, but my stops are further than my targets are. It's literally, for the most part, a 2 or 3 to 1 risk reward. So I'm risking 3 to 1. But hear me out. I don't let it go there. I just give the markets room to move. I trade the NQ on these range bars. So I like to see the markets bouncing around. When they're making their moves, get into them, ride them along, and get out quickly. Sometimes if you enter a trade, it might go a point or 2 in my favor, then go 12 points against me, and then go the 10 I'm looking for. So if I had a 1-to-1 10 and 10 profit and loss, I'm losing a lot. I found this out by tracking all of my trades for 3 months in a spreadsheet, every single one of them, every winner, every loser for 3 months. This is a couple years ago. I found out that when I was taking trades that were over 20 points based on the calcs I was doing, I was losing 80% of those trades. So I just simply stopped taking trades over 15 points and got myself out of the water. But if I take a trade of 15-point target, a 2-to-1 ratio would give me a 7.5 or 8-point stop. You can't have an 8-point stop in the NQ. You'll get whipped around like crazy. So I may calculate trades out and say, okay, here's a 10-point, 3 trades in a row, 10-point profit, 10-point profit target, 10-point profit target, 3 in a row. But based on market conditions and movement, that first stop might be 12 points, the second might be 18, the third might be 24. Okay, it doesn't mean I let it go there all the time. It's more price action, more watching the market. You saw RIPS do that this morning. You absolutely saw him do exactly that. He was into a trade, it bounced down, it came back up again. Go back and watch that segment. It threw up his way. He added into the trade. It slowed down, came back a little bit, started heading back up. He threw 2, 3 more at a time on there. It pushed up a little more. He pulled 2 of them off, moved his stop up, pulled down, and that is the style of trading. So, looking at it at a hard setup of a risk reward, and this is telling you about your stop loss strategy, I simply don't have one, and it really depends on trading style. I don't want to go against what anybody else is saying or suggesting because they're all different. All traders are different. It matches your style. Moving stops, I'm not a fan of it. I just don't do it. If I look at a trade and it's getting close to my target, I'm not going to move my stop to break even and give back 80% of what I made. It's just something that I do personally. Now, starting out, if you're taking those longer trends in smaller positions, yes, that would be a great thing to do. Drag that sucker along. If you get in today after that big pull off, that big drop off today, and got into the markets, I'm not saying try to bottom take it, but make sure you get the structure there and it starts to push back up. Volume coming through, everything lining up. We had Apple and Microsoft. They're all pushing up really hard today, and the market keep going up. Sure, if that's the type of trader and you like to follow those, yeah, manage that stop and let it go and let it go and let it go. You don't know where it's going to stop, right? We only know there's 3 things. You have your entry, your stop, and your target. We know our entry because we put it on. We know our stop because we decided what we want to risk, but we have no idea what the target is. So letting a winner run, a little bit tough for me. Managing your stop, absolutely. I said it was going to be a short answer, but it turned into a long one, didn't it?
Yeah. So what Robert was talking about is basically an inverted risk strategy, which is a viable strategy as long as you have a high win rate or a high enough win rate to keep the math on your side. That's all we're trying to do. Stay in the market again tomorrow. All right.
That's
next
all
question
it
is
is,
from.
yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Next question comes from Don. Don said earlier you showed a quick scalp on NASDAQ a few days ago. It involved a reversal pin bar. Do you think you could show that one more time for Don? I believe he's talking about your 3-bar reversal bot. Is that correct?
I think I took one online here when I was on the other day, but regarding the pin bar, I mean, I don't usually trade that because I trade all range bars, but we can look at one. It's just simply that when the market comes up, let me grab something that's really easy to see here.
Actually, I have a follow-up question from Matt. If you look down at line 143, Matt wants to know, with your 3-bar reversal strategy, have you combined any type of volume indicator or other relevant non-lagging indicator along with the reversal in order to add confirmation? So I guess maybe we could talk about both these at the same time.
Sure, I'll put both. I think I see where these are coming from now. The one that Matt is referring to is a few months ago, I held a coaching class. I say coaching, but we basically built a bot in NinjaTrader, a bot automated trading system in NinjaTrader from start to finish. We started with a blank screen, blank Ninja. We used the internal strategy builder. It was about 2 hours long. It's posted in the Discord. You can see it. And we started from scratch, built it, and then it's just out there for everybody to use. And it was literally 3 bars. It basically took, and I'll show you what we can do. Here's an example. Let me highlight it right here. It'll be a little bit weird looking example, but at least we'll see it. Here's 3 bars. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Okay. This is all it was. Let's see if we can see that. Okay. It was literally no science behind this, no anything, but we were just showing how to make these things. It was 1 green bar, a higher green bar, and then when the next bar went higher but closed lower, we simply went short. We put our stop at the top of that last bar, and our profit target was the length of that bar. That is all we did. This technically would be, I'm looking at this now, it would be a winning trade. We would be getting out right here, right? So long, up, bar, up bar, higher, but it closed lower. Short, stop is up top. And then we go twice the size of that bar, which I'm going to eyeball it as right around here. There's your winning trade. And if we did it in this particular scenario, what is that? Roughly, that's a 650 to 25 to 25 point move. So that's it. You're done. I mean, 20 points is at $400 in the NASDAQ. Do that, 5, 6, 7 days and you're funded, right? So that's what we did. And if that's what he's referring to, both of these with the 3 bars, that was what we're referring to. It necessarily wasn't in the bot setup. We did use time-based charts because everybody's familiar with them. But I believe the one I traded a few days ago was just range bars where it came up and did pretty much the same thing. All it did was go up. I don't really necessarily care about the wicks or anything, but it just went up, broke through a high, dropped back down again. We shorted it, took some points out of it, and we're done. Then here's the irony: is I put 2 more trades on afterwards. The market was going down. We got in long and drew some lines. They asked us to trade RTY. We drew a couple of zones like this, just some areas of consolidation, and played the distance between them. The segment ended, and like 6 minutes later, both of those trades went right through, and then the market took off, and that's when everybody killed it on the power hour at the end. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. I wish it happened online when we were on TV when we were doing it, but we had the right idea, and I did post them in Discord also. So I think we got those 2 answers covered there, JD.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Don and Matt, for the questions. This next question we have highlighted from Yifan. I'm a little confused by it, but let's read it anyway and see if you can make sense of it. Yifan wants to know, what is the difference in market character between the ES and the NQ? It needs to be known for traders. What do you think about that? Do you have an answer for Yifan?
Yeah, I like the way they phrase the question about the character, because we talk about them having personalities. I know Coach Jay Cook talks about the same thing. They have different personalities. That's true. That's true. Look at we call it the NASCrack, right? I think Deanna calls it the NASCrack, and others do too. It just whips all over the place. It's like me, like this spazzy person, a lot of energy, flying around, moving things, but it still gets the job done, still makes those highs. So yeah, the ES, it just runs, I hate to use the word slower, but it's a thicker market. NASDAQ being 100 stocks of the NASDAQ, the NQ being the 100 stocks of the NASDAQ, the ES being 500, the S&P 500, Russell is 2,000, and of course the Dow is 30. With that many more stocks, it's not going to have the Mag 7 that you hear about all the time, moving things around and flying across the board, because there are many, many more stocks in there that it has to pull along with it. Whereas the NASDAQ, you get a couple of those big movers, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA, Tesla, you get those stocks in there and they start peaking up on some, like all the tech ones, they start popping up, and be it earnings or some news or some economics, like, hey, this is great. It's going to pull that NASDAQ right along with it. So that would be the personality, the way that they move, the way that they're actioned. Okay. I want to make sure this is a market character. Yeah. Yes, I firmly believe it should be known however you wish to identify it to make sense to you. That is one of the key things I look for and that I talk about when trying to choose an instrument, is to look through a bunch of them. There's got to be 30 or so that you can trade for, if not more, for Topstep. Look at them. You have a practice account. See which one speaks to you, and then try to figure out on different time frames. Are you a patient person? Do you like to just not stick it that open? Like to trade after lunchtime, Central Time. Do you like to trade at night? If you want to trade at night and you want to trade gold, good luck. It doesn't move anywhere. If you want to trade the overnights, NQ moves a lot, and you can jump on with Coach Dakota. He trades the Nikkei a lot. They move at nighttime. I say at night, this would be after 5 p.m. Central Time when the futures markets open, up until later in the evening hours. So if you find something that personality matches yours, that's, I was going to say half the battle, but 70% of the battle. I really, really struggle. I'm a high energy guy. I really struggle if I'm trying to trade something. Imagine me trying to, trade some of the currencies, the currency or like, or cattle or grains as corn. I go nuts. I just can't do it. It's not my style. Just like indicators and just like different types of charts. I cannot trade oscillators, any type of oscillator, if my life depended on it. I know a trader that uses 2 MACDs with different settings. That's all they use, and they kill it. It really matters for you. Find the market with your personality that matches you. That, what did you call it here? Your market character that matches your character. Study it, and you'll know if it speaks to you or not. We get really hung up on just trading NQES all the time. Yes, because they move, but do you want the long dollar or the quick dime? Right? Good question. I like the way they phrase that. And somebody asked me about the chart. This is a 3-minute chart for those who asked.
Yeah, I was just going to jump on that one. Yep. Coach Robert looks at a 3-minute chart in the NASDAQ and a 6-minute chart in the ES. We talked about that quite a bit the other day, I believe. Mm-hmm. But thank you for your question. Next up is Michael. Michael says, I treat my practice account like a real account. And I went from 150K to 206K in 2 days twice this week, but I blow my 50K combine in 2 to 3 days. Should I go for a 150K combine instead? Sounds to me like Michael's trading a 150K practice account and a 50K combine. What do you think is setting him back there?
I would say that he needs to slow down. I don't know, just based on this comment, I don't know anything about this trader. I don't know who it is. It's Michael. It's Michael M. If you went 2 times from 150K to 206K in 2 days, twice this week, that's a high roller. I'm not judging it at all, but then you're trying to take that same concept and structure and trade something that's a much smaller size, 1/3 the size, and you're blowing them out. I really can't I can't really tell you what to do. I would just say, think of it there. If you're trading really well in a 150 and then you go to a 50 combine, you're losing them, kind of do the, connect the dots on that one. Should you go to the 150? I can't force or make that decision on you. I would just say, look at, kind of like read that question back to yourself and think, man, I'm doing really good in these 150 practice, but I go to a 50 combine, I lose it. Or the other way around. Maybe if a trader is doing it the other way, if they like taking those small pieces, but it takes them forever in 150K, maybe they should stick with the 50. Okay. Hopefully that answers that without giving advice on there.
Sound answer. Thank you, Robert. Next, Robert C. wants to know, do you do group coaching and when? Well, congratulations, Robert. If you're here, you made it at the right place at the right time, as Eddie would say, because we are indeed in the middle of a group coaching session right now. But Robert also spends quite a bit of time in Discord. We want to talk a little bit about when you're in Discord and what you talk about there?
Yeah, just briefly, this is the group coaching session that we do on TopstepTV. So Robert, it's not me. I'm not going to say the last name. It is Robert C. Not me. Yeah, you're getting the group coaching here, and it's nice. We just switched it up a little bit between me and Hoag. We have different, energies and the way we look at the market. So it's just something different. And plus, he's coming up next with Anne Marie on Strategy Lab. So you definitely get some more Hoag time in there. As far as Discord, I'm really strapped during the day on TopstepTV. I can bounce every once in a while, jump in there, but it's not often. We're too busy on production. After market, after the broadcast is done, I'll grab something to eat, relax a little bit, and then I'll generally jump on for I was going to say an hour or 2 at night, but lately it's been like 6 hours. It just sits right next to me as I'm doing other work on my own little screen over here. So yeah, you can find me in there. All the coaches are in there. There's a whole section. It's a group coaching session where any of the coaches can come in. But if you find yourself gravitating to one particular coaching style, we all have our own individual channels. I know we all do things a little differently. We all support each other on everything we do. We just want to do the best for you. So if you don't like what I do, totally cool. You don't like what someone else does, you want to see me, totally cool. We are all helping each other out, and it's all here for you, and it's all free. See, hit us up in Discord.
Yep, we are a giant trading community here, and everybody is welcome to join in. We do have a few questions in the chat about the quiz. If you are here for the quiz, you missed it. Top Quiz happens every day at 11:45 a.m. Chicago time. That would be Central Time, 11:45 a.m. It is at the same time every day. You may be watching the stream on a lag. Go ahead and refresh your YouTube stream. Thank you very much. Moving on, Blake wants to know, how and when do you add to winners without destroying your average price? This is a great question. What do you think, Coach Robert?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Again, I like the way this one is phrased. Anytime you add to a trade, you're going to change your average price, unless you add at the exact same price, because it's going to average those out. It's going to take those two, just right. That's that's your average between those two, and then you add again, it averages them in. So how do you do it without destroying? I hate to go back, not hate to. I'm referring back to this again, but watch the segment earlier, Fast Markets with RIPS. The way he was trading that, it's exactly what that question means. He wasn't just slamming. The market pushed up, and he's like, patient. I have a feeling this is going to keep going. All this stuff is coming in. The guy listens to like 7 streams in his head at the same time, 7 squawks, plus us with 4 people on the screen. I don't know how he does it, but it's amazing. But he just pushed it, and then he didn't just keep driving. He said, no, hold on. The markets go up and down, even within ticks, within points, within days. They're going to fluctuate. So as soon as that's pushed up and he saw that starting to slow down a little bit, he just waited. Came back down a little bit, slowed down, started pushing up. That's when he got in again. That is classic adding to a winning trade at that point. So adding to winners, yeah, that's good. But also just keep in mind that if you're adding and it starts coming back on you, you are losing now at twice the rate. I'm not saying losing in a sense of if you enter a contract and it's up $100 and you enter in again and it comes halfway back, you're not down 50 because now you're 2 contracts, you're down 100, right? So keep that in mind. You're way better off letting it come back down and then entering, and then your stops are still right there, keeping that risk managed, but you're way better off getting into it on those little pullbacks. Again, I'm going to go back to this too. It depends on how you trade. Some traders, if it's your style, are going to see a pullback on a 15-minute chart if it comes back half of the day. They might be trading a VWAP reversion. I don't know. I don't trade it, but I see it done a lot. Maybe that's what it needs to happen. Oh, I see this coming up. It needs to come back to my center line, get to VWAP, standard deviation 1, goes down, slows at standard deviation 2, and then gets in. Great. And then you ride that up. It starts going closer, pulls back. You want to pull back all the way to standard deviation 1 again before you get in again. If that's your style, that would be a nice way to manage that trade, managing your average price. But just keep in mind that every time you add into that another contract,
keep your risk parameters in check and the same. You don't want to risk any more on the trade than you already are. You just want to add on. So keep that in consideration when you're picking your spots to add on to a position also. Thank you for the question. All right, next from Juan. Juan wants to know, where can I find Hoag's Emotional Trading Journal? Let me grab that for you real quick, and I'll post the link in the chat. 1 second.
Yeah, post it in there, and I'm just taking a quick glance. We have these questions ahead of time. There's the form for group coaching. It's nice to get those questions in ahead of time, so we can, if we need to pull a chart up or do something different, we have time. So I'm not really watching the chat, so to speak. JD and some others are watching that, kind of feeding us this. So yeah, all the bot info is in Discord too. There's your Emotional Trading Journal. Great job, JD.
Yep, pinned in the chat now. Yeah, and for everybody throwing questions in late, we did get a lot of submissions today, so we do apologize in advance if we don't get to your questions today. But we will have some more time on Monday, so maybe we could get to them then. All right, moving on to Shay. Shay wants to know, how do you feel about taking small profits? I am positive 3 out of 4 days this week with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, up just over 1,500 on the week. I've tried to hold longer for bigger moves, but seeing decent profit on a trade and coming back to a stop loss puts me on tilt in a hurry. I've blown several combines this way. I start a new combine this week with a new mentality to take profit quick, which seems to be working. I think, Shay, you're talking to the right guy. Coach Robert talks quite a bit about how he's in the market for small, taking little bites out of the market, $200-$300 a trade, looking to make, between $600 and $1,000 a day. But again, I'm not going to take the words out of your mouth, Robert. Why don't you go ahead and explain your strategy or your risk strategy, please?
Sure, I want to make it work for this trader, but you hit the nail on the head, JD. That's pretty much it. Look, all traders are different, right? We all do things our own way. Just sharing what I'm doing. I'm not a person that goes for 50 points. I'm a person that goes for 10 5-point trades. And yeah, the commissions will get there, but hey, if it's a $5 commission and it's a 5-point trade, I'll take it. It's generally, I say 5 points. It's 5-10 point trades. My sweet spot is between like somewhere between 5 and 10. I will have my targets up a little bit above 10. So in case you get that push, really fast push move like happens at NQ sometimes, your target's in there. It's just gonna slam it and take it out for you. And you made a couple extra points. I don't really concern myself too much with commissions. It's part of the game. It's like trading software, trading platforms. I mean, they're free here in Topstep, most of them. But yeah, if you need to get what works for you. I want to go back to the first part of that because I want to clarify this for Ches. I am positive 3 out of the 4 days with 1-to-1 up over 1,500. Why do you want to change? Ask yourself that. That sounds like it's working for you. We talked about having personalities and matching your character. That sounds like it's perfect. If you're doing this 1-to-1 stuff and you're 3 out of 4 days positive, taking small profits along the way, $1,500 on the week, all the power to you. $1,500, $1,000 a week is $50,000 a year. So you're talking $70,000 a year. That's not too bad. Yeah, we can extrapolate that, but all right, call it $50,000 a year for 3 to 4 days a week with some small trades. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I get it too. Everybody wants to be a home run trader, but if small ball is working for you, why
absolutely,
change it?
Absolutely. If that's what's working for you, I wouldn't want to make any changes. I know everyone wants to get better, but just what if you scaled up? If you're doing these small trades and a 5-point trade, 2 contracts is now a 10-point trade. That's why I always said when I was more involved in the direct group coaching with traders like in small groups, we would say, hey, look, let's take one micro, call it ES, and make 50 points, make $50 a day, one micro. And they'll laugh because it's like today I made 65, then 72, then 48. Like $50 is easy with one micro ES. Make $50. Well, 2 is 100. 1 mini is 500 for the same dang trade. So get really super good at what you're good at. And it sounds like Ches is really good. 3 to 4 days a week, a decent ratio, $1,500. Well, if you do that exact same thing and use 2 contracts, it's now $3,000. Instead of trying to change and force something to fit yourself, well, hold your trades longer, hold those winners. Well, it's a winner now, but you don't know how long it's going to be a winner. That's the one part we don't know. It's just a fan of mine. Like, I'm going to take it. There's no way I want to let a trade go 80% of my profit to my target, only to lose that 80% plus my stop loss. It doesn't make any sense. It's there. You're so much better off. Just pull it off. There'll be another trade. Like Eddie says, another bus right around the corner. You miss that bus, there's another one right around the corner. It is so much better taking that trade off for $1 than it is losing $1. Absolutely.
100%. And if you want to get better at hitting home runs, then I might recommend jumping into your practice account and testing out those trades before you go into your combine or live account or funded account with those.
And check with Coach Dakota because he hits those home runs. He holds trades for hours and hours overnight. I don't know how he does it, but kudos to him. Every trader is different. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Have a session in his channel. That might work for you, but sounds like what you're doing with those trades is working.
Yeah, you could catch Coach Dakota out during slow markets. Let me find the time for that. I believe it's Monday through Thursday at 8 o'clock p.m. Chicago time.
Wow, JD, you know what? It is 12:36 Central Time right now, and this is our 3rd session on group coaching, and you died out the audio at pretty much the same time. We're gonna have to take a look at that, and we can now put a stamp on it. I will jump in to read the next question until he gets back, and thank you all for hanging around here. I appreciate you listening to me gab on this at time. Let's see. It is Bill F. Bill says and asks, thank you for the other day on group coaching regarding the range bar charts. All right, you're already my favorite right there. I have used as an ES and CL to some positive results the past few days. Awesome. Have you been able to find a good tick range for CL? And also, do you move your stop at all when your entry has been filled? I answered the stop question. I generally don't. I don't want to move my stop just to let my profits go away to hit a stop because I moved it to break even. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to take the profit and then take the next trade. So the tick range for CL, yeah, that is, I like to use round numbers, and CL goes in tens, like 0.01, 0.02, 0.03. So 1 point or one handle, it's going to be 0.01, 0.02, and then it's going to go up to the next like 74.75, 74.76, 0.77, up to 75, right? So that's how it's going to go, or 74.8 rather. The way I look at range bars and what's going to fit that instrument is simply by clicking through them and see how the rotations move. On NQ, it's generally a 40 range, which is 10 points. I know that I want a $200 risk. I go back one candle. They're all the same size. For ES, it's generally around an 8. Why? It's a $100 risk, and I go back 2 candles. If you can try it. If you tried to put an 8 range bar on NQ, there'd be a million of them on the chart. It's gonna fly all over the place. So you just scale it down. Okay, and the range, they only move a certain point. So if you had a 100-point range bar, you're going to get 3 candles all day long. That's not going to do any good. So you got to find that sweet spot. And I generally just works from my mind. This logical, mathematical. I like to use the round numbers. So I use 40. Yeah, it's not 50, right? But 40 is 10 points. That's where that works. If not, I'll use 20 on NQ. CL, I would use 10. If that doesn't work, 20. You need to see how it moves. It's a little slower moving, but with the range bars, the range charts, it's just, I can't say enough about them. It just outlines the market so clearly, in my opinion. Again, I'm not saying it's easy, but it just simplifies it for the style that I work with. It just shows you if the market is ranging and not bouncing, not going anywhere. Oil, let's say you're on CL and you're using that 10 range, and it's just bouncing in between 74.70 and 74.80, and it's just bouncing in between there. You're just going to get a candle or two, and they're going to stack up next to each other. Like when you call barcoding, you've heard that term barcoding. It literally looks like a barcode, green, red, right on top of each other. Just wait. It makes it so much easier to stay out of the chop. Just look at it. And okay, well, I'm going to wait until I see a couple bars stack up. I know it's out of that ridiculous chop range, which is probably around the point of control or some condensed area, maybe high of day, maybe a valley, or maybe what the volume profile is sticking out there. And you can see that on the TPO charts, it just sticks way out. It just keeps you out of the chop. So for CL, start with 10 and see what works for you. Excuse me. It's also going to depend on your account size and what you want for risk management. I only like risking, $200-300 on my trades. So that's where I get those numbers from. If you have a larger account and you're more tolerant to more risk, maybe you can use a little larger range bar, but it's not necessarily the size that matters for your risk, but how it looks on the chart. Nice and easy, nice and cleared out, nice and structured. You'll see it. Start clicking through them. You can pick them all. TradingView is really good. They don't particularly have it right now in Topstep X, and that's what I'm going to be focusing a lot more on going forward, so we can all get used to it and give feedback on the features. But TradingView has it. Ninja has it. Bookmap has it. I'm just trying to think. See, I'm the Quantower. Quantower's, I don't know. Forgot about Quantower. That's what I use mostly. But Quantower has range bars also. Give it a shot and try it through, or jump in Discord. I'd be happy to show you some of those. I don't know if JD is back. If he's there, say hello. If not, I'll grab the next question. Nope, doesn't sound like he's back. Looks like I'm on my own, folks. You're stuck with me. All right. Yeah, we got a couple more right here. This is from Justin. I thought I saw Justin here earlier. It says, "Hi, Robert. My first trade of the day is generally a loser. I try not to rush into trades as soon as the market opens, but I always end up making mistakes on the first trade. I usually catch up and make profit on the following trades, but I feel like if I can fix this problem, I could improve my performance significantly." Well, Justin, I hate to tell you, but there's always going to be a first trade, right? There's always going to be a first one. So let's identify where and why that first trade is going to happen. If you can put that first trade in a practice account just to get the jitters out of the way, or switch to a micro, it's no harm. Put it on the micro contract. Get that out of your system. Get the feel for the markets. If you're not accustomed to sitting down and waiting for that and being patient and you just want to jump in, scale it down. It is so much better to take an extra 2, 3, 5 days to get funded and make that slow burn than it is to try and rush into it. That open, you saying the market open, trying not to rush in, that is a killer. Is it some traders do really well? You saw on fast markets, those guys do great. It's just such a hard thing to do, and there's not a lot. Play an open range breakout, sure, you have to. You got to play the open, right? You have to. If you're not doing that, I don't know anything about your style or your strategy, other than what you told me here, your first trade is usually a loser and you're trying to play the open, The very simple answer to that is don't play the open, or scale down when you're playing that open, just to get back into the swing of things. We don't know what happened. Maybe you just, blood wasn't pumping enough and you weren't as focused. Maybe you had a little bit of a distraction. So looks like JD is going to be jumping in here any moment now. So yeah, just try to get off the fact that it's your first trade. Okay, it's going to be hard, but forget that. You're always going to have a first trade. So let's modify that first trade. Do something different with it. My suggestion would just be stop the open. Just wait. Give it even 10 minutes. Just walk away if you have to. Forget it. Forget everything. You're not going to miss anything. Trust me. You're not going to miss anything. The market's going to be here. It will absolutely be here. There will be moves. It was a move today. I'm looking ahead. So yeah, try to move off of that. I think I heard JD come back.
What's up? Can you hear me now? Still nothing.
I can hear you. No, I just got you, JD. I don't know if you can hear me though.
Oh yeah, we're good. Okay, excellent.
Okay, my question here from I'll get you the next one, but I want to answer this Dan Trader in the chat. They're talking about Quant Tower providing range bars. Right, it's Dan. I understand that version doesn't have range bars, but it's $25. Right, it's $25, and that comes with all the different candles, all the different types of Fibonacci, TPOs, the clusters. I had them on the other day. I was showing the cluster charts, so they look like TPOs. Renkos. Range, point and figure. It comes with all the extra ones for $25. So it's an investment. You're here already. You're already doing it. It's worth it. If you want to try it, it's I think I said the other day someone picked on me. So I drink more coffee in like 2 to 3 days than it does cost for the whole thing.
Yeah, small investment to improve your trading journey, correct? And I believe we just answered question 157 from Justin. Is that right? I did have to jump out for a few seconds there. Okay.
That's the one we just finished up, Justin.
Perfect. Thank you. Next was Stevens. Steven wants to join group coaching. I hope you stuck around, Stevens, because group coaching is happening. All right. Next, K. Scott. I have a problem holding my trades. I'm a scalper in my mentality, but I would like to learn to have the patience to hold longer when the trade is going my way. What advice do you have for Kay, who wants to hold on to trades just a little bit longer?
Sounds like he's got the patience problem like I do, and if that's a personality character thing, why try to change it? And that would be my question. If you said to me like this, hey, I have a problem holding my trades. I'm a scalper in my mentality, but I want to hold longer. You're going against yourself. It's my opinion on that. I mean, I don't know you as a person. Just based on that, it's like, this is my mindset. I'm going to take these little pieces along the way, but I'm not going to do that because I heard I have to hold my trades longer. No, do you. Every trader is different. Do you? Absolutely.
Yeah, a good way to hold on to trades longer too is to maybe up your size just a little bit. Instead of one contract, maybe try trading 2, take some profit on 1, and then hold 1 as a runner. Always a solid strategy for trying to take a bigger piece out of the market.
Nothing wrong with trying different strategies, throw it in a practice account, watch some. We have a lot of different traders on TopstepTV. We'll share whatever we can with you. And one of them is going to resonate. It's nothing personal. There's traders I see through chat or commenting me here. It just despise what I do. Totally fine. But there's also that don't like what MP does. There's also that there's a few in here that are calling out on RIPS. The guy's amazing, but it's just your style. It's just good. I cannot stress that enough. This is part of the coaching thing. I'm not telling you what to do. As a coach, I'm like, do you think here I am in Massachusetts and Patriots and Tom Brady fan? Do you think Bill Belichick was just like, hey Tom, why don't you throw the football this way? It's like, no, he's just coaching. It's not saying exactly what has to happen, right? There's other mechanics involved in there. So the coaching side is try not to force it. You know who you are. Take the Myers-Briggs if you want. Figure it out. You know what you are as a person. What do you do in your spare time, right? If you're an adrenaline junkie, you might want to be scalping these trades. If you just like to, go for long walks and sit calmly and read, well, maybe you're more of a patient person. You may not want to scalp. It's like John Hoag says he doesn't even watch the Nasdaq. He has heart palpitations. He's a cool dude, and he does great. ES is his jam. That's what he loves to trade. Awesome. I can't do it. It's too slow for me. I hate using slow. It doesn't move the way that fits my personality. Like, move. But it doesn't work. So holding on to your trades, scalper mentality. So scalp.
Yep.
I'm not saying scalp for 2 ticks. That's not good. Scalping, depending on your instrument, make sure you're getting a couple $100 out of it. If you're taking a trade and make a couple $100 and it's cost you $5-6 in commissions, so be it. That's the way it goes.
100%, yeah. And before I got cut off a few minutes ago, you did mention how Coach Dakota loves hanging on to trades for hours. And I was about to mention his slow market segment in Discord.
Please.
That happens Monday through Thursday at 8 o'clock p.m. Chicago time, Central Time, 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Catch Coach Dakota in Discord for slow markets. If you want to learn how to hang on to trades a little longer, you might pick up a couple tricks in that session. But thank you for your question, Kay. Moving on, Hans wants to know, when you are still not profitable, how do you find your edge when reviewing your journal?
Oh, I was wondering when we would get to that journal question. How do you find your edge? You just have to look at it from a third-person objective point of view. Try that. Just you have your journal written down, and if you can take that one hat off of me being the trader and put the other hat on of me being the objective coach teacher for yourself, you're grading and rating yourself here. If you can do that, that will make a really good difference. Look at it and say, like, what was going on here? What was this person doing? And if you can't answer that question for yourself, maybe you need to journal a little bit more. So how do you find your edge when reviewing your journal? Match things up. It depends on how you're journaling too. If you're just doing math and structure and prices and trades, that's one way. But if you can stick that emotional aspect in there, that's great. That's great too, because you want to see what happens. Okay. Personally, I'm emotional the same amount all the time for every trade, win or lose. I'm like I have a winning trade. I'm like, yes, I celebrate, pat myself on the back. 10 seconds later, next trade. If I lose, I'm like, dang it. What did you do? 10 seconds later, back to another trade. I mentioned this the other day when I was on. I'll just say it real quickly again. Somebody asked me about my winning streaks and losing streaks. How do you handle them? They're a factor of 1. I don't have winning and losing streaks. I literally look at every single trade as different. At the end of the day, I may be like, wow, it took 3 trades today. At the end of the day, it has 35 trades today. It doesn't matter to me. It's just, if the trade is there, the setup, I'm just going to take it. It's set up there, win or lose. Doesn't mean it hit my profit target. That was good enough, it close enough, and poof, close it. Doesn't mean it went all the way in my stop or looking trade. I'm like, I don't like to look at this anymore. Close it. And that's it. And just move on. Move on to the next trade. So how do you find your edge in your journal? Matching them up. Here's a real cool thing. If people know what I do, I like do a lot of coding and stuff, and I'm playing around with these GPTs a lot, the chat GPT stuff, and making some custom things that you might see coming out in the future. You can do now and grab your phone, take a picture of your trading journal, upload it, and it will scan it, read it, and then you can have a conversation as a third person. Now, it's for entertainment. They even say at the beginning it's not going to be accurate 100% but it may spark something in you. It may look at this and I don't know, I'm just going to make something stupid up on the fly. Let's say you put it up there and it goes, ChatGPT say, hey, analyze my trading. And they may look at that and let's just say, I'll make this up here. It looks like a building on fire because of the way the words and stuff were written. Because it thought it was a picture, right? And you go like, that might spark and go, oh my God, I am just burning through these accounts. I don't know, I'm being silly, but that's just trying to make a point here where there's an outside party. Use the technology, use a coach, use a trading buddy, all in Discord, and be your own best cheerleader and your own worst enemy objectively from that third person point of view. I think that's the best way to do it.
Awesome. Comprehensive answer. I hope everybody was listening there. Thank you, Robert. And thank you, Hans, for the question. Next, we have Ryan. Ryan has a 2-part question here. I'll start with the first part. Ryan says, I saw your WebEx about range candles this week and I was blown away. Can you say, how do you determine range size for each particular instrument? We did touch on this a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, we touched on that.
Any
You just
other?
gotta have to line it up. I would say go back to about 15 minutes in this segment. I want to make sure Ryan, it's there. We went through it. I don't want to do a lot of repeat on it. You just have to line them up and match them to what matches for the instrument. See how it lines up on the chart. You don't have gaps all over the place. You don't have one little line. It takes some trial and error, but you'll figure it out.
Excellent. And second part of Ryan's question is about coding. Ryan says, I love that you are coding. Is there a way to move or convert a TradingView indicator from PineScript into a Ninja script so I can test it in an automatic bot? Do you have any experience with that, Robert?
I do that a lot, actually. TradingView is like Ryan mentioned, they call it PineScript. It's a version of Python. Really simple language to do, but there's not automation in TradingView for futures. So if you want to move over to NinjaTrader for the automation, they develop in NinjaScript, which is a version of C#. They are entirely different languages. An indicator in TradingView that I had, it was about 480 lines of code. It was over 4,000 in NinjaTrader for the same thing. They're just different languages. It's just the way it runs, like just like our languages. You know, in American, in English, you know, we'll say a paragraph, and you can, you know, German will do that same thing in a sentence or two. You know, so it's just the way the languages run and the structure behind them. There's not an easy way to convert. You can use some of the online conversion tools. GitHub, there's some stuff out there. The GPT, that not just GPT, but also, you know, Bard and Bing and some of the other ones, they're really good too. They are really starting to make a difference. You're not going to get a one-to-one. You're not going to be able to just copy one and paste it and go, hey, that's going to work. You do need to know a little bit about it. But both of those applications, both those platforms have been around for years. And there's a lot of information, a lot of documentation out there, especially Ninja. There's a lot of it. Some things you have to watch out for. There's a couple little bugs here and there, but that's true for any platform. It doesn't matter how long they've been around with all the updates and changes. There's a lot of like coding and things on bot. Let me clear something up on this bot stuff, and then we'll probably have to wrap up here. For bot, it's not just you turn the things on and let them run, and the longer they run, the more money they make. That is not the case whatsoever. They're more of assisted. So if I'm sitting here, this actually happened a couple days ago. We were sitting here, it was in the afternoon on screen, and then all of a sudden it dinged in my ear, and I turned around, and the bot that I had running, I just bought the automated trading, took a trade. I was like, oh, I forgot I had that running over there. And I looked at it, and it just dropped down. I think it was about $80-something in profit. I just reached over, closed it, and continued what I was doing. Forgot I left it on. But that's kind of the point of it. It's going to take that trade. You're not there. Oh, I run to the restroom, or somebody answers the door and walk the dog out. And you're like, oh, I'm sitting here. This trade it's about to happen. Well, it just does it automatically. The second thing to that, and then I'll shut up about this, is that most of the problems that we have in trading, myself included, is due to emotional trading. Well, this takes the emotional aspect out of it for the most part. Not all of it, because you can still, you have the option to change it, to shut it off, to turn on, let it run. Like, hey, I'm targeting $300 today, and you're at 400, and you want to try for 5. That's an emotional aspect. Or it's, man, it's just, yep, it was a losing day. I'm down. I'm almost at my daily loss limit, but let me make this change and adjustment and run it again. That's an emotional aspect. So it's not going to get rid of all of it, but it is going to get rid of, one, the hesitation, and two, your confidence, because I don't want to get in, I want to get out, and you can have that pre-programmed in. They don't have to be complicated. Look at that one that we built in Discord, that 2-hour thing I talked about earlier. We took the built-in NinjaTrader strategy builder, and we literally put a 3-bar reversal on it and said go short. If it went down to an up one, we said go long. And in that webinar, I was asked on the fly to just add more things. Let's take shorts only under VWAP. Okay. Longs only over a moving average. Okay. Every time we added and changed things up, the bot got worse and worse and worse. It just goes right back to my Occam's razor, my thing that I was used in any given situation. The simplest answer is usually the right one. Not always, but usually the right one. Start with the basics. Start with something easy. In the conversion on that, it's not just going to be a cut and paste, but it's not the end of the world. If you already know PineScript and coding, and you think logically like that, and you have to put all these things in, you can probably do a good job. And yes, you can use GPT. You'll need to, if you're using ChatGPT for OpenAI, you will need the Plus version. It's $20. I mean, it's worth it. And you can get all the plugins. I use one that goes to Wolfram Alpha, which is a plugin, and then there's one that you can go out to. It's I can't remember the name of it now, but it's a plugin that you can get there, and it will go in and will search the indexes, the libraries. So if you're running Python, and you say I want to go to Ninja Script, it'll go and it'll search the C# documentation and find the conversions for you. At least give you a good base to start with. Plus, a lot of it is open source, and you can look at something that's very similar and modify it.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And with that, we are fresh out of time. Stick around, though. Thanks, everybody, for your questions. We'll be back on Monday for more group coaching. Stick around next. We have Hoag and Anne-Marie coming in for another strategy lab. Should be pretty impressive stuff. After that, we're going to close out the week with Andre, Dolby, and Danny's Trades for the Power Hour. So stick around. A lot more trader entertainment coming your way. Thank you, Robert, and thank you, everybody else. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great week.
See you later.
See you guys.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Strategy Lab here with Anne Marie. And we've got, I think, a really good little session here that we're going to be talking about a few things. Anne Marie, how are you doing today? It's Friday. I'm sure we're all happy about that.
Man, well, you know, Punxsutawney Phil, I listened to Kahoot today. I listen to it every day, but I listened to Kahoot today, and I was very surprised that Punxsutawney Phil only sees his shadow 16% of the time, which is bizarre. Yeah. But this morning I got up, I found out it was Groundhog Day, and I went, you know, this Friday feels like a Groundhog Day. It's just been a really big grind. And the reason that I felt that way is I had actually been struggling between working in the combines and the XFAs and mirroring my personal trading in there. Now, the backstory is I've been trading with a lot of capital for a very long time. And what I have noticed is that I have risk parameters that can be very wide. And it works because I'm normally picking the right way until it doesn't. And so when you join a combine, that really becomes glaring because you have max limits of drawdowns and you have max limits in size, right? And so in my despair, I reached out to you yesterday and we had a great conversation about how to retool and rework in the space. And so first, I want to tell everybody that I've been trading well and profitably and trading to eat for a decade and a half. And I still run into spaces where I go, wait, what is happening here? And so it's really great to get to come to you and talk about those things. And the two things that we really came to is one, stop doing the moron trade, which we talked about in fast markets one time because I said, hey, you know, I do the moron trade, which is if I'm underwater, I'll just put one more on. And I continue to cost average up or cost average down, whichever direction that I'm in, just to get myself a better cost basis. And so what that ends up doing is sending me into my loss limits and always putting me on a back-footed space where I have to sort of creep up and climb, and it throws me totally out of my rhythm. So we came to this spot of, hey, cut your daily loss limit down to 1,000. But the big thing was no more on trades. And so today I got up and I said, you know what? I'm trading my personal account today. And because I can't trade them both on the same days, that because I have the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, we know that doesn't work. And so I'm working on my personal accounts today, and I did that, and it was absolutely fantastic. If I was sitting in the wrong side, because I knew I wasn't going to add in, I could start to see much earlier if I was wrong. There's a level of clarity that just came up, and I went, holy cow. I can see that I'm sitting in the wrong space because my brain is not going, okay, if you get in here, you can you can add a 10 lot here, and if it just pulls back, you'll make yourself about $500, and then you'll be out. And losing that cost averaging in space, I could easily go, wait a second, you're on the wrong side of the trade. And so that was a remarkable, I mean, it was like a thunderbolt from the sky. So for those of us who have this problem of cost averaging in and then finding ourselves upside down and then having to take a bigger loss because we were wrong right there, even though we're right most of the time or more than half of the time, that expands the risk so much that it really throws our numbers out of skew. So that's the space where I would say, hey, listen, if you're looking to tidy up your strategy, you'll be amazed if you say, hey, I'm not going to cost average in. So it makes you wait for the better entry, number one. And two, because you're not cost averaging in, you can actually see where the trade is going wrong. It was absolutely fascinating, John. I could not, that's why I texted you. I was like, you're not going to believe this, but it was just, it was fantastic. And it was a simple rule. And it's one that I've committed to saying, I am not going to cost average in. And it's, I've traded way less size and had a very nice trading day. So that's me and my rant.
All right.
I just had to share it with everybody.
Well, I'm pleased that our conversation yesterday has made a difference for you today. And for those of you that aren't aware, if you buy S&Ps here and it goes against you, and you buy S&Ps down here and it continues to go against you, and you buy S&Ps down here, we call that the moron trade. The trade is going against you, so you put more on, right? You can call it cost averaging the way Anne Marie just did. And there's I think a really thin line between adding to a loser and accumulating an inventory in a zone. Maybe it's just semantics, but we talked yesterday, Anne Marie, and my suggestion in this regard was to demand the best trade location first in your zone that you're looking to execute the trade, and then if it starts to go your way, then add. You might miss some trades, but we kind of looked at it and said, maybe there's a little bit of FOMO in
100%
taking the worst trade location first. Try and focus on getting the best trade location, and then add if it continues to go in your direction, right?
Absolutely. And being comfortable if the trade leaves you behind. A couple of folks said, hey, I'm struggling with that problem also. Listen, I promise you, you are not going to believe the level of clarity that comes in your mind when you know you cannot add another position unless the price action is moving in your favor. And so one of the great questions that came up with Robert in group coaching was, how do I add to a position without ruining my cost basis? Well, the fact of the matter is, anytime you add, you're going to, one, increase your risk, and two, increase your cost basis if you're doing it in the right way. Now, you can do it at the same price, right? But that's if, one, you're moving with trend, or two, you're moving counter trend and you've already seen either broken support or broken resistance, right? So if something was going down and you decide you want to turn around, if you're in and it breaks resistance and it keeps a higher floor, then adding into the trade is great because it's confirming trend. A lot of times we add to trades when those trades are just simply going in the wrong direction in the first place, which is why if you get in and just exactly what John said, work on finding the right position first, and then let that patience learn to build. And that was absolutely incredible. So for the person that's really worrying about, hey, how do I do that? You can't avoid that. You are going to increase your risk, and you are going to increase your cost basis. You're going to increase your risk, maybe less if you're adding lower. But that's, I got to tell you, even though it works for me some of the time, much of the time, because I get under so much heat so fast, I find myself covering too early. And that is the flip side of sizing up too quickly. You can make a ton of money trading 1 and 2 lots in the NQ or in the ES if you just simply go from support to resistance and wait for the trade. But that means you focus, right? You focus on the chart.
Yeah, and something I've been struggling with is that focus. So, you know, to kind of answer that question, I mean, if you're going to add to a winner, I mean, it is going to move your average pricing up, of course. And, you know, how do you manage that risk? Because you took the first one, and you know, hopefully in the best trade location, close to the stop, and then you add another one that brings your risk higher up. But that doesn't change the fact that your stop has to remain the same because you're waiting for invalidation of the trade. So there's really no way to do that until the trade goes your way in a specific kind of amount or level that
Direction,
it is
for
reached
sure.
past. Then you can move your stop up.
Yeah. And remember, the way that they close our trades out, it's first in, first out, FIFO, right? First in, first out. So if you buy one at a good spot, when they close the trade, they're closing the first one out at the good spot, right? So the next trade that you have, so you can also get out of part of your position as you move up. And you just remember that adding to a position only works if you're moving in trend or you've had validation of a break of trend if you're moving in a counter trend. And absolutely nothing shows a break of trend here. What I wanted to do super fast, and I can't put it up here, but I'm going to look at what the option chains are showing us for
Excellent.
SPY to see where they are pegging for today, because the zero DTEs are running the show here. Absolutely running the show. We have so many calls deep in the money. And so here's side note. When the options, when everybody's selling zero DTEs, what they want to do is everything goes to zero and they're rich at the end of the day. That's the hope. What's happening with range expansion is that the zero DTEs are sold and then they go into the money. And because zero DTEs don't require leverage by the SEC, the way that they leverage those zero DTEs is by selling more zero DTEs. And so they keep selling them. And as price keeps moving them, the dealer has to go out and buy. And it's the tail wagging the dog. And so on the call side today, let's see, let me look at the statistics today. We've got 4.5 million shares, 4.5 million calls. And almost 2 million of them are in the money. And remember, these things are short. So they're still going to try and just push it off until there's some sort of unwind. So I'm expecting a gigantic move in power hour.
Okay. Probably higher, right?
I don't know. I really don't know. You know, do we hit 5,000 and then collapse? I don't know. That's a good question. It's a big move. We have on my chart here I have a 5,000 tick chart that's sitting right here, and it is a triangle. We might call it a pennant. And pennants normally break in the direction of the pole, and that's what this one is doing. But we're coming into still the tops of the VWAP band, and so I suspect there is a short coming. But if you're ever looking at this and you set it up where you've got your curves and your VWAP all moving up, once it breaks out of that wedge, you can go long off the breakout of the wedge and let your stop be halfway through the middle of the wedge. That's what I like to look at. Do you ever trade patterns that look like that?
I do. Like pennant formations or, symmetrical triangles. Those are things that I will look at and I will take opportunities from.
Do they show up in a volume profile?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I can't see them.
I mean, no, because you don't, with a volume profile, you don't know where the highs and the lows are of the bars.
Oh, gotcha.
No, in market profile, you can see those. That's why I prefer the market profile over volume profile, because there's a lot more detail to it.
So let's look at a market profile and see if we see anything like that forming.
Okay, so we would have to. This is today's profile, right? Well, let's look at the NASDAQ, because you're focusing on the NASDAQ here. So here it is. Okay, so here's the profile. We didn't close the gap in the NASDAQ. That was the first sign we should probably go long. We closed the gap in the S&Ps, but just by a couple of ticks. So there was no acceptance of range from yesterday. See, these are things that I should be preparing for before the session that I'm not doing. And we're going to talk a little bit about that.
Well, that's because you're doing a show.
Right. So, this is the area where we're kind of seeing that triangle, right? So if I were to split the profile from bell curve into really the 30-minute chart, are we seeing that now? We're seeing, higher low, slightly higher high. You could, by all rights, say that, yeah, I'm seeing a rising pennant formation here.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yep, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to fit everything on the screen here, but that's what we're seeing is the higher lows, the higher highs. If we could put a trend line on this, we could put the trend line across and the trend line across here. But just to be, it's a little easier on a chart like this. This is what we're looking at. Is in essence, we've got the rising higher highs, higher lows.
Yep.
More aggressive. So that's really, by the time we get to the apex, one of two things is probably going to happen. It's going to either break out to the upside or break out to the downside. We don't know that, of course, but this is that formation that Anne-Marie's kind of talking about here. We've got 2 points of contact on the bottom, 2 points of contact on the top, maybe 3 points of contact along the top.
Yeah, it's just hard to go, just look at your ribbons and go long, because you're just thinking, wait a second, we got to take a breath somewhere. But they're getting juiced. They're definitely getting juiced.
One of the things we always used to say on the trading floor, and I still think it rings true now, is you never sell a late rally on a Friday.
Oh, I need to write that down.
And it's a colloquialism. Is it true, not true? Who knows? But I've done that before, where we get a nice rally late in the day on Friday, and I think I'm picking the top on it. No, it's usually not going to work. And with what you're saying about the zero DTE is, one of two things is likely to happen. Either we're going to get a dump, or they're going to have to buy stocks or buy futures against those.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be, supremely interesting because, and right now we really don't have anything running. Gold is closed. Oil is closed. Oil will be closed in 5 minutes.
Basically. That was just a really tough range day in crude oil. If you were a range trader, and I know that there are many out there, and
I love range trading.
I mean, every time it traded below value, you had to buy it. Every time it traded above value, you had to sell it. Buy it, sell it, buy it, sell it, buy it, sell it. I used to call these cash register days.
Yeah, and as long as you're not waiting for trend, they're beautiful. And so for me, I saw 72 to 72.40, and that's what I did. I must have done that, I don't know, 3-4 times.
Beautiful.
Today
Beautiful.
it was great. But it's good that we're sort of stabilizing right in that space. I mean, it'd be nice if we fell a little bit more, but I certainly don't want it to run up to 90 because that would mean all kinds of other things. So, yeah, I think oil is going to be very interesting trade next week and the week after. So I'm going to be, watching Deanna, of course, see what she's going to do with those. For sure.
So we have a comment here. That who was it here? Cash Max Trading Community. Max paying for ODTE is way below at 49.30. Someone's going to get murdered, either the dealers or the players. 49.30. Isn't there a huge bid right above that? 49.34.75. There is a 3,000 lot bid sitting there.
Is it still sitting there?
Still sitting there.
It's been there since this morning. Oh my gosh.
One of our excellent coaches, Coach Jay, pointed that out in the chat today, and it is still sitting there, 49.34.75. Just sitting there waiting, calling out to price.
Man, that'll be kind of a fun trade if that happens.
Oh man.
That would be fun.
I did trim my losses a little bit from earlier today. The set 49.75 is the weekly kickoff high. Had a little trouble getting through it. Once it went through it and came back down below it, I took this short, and I just took $500. Didn't want to marry it because, of course, it's counter trend. So I took the money on that one and ran. And I haven't done anything since. I'm going back to basics. And do we see an opportunity here, Anne Marie?
Well, because I'm one of those reversion to the mean traders, which is why I love the sideways stuff all day, I would expect that, oh my goodness, we tested 49.91 today? Whoa.
That's high.
Maybe they come in and they try to jam it up there and we get ourselves a short. I was looking for a short at the test of 49.84 before we first started, but because it broke out to 49.86, the short got invalidated. And now we're looking at buyers stepping in at 49.80 to keep running. And so what we have to see is a break of 49.80 and then a punch up higher into the top of the 2.5 standard deviation band. That would say to me, hey, why don't you nibble in shorts? But I want to see it collapse on a tighter time frame. Otherwise, the trade here is very clearly buy the dip, right? We can see it. It comes in here. They buy the dip. They go up here. They take some profit. They pull back to the new high. They buy the dip. So right here is a buy. But we're still sitting in value for me. So if we buy, the trade is more of a scalp into the 490, 91. So it's only about 3 or 4 points.
Right.
If it holds, then you can sort of run it up as you want to, but we're precariously long. I'll just say that. That's my thought. Precariously long.
We've got Delta in the S&P is at 12,400 right now, to answer your question, steel or nut. So, I mean, and it's been congruent with direction all day long. It seems to be peeling off a little bit right now, but it's still, still congruent with direction. The NASDAQ Delta is 7,500, so that is also congruent with direction, at least for now. It might be indicating that there are some weak longs up here that could light the fire to the downside if that is indeed the case. So we're going to sit on this. We're going to keep an eye on this pennant formation, and if we get an opportunity, we will see about taking it.
Yeah, for me, I like it up here on the top because it's right near the 5,000. Little bit of risk, and we'll see what runs right from that space. I think we'll see how that looks. Yeah. You were telling me that you're putting together something supercalifragilistic. So,
expialidocious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for work with the profile. So, super interested if you could tell me a little about that.
Okay, so I've been struggling trading. I can blame it on stage fright or whatever I want to, but somebody said something in the chat today that really kind of hit me. And I forget who it was, but they said, practice what you preach. And I have not been practicing what I preach. So I went on a break here. I kind of went through and said, okay, what do I need to do in order to even engage in the markets? If I don't do these things, then I don't get to play. If you don't do your homework, you can't go outside and play, right? So I have not been doing my homework. Full transparency, I have not been. I've been doing the market, the opening call. I've been doing that, but I haven't really been digging deeper into my expectations, my hypotheses as to what's going to go on that day. Making sure that I'm mentally, physically, and emotionally prepared for the trading day, finding my center before the open, before even the opening call, and journaling each trade. So something I'm really bad about is getting something to eat first thing in the morning. I gotta get at least something to eat, so I have something to some energy to burn right throughout the trading day. So, and I can't give myself more than 2 cups of coffee a day. Like, start getting into 3 and 4 cups of coffee, I'll get to jitters. I think it pushes me into FOMO, and I get too edged up. I get too edgy. I gotta stay calm. I gotta stay centered, and I think coffee's part of the issue. Then I got to do my worksheet, and the worksheet is what Anne Marie is talking about. Something that I'm going to be putting together, and we'll put it out there, just like the emotional journal template, right? The emotional journal template, and there's a lot more we can talk about as far as the emotional journaling, and I may even share some of my emotional journaling, reviewing a trade with all of you once I get into step with doing all this again. So the emotional journal, and this is something that I've got it on a Word document, and it's something that I kind of put together for some personal performance coaching clients. And I call it the Market Performance Analysis Worksheet. And basically it is just a outline of the things I have to look at, things I got to notice, things that it gives me some sort of structure to look at the market with. Okay. So, and this is, a lot of it is based in market profile and and auction theory, volume, open interest, all of those things are in here. And it also lists some of the nuances that we should be noticing in the profiles. Somebody also mentioned today, Anne-Marie and everybody, that I haven't been really focusing on the profiles. I've been looking at shorter time frame charts, which is completely new to me. I typically don't look at those. I'm looking for longer time frame trades, and I'm just not doing the things that I need to do to be able to find them. So, this is something, and it basically a Sunday night. Every Sunday night, I sit down here for a half an hour or an hour, and I take a look at the weekly candlestick charts, the monthlies. I notice long-term directional performance if there's any. Look at reachable long-term swing highs, lows, previous congestion areas on the longer time frames. Sometimes you're not going to get much out of that unless there's some sort of swing high that's in the neighborhood, or some sort of consolidation in the longer time frame that's in the neighborhood, or if you are in a consolidation in the longest of time frames. Just review all that, and then daily, I kind of look at the other candlestick patterns, the candlestick charts. Of course, the 30-minute lines up nicely with the market profile, so that's why I kind of use them next to each other, because they're created by the same information in the same time frame. And
so are we going to be able to have this for ourselves as a checkbox to go through once you've put it together? That's what we can look forward to.
Yeah, my idea, and check me if I'm wrong, Anne-Marie, is to set up a outline similar to this, where traders can fill in their information, what they're looking at, their time frames of charts, and chart patterns. Are there any? Do you have are you seeing directional performance in the charts? Are you are there any candlestick patterns, reversal candlestick patterns, all of those things? Just, I kind of want to make something kind of plug and play, to where somebody can look at this and say, okay, I got to look at the longer time frame charts, and I'm using tick charts. Well, what am I seeing in the tick charts? If you do look at volume or open interest, or do you recognize emotion in the market or lack of emotion in the market? I'm trying to figure out the best way to kind of make this a kind of a plug and play for everybody. And it's hard, because this one is really, to me, and market profile. But I mean, it kind of takes you through. You do some homework on Sunday night. So take a look, absorb that information daily. You can do this the night before and redo it the morning of. What are you seeing? How is volume? How is open interest? All of these things, visuals and thoughts. Look at the market profile charts. Are there any nuances nearby that the market could target? Any special situations? Then you put together your 3 hypotheses. But from what I'm seeing in the daily chart, or from the profiles, or whatever it is, my primary hypothesis would be X. Primary hypothesis 2. Well, if one doesn't work out, I've got hypothesis 2 and 3 to kind of look at, and if any of them are beginning to ring true, that might help you kind of choose the right strategy for the kind of market state or context that you're in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? It just occurred to me that if us who are seasoned traders struggle with either adaptation, well, both of us are in a space of adaptation right now, right? I'm trying to adapt to the combines and the XFAs, and you're adapting to having to run a show and still have your own trading metrics to sort through. And if we're having that, I have to imagine that the average trader is in the same spot of, I really don't follow a strategy. I don't follow rules specifically, which is why when I said to you, last thing I said to you is, okay, John, I want you to know I'm a man of my word. You're going to be able to look in here and go, nope, she did not cost average it. And she held herself to personal loss limits. And this morning, Michael put that poll up that said, how many of you guys say that you're treading water, you're struggling? And that number was 60-something%, didn't he say? It was a huge number.
Closer to 70.
Yeah, it was huge right off the bat. Mm-hmm. And so what John and I are being transparent about is, honest to goodness, you've got to have a set of structured rules that say, thou shalt not, and thou shalt. And if you can stick to it, there was a really very cool guy. He used to work for Vest UK. His name is David Paul. He passed away this past year, but he was very much about routine. He was in the Royal Marines, and he said, listen, I promise you, if you set a strategy in front of you and you say to yourself, I'm going to do the next 20 trades and not break this out of this strategy space, you will have formed a habit. And that habit will be reinforcing, because if it's a good strategy, it's going to give you great results. And so this element of holding yourself to the fire to go, nope, you cannot do that. You cannot do that. That is not allowed. Just because we have the liberty to do anything that we want doesn't mean we should. And that is very cool. I know, I love David Paul, right? I'm so glad you know who he is, Jay. Yeah, David Paul is just, he was hilarious. I just thought he was the funniest guy. He'll be missed. A great guy. Do you know him? Do you know him?
I do not know, but
wow. I'll send you something from him. Yeah, I'll send you something from him. You'll like him. You'll like him. He's no bones about it, kind of fella. Yeah, great guy. So yeah, and so that's what we're really trying to impress today. That you've got. I know this is supposed to be tradertainment, but at the end of the day, if we run out of money, we can't sit in front of the screens with each other. You feel me?
Right.
And so you gotta come to that space where you go, I'm going to make 3 simple rules and I'm not going to break them. And for me, I said, hey, I'm going to try 1 simple rule in terms of mechanics, and then 1 simple rule in terms of daily loss limits. And that's how I'm starting, 1 piece at a time. And that's so important. If you listen to any of our traders that sit in Topstep late at night, they're really very rhythmic guys, or the guys in the morning. They're very rhythmic. Well, I'm not going to do this. I am going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I am going to do this. And that is spot on key to whatever you do. I'm finished with my diatribe. I just had to make it clear to everybody that that's what's holding you back. If you go, I'm spinning my wheels, it's because you're not sticking to rules that work.
And creating those habits, right? And I broke a lot of habits. Broke a lot of habits in the last 6 months here. So, and then this document goes even further. I mean, pre-session, what's happening? Yeah, is there anything substantial, overnight inventory, anything like that? Redo your hypotheses. Then just breathe, relax, and smile. Get yourself centered. On the open, where do we open? In value, out of value? Is there a gap? Is any of my hypotheses coming true right on the open? stay calm, look for the best trade locations, and demand it. You want cheap trades.
I'm
It says it right
excited.
there in blue. The first
I'm
hour,
excited.
the initial balance is a wide or narrow. I mean, all of these things are things that I would normally be thinking through if I was just sitting here in my own space, and that I have not been. So I'm going to go back to the this template and back to journaling.
Wouldn't it be cool though if we had a moderator in the chat that had that, and when something triggered off, they could help everybody by going, hey, we just broke out of our initial balance, or we just broke down below our initial balance, or something like that. That's kind of I don't know, a little whatever for us. I think that actually might be pretty cool. Oh wait, somebody said something to me.
So the idea of doing this, doing the journaling, all of that is stuff that I've just got to get back to. There's one thing on this sheet here that would have probably, had I gone through this and like in the on the open and in the first hour, did we open with a gap? Did we close the gap? Was there any acceptance of range from yesterday? We didn't even close the gap in the NASDAQ. We closed it by a couple of ticks in the S&Ps. Just going through this list and saying, you know what? Yeah, that's rejection. I'm probably not going to be looking for shorts until we see some sort of acceptance in range from yesterday. So that probably would have saved me some money today just by looking at this sheet.
Yeah. So, for somebody like me, I'm totally straight up here. I would have a hard time sitting down writing all those things because my patience level for anything is near zero. So what something like that will do for me, though, is put the little mental Post-it note that says, yeah, you better watch for that. So I'll be looking at each paragraph and taking away one sentence or one word that says, be on alert for this, or be on alert for that. So I'm super excited to see it so that I can sort of morph it into my own special whatever's that works for me, which is absolutely great that we get to do that as traders, because trading is an individual sport.
Oh, yes, it is. And, it's kind of been a challenge for me to try and come up with some sort of a kind of a plug and play version of that, because everybody, looks at the things that they look at.
Exactly.
So I'm working on it. I'm going to see if we can't get something done next week, and we should get it out and put it on the TV guide, like the Trading Journal, so that everybody can download it and print it out, or however you want to use it. Just look at it, whatever it is. Like everything, what we do here is meant to help traders, help us. So there's I think it's going to be something cool. And the emotional journal is something that is difficult. It's a practice. It's not something that usually is going to come easily to people. And a lot of times it becomes kind of redundant. I sit down before a trade and everything's fine, mentally, physically, and emotional. But you really want to be cognitive and think about the things that change inside of you while you're in those trades and after the trades. And then, and we're not asking you to write a book. When I'm using that emotional journal, I have little hieroglyphs, like if I notice my heart rate increasing, or if I start to sweat, or my palms get sweaty, or I get nervous, I have little hieroglyphs. For the heart rate, I just draw a heart, and then that lets me know later on when I'm reviewing all of this that I remember this trade, I remember why I took it. You'll notice there's no numbers on it. It's not, I sold it at this price. It's trade number one. You can print out a trade log from your platform. You can look at the trades that you took on your platform. What you're more interested in with this type of journaling is, okay, I remember trade one. I remember why I took it. What changed inside of me? And I fought it hard when I first was asked to do this by Trading Psychology, and I almost lost the ability to work with him because I was refusing to do it. But it wasn't until the 3-4 weeks into it that I started to recognize some patterns of when these things are happening mentally, physically, or emotionally, that I knew I was at risk of doing something stupid. Or one of the things that I noticed was the trades that I would consider layups had a lower probability of success than trades that made me a little bit nervous. So that's something that I've used from that board. Is it doesn't make me nervous, and then there's some sort of a warning sign there. Think about the trade first. And I think, but in doing it, you're going to create your ability to recognize the difference between impulses, which is over trading, FOMO, the impulses. I think we all have things that we do, Anne Marie, that
For sure.
we do, and then immediately when we do them, immediately afterwards, we're like, oh, why do I always do this? This never works. Why do I do that? That's why it says at the top of every trade, is this in my best interest? You have to push those impulses through conscious thought to actually make a decision to do them. So before you do anything, is this in my best interest? Yes, I'm taking a trade that I believe is in my plan. I can take the trade. It takes 1 second to do that. The hardest part, though, is the emotional side, because you're going to be asked to think about some of the things and the reasons of some of the things that you're doing from the back of your head here, at places we don't talk about at parties. It's the most challenging part, but it's also the most revealing part.
Right. On a side note, we talked about the breakout of this space right at about 49.88, 49.89. That trade is still running to the upside. If anybody took it, it's just, leave your stop where it's at and just let it trudge up there. See if it climbs into 5,000 by the end of happy hour. I think this is really going to be a happy hour, to be honest. It's to see that. I don't know when that liquidation is going to start, but it's. I think we have a wild ride this afternoon with so many still on the books.
Yeah, it should be. Should be an interesting close here. Back in the day in the trading pit, I mean, I remember when the S&Ps traded 200 for the first time. We printed it and everybody cheered, and then we just went back to doing business. So if we do get to 5,000 today, everybody give a big cheer and then go back to doing business.
I actually saw some folks had a couple of hats printed. So I think it's bad luck to wear it before it gets printed is the story. I don't know if that's true. Didn't one of our guests say something about that?
I know we had Peter. It was Peter. I think it was in the Dow. I think
Dow. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
It was 38,000. They reached 38,000. So they had hats or something made. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So this oh, here we go. Now we're pulling off. Yeah. So that picture of me, this one.
Yes.
That was a day I was looking for the market to put in new highs that day, and of course, if you look at it, the rats markets disappoint again. It didn't happen. Yeah. So we got new highs now.
Yeah, I think regrettably, we still have support all the way down at 49.81. So, they're gonna try and come in down there anywhere in between. And I don't know, the dome's kind of looking bunchy up here, but it's also looking bunchy just below price. It's below and above price in that space. So I am definitely going to be trading this last hour for myself, for sure. For sure.
All right. Well, let us know how it goes. Make sure you follow your rules.
Alrighty. I definitely going to be following my rules.
All right. We're getting a little short on time. Any last comments for everybody here, Anne Marie?
The big takeaway is, simple strategies will work, especially if you follow them and you manage your risk. And the key thing, if you are listening and you go, it's great to spend time with these guys, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be turning your lights off and taking the keys to your house or your car or whatever, because you're not making money. And the reason you're going to make money is that you have a set strategy that says, I'm going to buy here, I'm going to sell here, and my risk is going to be defined. And it's great if you get to follow along with us for our trades, but at some point, the rubber's going to have to meet the road in you saying, wait, I understand price action, and through that, I can trade on my own. And that really, we're trying to get you to that level of confidence. We really are. So sit down this weekend and go, wait, did I answer? I'm spinning my wheels in that poll this morning. And if the answer is yes, then just say, you know what? I'm going to stop that. And I'm going to stop that by using a strategy that works, and go to any of the coaches in Topstep, and they have got fantastic strategies. Pick one and stick to it. Do it 20 times without shifting around those parameters, and you will be very, very pleased with the results. So that's it for me. And I'll see you Monday. We're going to have a very exciting week next week. I'm positive of it. A lot of stuff going on.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Anne Marie, and thank you all for hanging out with us. We hope that you took something from today's strategy lab, and we'll be working on getting that template out to everybody that wants it. And again, everything we do is to try and help you. So have a great weekend. Be kind to yourselves. Be to each other. Make sure you continue to pray for peace. And be ready for the Power Hour coming up here shortly. We got Andre, we got Toby, and
big.
Danny. Should be a good one.
Welcome back to Power Hours. Right now, it's just Dolby and myself. It's been one hell of a day, just up and away as we continue to see new highs in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, I'm sure, will return to new highs in the day. Oh, not too long. Dolby, how are we doing? It's just you and me. Everyone tunes in for the pulled pork sandwich. What are we thinking, man?
I'm looking forward to trading NASDAQ. I brought my brass balls with me. Literally, I do have them right here.
You literally did.
I don't know if you can hear them. Yeah, this is good stuff. They do make a little sound. I think you're supposed to gently massage them around your hands, actually.
All right, Dolby. I know it's Friday afternoon.
I'm being serious. It comes in a nice little box. Yep. So I do use those, to reduce my stress. But I am looking forward to trading some NASDAQ here. Really, really excited. DannysTrades, might be making an appearance here. We will see. Otherwise, you are just stuck with Andre and myself. So, chat, I hope you are ready for 55 minutes of Andre and myself.
Something coming there from our buddy Rips.
Didn't even work.
Hey, we got him in. That? What's up, Danny?
What up?
I swear I've been here since 150.
150.
I'm at 1150.
This is awesome. Well, welcome the true master of the pulled pork, maybe the king
yes.
of 15 lot trades. How have you been trading today, Danny? How's the market treated you?
I'm up 14K today.
Whoa.
Yo, in the live account.
So, been going pretty good.
Yeah, no kidding. Do you have any all NASDAQ today? You trading all NASDAQ today? You even hear me?
All NASDAQ.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All NAS all day. I'm assuming you were mostly on the long side, if I had to guess.
Yep. I got the perfect bounce on NQ this morning.
Where'd you take it? What was your entry?
I know I can share my screen now, right?
Yeah, you should be able to. I got my screen up right now, but feel free to share yours.
All right, there you go. I'm sharing on the link I was sent.
Cool. And then James can throw that up whenever he gets a chance.
So we are closing in on 5,000 in the ES. We've got 53 minutes left to go. Will we see a 5,000 print in the S&Ps? I don't see why not at this point. We just upticked to new highs at 49.95, came off a little bit, 49.93. It seems like the play is to buy the pullback. DannysTrades, you wanted to take us through your trades from earlier today that got you up 14 grand. And what account, by the way, was that?
What account?
Up 14 grand.
That was my live account, my main account.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice. So, yeah, if you want to take us through that and show the audience how we were able to capture that type of profit.
Yeah, let me put like I said, I don't know why. I'm pulling my screen on that right here. My screen should be sharing. But basically, I marked down levels for QQQ and NQ. I had my level on QQQ. Oh, there you go. I can see.
Hey, perfect.
Level, check this out. I did the pre-market live stream. 422.89 was my bounce or break below level. I got it on the clock right there, on the tick. Like I said, obviously I didn't catch at the bottom. I was just scalping my way up. So I went from I took like 5 trades. 2 trades were with 15 contracts. The rest of the trades were with 5. So I was doing 5 and 15. And like I said, I was also live this morning on YouTube doing the thing, trading.
Oh, so you streamed the whole thing, huh?
Yeah, just today. I was just scalping. I was on scalp mode, just going crazy.
It was gonna be hot. Yeah, so is that full? Is that full port? Then
that's a full pork right there. Yep.
Oh,
hell yeah! So we like to see here on Power Hour. All right, so you bottom ticked. Oh, you got the circles there. Oh yeah, geez, you ain't kidding, man. Look at that.
And then pretty much I got the rejection off the supply zone that I had. Right. I didn't catch any shorts on this, even though we had the perfect rejection. But what I did do was I caught it down here on NQ back at this pullback, and I caught the longs again. And that's what kind of did it for me right there, was this pullback back in here, and then I wrote it back up again. So
you're just looking longs all day, huh?
Yep. That was the trade performance today. It's pretty neat. Sure, this is how many trades I took today.
Let's see what do we got.
Yeah.
What are we working with here?
I can't even.
Not coming through as we speak.
Okay.
New highs in the S&Ps. So, Danny, when you get that, all right, there we go.
Oh, those are my charts.
Oh,
those are your charts.
No, here we go. We're good.
Yeah. So, like I said, right, it was 13,630. It was. I know it says 13 trades, but you got to have that because it counts buys and sells. You know what I mean?
That's
so
right.
Each trade was 5 contracts, and then it was 5 and 15 contracts, either or, depending on how I felt on the trade. That's kind of what I did. I'll go back into my trading view.
Yeah, so not a ton of trades overall, but just some size and some conviction on the trades you did have.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty much. That was it.
Nice.
So now let's see what we have.
Okay, speaking of what we have here, here we go in the S&Ps, 4997, 250 lots sitting on that offer. We do have 500 sitting at 5,000 above. We got a little bit more liquidity here. 98 half, 98 3/4, 99. We got 200 lots sitting all in between those three prices. 5,000. I can see it right now here on Power Hour. You got to think we're going to hit that today. It's here shortly. Danny, what's your impression of this? How have you been enjoying Power Hour and trading the close?
It's fun. It's fun. I usually just do it in the morning though, when it's a lot more volatility. But I feel like most definitely Power Hour is probably a lot easier to trade than the morning. But you get more action in the morning, because
for sure.
I feel like Power Hour, the price has already found its direction, so it moves a lot slower. But yeah. It's definitely found its direction. Do you guys use Bookmap by any chance?
Not personally.
I do not. A lot of people do. Do you?
Yeah, I use it to find like the very solid levels. That like right now, the 800s right now is the main level I'm looking at. So 800s on NQ. I don't know if you see that order up there.
What's sitting up there?
82.
I can pull up
82
the ladder dome real quick.
You see it, right? On 800?
Yes.
NQ.
NQ, hold up.
Yeah. So I'm at 800. 800. There's an 82 order sitting on there. 81. So it's more right now of yeah. And then I don't really see anything below. It's all the way down in the 15s. Yeah, but that's a far. That'd be if we went down there, that'd be a huge move to the downside,
I mean, I'm looking for some pullbacks. I want to get long. Also, I do think there is a YouTube channel that does stream Bookmap indices. If you don't have a subscription, that does it for free, which is kind of cool. I don't know who sponsors it. I'm not sure if it's them or not, or if it's just like a fan. But if you like the bubbles, there is a YouTube channel out there. I wonder if I can find it.
And you just expose them. They're gonna get kicked off YouTube now.
The hug of death, right? Oh, it's the channel is Think with Bookmap. If you guys want to look it up, if you're interested in the bubs.
New highs
seems like the chat's all over it. Think with Bookmap. Yep.
They already know everything. Chat, you're so smart.
2 steps ahead of us.
Yeah.
Thank you for tolerating us here on Power Hour.
Yeah, Danny,
we're in highs. New highs. Yeah.
For what? Yes, because NQ's kind of pulling back a little bit.
QQQ. NQ's not yet, but
we're getting there.
Oh, geez, really?
I pay attention a lot to QQQ. A lot when I'm trading NQ.
We get a
special uninvited guest
who
came in through the back door.
Yeah, who's at the door here? We can let them in.
Hello.
No.
Oh.
Yo.
Yo. No way.
Yo. Hey.
MP is in the house.
Yeah, look at Danny, dude. You bring out the stars, Danny.
I know.
What's
I saw
up?
Danny. I saw Danny in here, and I'm like, wait a second. I just want to make
Oh
sure
my
you
God.
haven't had any run-ins with a loss since the last picture you sent me via text is a nice car. And I want to say kudos to you for taking a payout.
Wow.
And kudos to you for the 14,000. What are you up right now?
14,000. Yeah, right now.
Damn.
Hopefully, I don't do what I did last time when I was up
Hey, it
11,000
happens.
and then it went
Well, hopefully you do what you did last time before that, which was take a payout too. So that's also very helpful, right? How you been?
They say pay yourself right before you blow it.
They say play yourself always before, yes, it runs out. How you been?
I've been good. How have you? I mean, I know you've been doing a lot of good things too. I still remember that time in Vegas when you gave me that 1K chip. I'll never forget. I think that was the good luck. Good luck chip.
That was a turning point in our relationship right there.
Yeah, MP, why are you giving this guy $1,000 chips? He just made 14,000. I think he needs that 1K from you.
It was him.
He should be giving us
Anthony,
$1,000 chips.
him, Anthony. There was him, Anthony, and another trader. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to give these guys $1,000 chip each, and I'm going to tell them to go to the table and see how they manage the chip count. So they go off, and I go, make sure you get a bunch of footage of this. I'm still at the bar talking to a bunch of other traders, and the next year I'm going to go check in with these guys. So I go on, there's a big crowd around him. He's on the table. I go, how's it going? He's like, man, I went through that 1K a while ago. I'm like, all right, money management, trade
It was
chip
a full
management,
port.
but
It was a full
Nah,
port.
Full port.
it was full port. Yeah. But that was at the gambling table, and he's definitely more of a trader mindset. So nothing wrong with letting loose every now and then on the gambling world. I'm not really.
We don't do that here at Power Hour, MP. These are all measured choices that we do here.
You got
I've heard rumors to the contrary on that.
Whoa, hey now.
Hey, Michael.
You gonna trade right now?
I think you think it's part of the deal. No trading?
I think it is part of the deal.
I'm down 75. I'm down $75.
Oh, you got plenty of room, buddy. What are you talking
about?
about?
Gotta get a good trade in for you then.
You got plenty of room.
That's why I'm here. I figure you got something on your mind, Danny.
Yeah, man. Let's make it happen, man. I'm up 14K. I can make something happen.
I want you to keep. I want you to keep. If you're gonna do anything wild, I want you to keep 10 of that.
That's what Mick told me last time, and
yeah, how'd that go?
I did not keep that. I was just I lied to him like 3 times.
Easy. You're not the first. I've been there before. And he's like, you should call it a day. You should call it a day. I will. And then I'll text him. I go, yeah, move my DLL to. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yes, dude, sure. And then I always, when he tells me to stop and I continue trading, I end up finding that downside anyway. So needless to say, Mick is always having our best interests at heart. And he also knows he can lead a horse to water, but he can't make him drink. So that's up to us.
That's our job at Power Hour, right?
Yes, it is. Wow, what a special surprise. Guest from the chief himself, back from Canada, first week trading again, man. No one loves the markets as much as Michael Patak. I can assure you that. He loves it. Whether he says he hates it, he loves this. He loves the markets. He does. He does. Hate. It's a love-hate. It's a love-hate with these markets. It's been all love for Danny.
Saw you and that's Danny was on here. I saw you guys reaching for straws right out of the gate. Danny wasn't on here, so I said, I'm gonna jump in and trade with him. Then Danny shows up, and I'm like, I gotta jump in with him too.
Well, now it's a party.
Yeah, man. Well, welcome. The water is warm. All right, guys. So all right, let's talk some markets, talk some trades here. Danny, bulls on parade has been my joke that I've run into the ground now at this point. We are just keep rallying here. We're seeing a little bit of sideways action here in the NASDAQ. We're looking at the 5-minute. This could be consolidating for another run up. I'm sure the shorts are going to try to get in here and probably call the top.
Yeah.
And, they've been getting squeezed all the way up. It's one big short squeeze for the most part, I would say.
Something's going to happen because the market's about to close in about 40 minutes. So this is where it's going to start kicking in. I think the last 15 minutes of the market, like when the market closes, that's when it gets. Sometimes you have those big. I think it's going to be one of those days where you drop like 300 ticks after market close, or pump.
Well,
okay. Something like that.
What was Anne Marie saying? She's talking about a big move.
She was talking about a big move with these options expiring
Possible
here.
big move. Yeah.
Possible
Yeah.
big move. Possible big move with these options expiring here. One way or another, depends on how these futures or how they do expire. I think Anne Marie is saying she's looking for more size or more move to the upside, possibly if they don't roll these options over into next week, if they have to close them out and puke, so to speak. We could see another move to the upside. If I understand that, Anne Marie, please put that in the chat. But yes, that's how I understood it.
Paying attention, bell to bell.
Bell to bell, baby. Got 2 ears. Got to make them work.
And I got the Topstep X up right now. It looks like the team was making some updates. So I have multiple charts in Topstep X now, and they can get linked to, and the indicators and technical analysis you draw can also get linked, which is pretty sick. So just a little demo right here. Let's say I do a fib retracement on my 5-minute. I got this little link here activated. New drawings are replicated to all charts. So check this out. All charts will now automatically get a fib if I click on it, or I can just turn that off. That is
Look at this, dude.
Updates
daily, man.
For
Updates
the
daily.
pulled pork fans, we can now do 4-way pulled porks all at the same time.
Everyone gets a plate at the table. Everyone look at the. Everyone gets a seat at the table. Amazing.
Yeah, incredible updates from the.
Put bananas
from the
on there. Can you change
bananas?
the pork to bananas? What do they say? Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Well, MP, it's your first time to Power Hour, but we talk about pulled pork here quite a bit. So I don't know about bananas. Maybe that's a fast markets term.
There's a rivalry. I'm stuck in the middle, though. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm dating both sides here. Don't tell fast markets I'm cheating on them right now.
Yeah.
Andre.
Yeah, for Danny, would you ever consider switching mustaches with Mick, Danny?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day we'll do it. I'm getting ready for a trade right now.
Oh, okay. You probably need that mustache. Part of your superpower to put on a 15 lot. I think Mick has the risk manager mustache, a little bit thicker, more firm. Probably is it better manicure? Do you take care of that mustache you got there, Danny?
Nah, just a little shade here and there. That's about it.
Raw dogs it, man. I love it.
Fair.
Hey, Michael, what are you drinking over there for this Power Hour? Seems like you got a tasty beverage over there that it's really.
My session is sponsored by David Sunflower Seeds.
Very good.
It's because I ran out of my America's Best Chill, and I have to drive 30 miles. I have to drive 30 miles down valley. I live in whatever valley, and you got to drive 30 miles to go get some chill. Sorry, guys.
30 miles.
Country boy. Yeah. They don't sell it around here. Probably rightfully so.
Yeah, that's probably
right.
Right.
Country, but you can't take the country out of the boy.
You cannot.
MP, I'm going to be in Snowmass on Monday. What are we doing? We're going to hang out.
Oh,
this Monday? I forgot you're coming in town.
Oh my God, I already forgot.
Hold on.
Yep, 5th through the 9th. Actually, 5th through the 13th.
He's bringing the snow with him.
I got a. Oh yeah. I don't know if I can tell you what's on my calendar, but.
I don't even know your personal details. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to be in the office bothering you.
I mentioned it one time in one of our shows about a reverse something, so then me and my wife can have another kid. Something.
Oh no, you're kidding.
Well, I don't need to be there for that.
You're kidding.
Well, I mean, I want to have another kid. I want to have another. I have 3.
All right.
Fair.
Welcome to Power Hour, everybody.
What, Andre? It's the reproductive life. Reproductive
system.
True.
You watch the Animal Channel before?
That's where you came from, Andre.
Oh, here comes the shorts, guys.
All right, here we go. Danny was talking about this. This is the setup he was looking for. It is where he came from, Dolby. You are right.
It is
starting to see some sellers in here.
All right, we got laser focus now, guys. Laser focus.
All right, what are we looking at? What levels do we like around here?
All right. The thing is, if we take the shorts now, there could be a big pullback back up, and we could get stopped out. So, I am liking the shorts.
Are you in?
Take them now. I'm in.
Okay.
I've learned my lessons. I don't fade guests. Chat can fade me, but I don't fade guests.
I'm in. Entry at 38, guys. Entry at 38.
I'm in two.
Right.
I'm going to go with Danny on this one.
Don't tell the boss
One lot.
the driver's trading right now. Don't tell the boss the
I'm
driver's
just gonna
trading.
say, be careful right now. There could be a pullback back up. I'm gonna go for 100 ticks here.
No.
Oh, you're going for wow. Okay, I like this. I'm short from 36. Just the one guy.
Spicy.
As Danny would say, a one con.
One con. This could be the pullback though. Here comes.
On the pullback, we add more though.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so you go light first, and then once you get that pullback, right? This is the rejection we need down into these levels here. If we get it, we add more. If not, we'll wait.
All right. I like it. If it goes that way, we add more. Winners add to winners.
Yes,
you're still in the range.
You guys have that thing that says don't add to losers. You know,
losers add to losers.
That's also typically like, good. Yeah.
What area though, Andre? Like I always think about that too. Like sometimes it's like within 10 ticks, 10 handles. Sorry, 10 handles, 10 points. I don't know if that's adding, but if it's like already 40 points and you're getting faced 40 points in out of the money.
The longs are just going to come in here.
I really wanted that. I really wanted that long. I got trained. I got trained by Power Hour not to fade the guest.
You got to do it though. If you believe it, you got to do it.
That. Yep.
That's true. That is true.
You know,
conviction.
I always tell people that you have conviction from one side, go send it. You know, send it.
Full send, full port, pulled pork, whatever you want to call it. That's what we do on Power Hour. And we got the boss in here right now. We got one of the biggest size traders on the street right here with us right now. Got Dolby time. Let's get it, guys.
Once we start getting that pullback, there could be a possibility where I add into my full position and then ride it. If we get that pullback like we are right now, right, and start dropping, that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna work at 15. I'm gonna get long though. I really wanted that one. That's what I should have taken.
Send it. Go ahead.
I can't. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
What do you mean it's too late? That means there's plenty of room to go.
I don't chase. I don't like. I'm a limit order guy. I should have just placed a limit order right at like 39s and let it get filled and let it run. I don't like chasing.
Yeah, this is.
There'll be more opportunities. They'll be fine.
There will be.
Fate, yeah. Darth Vader.
Darth Vader? That's a good name.
Darth Vader. Sometimes, yeah. One of my good buddies at the firm was notorious for fading, and he was just Darth Vader. That was a buy the dip right there. Yep, flat. I'm flat.
All right. Well, that was a good look.
So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
I meant to say,
new highs.
This market just has that bed.
It's just incredible. It's incredible.
Forever bed. Forever bed.
I know, JP. I know. You ain't wrong, JP. Got it.
What up?
I did take a peek to the downside. The chat's saying, come on, guys. You know better. Pump, then dump. All right, Zach Miller.
I mean, he's probably going to hit highs after grabbing liquidity down below there. I mean, that was a really solid 5-minute range that it tested. Good support, resistance.
After that,
support, hit a bounce.
After that, I don't think I'm going to chase. I think I'm going to keep waiting a little longer.
I don't know if that works. We'll get the market MOC imbalance numbers here in about 2 minutes. I'll keep you posted on that. They haven't really been making much of a move. Just something good to know if it does come in way out of whack. We can do something with that, but typically it doesn't mean much. Just something good to know. What's up, Coach Dakota? I see you in there. Look, good trading lately.
Dakota's great.
In the chat.
Leaderboard.
Oh yeah, he's on the live leaderboard, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Yeah, three of our studs in the top 24. DannysTrades, we got to get you on there.
Oh yeah.
Danny was up on there. That board moved around. Like Rips went from 40th to 20 something. We got guys that drop off, of course. Yeah, we got guys that welcome to the world of trading. Guys that drop off, jump up, hold position, drop, move around. I mean, for the nature of the business, kind of fun watching.
So that was little, is everyone flat? Everyone flat right now?
Yeah, I think I'm flat.
Dolby time? Did you catch that long?
I'm flat. No. I wanted to. Spiritually, I did. Yeah. I think someone in chat actually took it on my behalf.
Spiritually, I did. Very good.
Spiritually doesn't pay shit, though. I need to make that.
No, it doesn't. I tried paying the cable bill spiritually, and they said, nah. Yes.
Sorry, dude.
I love it.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. We needed an account number.
Yeah, we're going to the high.
Yeah, we are.
We're going to take it out. No, but
this is where at the end of the day you get chopped up with the head fakes either way, and then it ends up just right in the middle.
I'm gonna work an order. It's 758, just a one lot for now to see if we can get just involved a little bit. Just a little bit involved. I like my limit orders. I want it to pull back a little bit. I want it to pull back. Wait, so MP, I'm coming to Snowmass next week, and you started talking about making babies. I need to understand how I'm involved in that. I thought we were just going to hang out. But
yeah, we're not going to be involved in that.
Okay,
what the hell? I'm open after like 4:30. Gonna massage at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Jesus.
With Kelly.
Oh God.
With Kelly. Yeah, that's after I get the reverse vasectomy consultation. So that's kind of weird.
Okay, is that like a week thing that you have to book in, or can I just get a lunch or something, or a dinner?
What is that?
I just got an appointment, and they're like, "This is from a video." I think they go, "This is for the video consultation." I'm like, "Man, how does that thing go down?" I don't know. But
can you record it for us so we can see what it's like?
Yeah,
for
I'm not gonna
TopstepTV?
do anything. I'm not gonna do anything for you guys.
Probably a HIPAA violation.
Great content for the show, Michael. For the show.
Yeah, so that's where I draw the line. Tuesday, though, I'll hang out for sure.
Long one.
Someone's in there. Okay.
Oh, sorry if my sound is getting piped through. I thought I'd turn that off.
I like it.
All
right, real quick. Early
actually.
Early MOC imbalance, 152 million sell side. Nothing. 29 minutes to go, fellas. Danny, what are we thinking here? You tried taking a short, got stopped out. You're talking about possibly adding to it.
Right?
Okay. Well, if you got some thoughts, please let us know.
I'm going to try to stack some buys on the way down here to see if we can get that push back up again.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my
Danny, you're the one saying, what was like a head fake? What's your quote? The head fake and the breakout. What is that? What's your quote there?
Break out the low and then fake out. Yeah.
There it is.
Second.
Yeah.
You put one on.
Again, I just want to wait to see what happens first. You know, if I got faked on that short, they look like, you know, I had my stop. I thought, you know, I could have had a stop at the high. It was just going to be too wide. You know what I mean? And I'm playing 5 contracts. So, I mean, again, 5 contracts with 100 tick stop loss. You're talking about $2,500 loss on that, you know? So, yeah. You know,
big swings, power hour style.
Yeah, so I'm long. What am I long right now? Hold on, where does it even say this? I think I'm long a couple at, what is it, 51 and a half? 51 and a half.
Careful,
I think we're
Jake.
going for highs. I think we're going for highs.
Yeah.
Jake Cook here gave us a nice update in the chat. Got 1,100 sitting at 5,000 even in the S&Ps. 1,100 on the offer and 5,000 even. Thank you, Jake Cook.
Hey, Dolby, why do you like the longs right here?
I think just structurally, we're in an uptrend. VWAP's in an uptrend. I think the new highs are really tempting. So that's pretty much it. I'm on power hour currently, so let's just do it.
I'm straight.
Also,
yeah, you gotta send it. Like I tell people, you just gotta send it, dude. Like, who cares what anyone says?
That.
Like, you know.
Yeah,
Michael,
that's really good advice. That's really good advice.
I can't say anything. I can't. He's up 14
all gas,
grand.
no brakes.
Yeah. The only thing I'm going to say is to each its own. That's the only to everybody listening. To each its own. But the guy's up 14 grand. I'm down 700. Came in here down $70, but that's okay. That's okay. I came in here to trade with y'all.
Okay, but now I'm only up 11,500, but we're still up. You know, you said 10,000, right? You said keep 10,000. So
I'm taking mixed roll right now.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm still going to hang in here on this one. We're just going to average down and try to play this 5-minute range. If it breaks all the way down, we're totally hosed. But we'll see what happens. But I really like Danny's advice, man. You just gotta trust yourself. Had I trusted myself the first time,
Dude,
I would have been done already. You know what I mean? But
Andre,
really
what's going on?
What, Michael?
Totally different trading than fast markets. Wow.
Hey man, I mean, I know both sides, dude. I have fun in both beds, dude. So I'm enjoying this, dude.
You switch both ways. I got it. Yeah, you like it,
dude? It's power on, man.
Defense. I played both ways in football. Yeah, I played defense and offense football in high school.
Yeah. All right.
Such a key level, man. And then we break through it. Isn't that the worst feeling where you get stopped down? You're like, damn, son.
That was yesterday. Yup. Right direction.
I still wouldn't go in short again here, right? Because fake out equals a breakout equals a fake out, and we're grabbing that trend zone. So I'd just be patient right now. Honestly,
you got Dolby out. You got Dolby out into his long, so yeah, there's folks like Dolby's that might want to puke out of that trade. So
nope.
I think the biggest mistake traders can make is taking trades like back to back, like right away. I made that mistake many times. You know what I mean? That's a huge mistake, dude. Because then you bring your emotions onto the next trade, and it just turns into a complete. Now that is gambling. I've done that. Like I did that last week.
Oh,
it's normal.
I did that 2 days ago. That sucks, dude. It's not fun at all.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Our good friend Rips has the shot clock. 5-minute break, no matter what. 5-minute break, you hold yourself to that. You're just preventing yourself from doing exactly that. DannysTrades is, chasers. You're getting long, then you're getting short, getting long. Before you know it, you're chopped up, feet up, and you're down a G without even blinking. Mm-hmm. And now you're pissed off, and you're gonna trade like shit the rest of the day.
Yeah,
I got the shot clock feature. Shot clock feature. I was just on the phone with the product folks over there. That we are going to be making that.
Can you customize it, Michael? Can you customize it like 3 minutes, 5-7?
Yeah. That's
cool.
That's the basic features of it, Andre.
I think if we break down, I think we'll go down to this level.
No way, we're not breaking down.
Wait,
chat. What do we think?
Is
chat bulls or bears? What do we think here, chat? From right now at 750, bullish or bearish?
I got a bull and I got a bear. I got a bull and a bear in my hand.
Oh yeah.
You know what you need? You need a stick for a sideways market.
That's the one he's gonna beat me with when I'm in the mass office bothering him.
There comes sellers. All right, Danny, what's that level you're looking at?
Dude, I'm looking at this whole zone down here. If we break this structure over here, right, 17,738. We break that, we'll be solid. Okay, we're taking it down. I'm gonna hold my conviction on the shorts, but I don't want to take them now because right now we're still long. We're still long above, 730. I wanted to see them. That's why I had an entry at 38. But
yeah, I'm not super happy that we couldn't break. What is this? Like 57 evens? That's doesn't make me super excited about this position, but the range is still in play here. This is a pretty aggressive long, but I do think it's kind of interesting being able to like play a range and then kind of like stack some buys on the way down. As long as you can manage risk, it's kind of an interesting way to get averaged into a position with some size while taking less risk while sizing up, but still kind of sticking with the range. So a little bit of experimenting going on here.
Absolutely. Well, I know, Dolby, your prime product is crude oil. How often is crude stuck in a range? It seems like there's always movement there. I know.
And you watched it today. It was range bound for a hell of a long time. Oh yeah.
Really? Okay, because yesterday was just crazy. So I guess you never really know what you like a box of chocolates, right? You never know what you can get.
We live in like the tweet era, So it's like someone can send a tweet like and send the markets going.
That was for you, Patak. So dumb. All right. Come on, we got 21 minutes here. Brendan Lee says MP is so hard on Andre. I agree, Brendan Lee. He is
21 minutes to full port.
Full port, baby. Pulled pork, however you want it. Get those pork sliders, chicken nuggets. It's still waiting for lunch.
No micros. We're not doing pork sliders today. We're doing fully minis. That's it.
We're not doing mini cheeseburgers. We're doing In-N-Out burgers today. We're going big.
Yo,
Animal style.
Animal style. There it is.
Animal style monster burger.
Monster
so
burger.
I'm
If you know, you
averaged in
know.
Hey, what fancy ass order do you guys know that's legit? And they have this secret menu, right? Or is it that? Can you go how far off of double animal style or whatever?
Grilled
Is
cheese.
there other ones?
They have
What's
a grilled
that?
cheese. They have a grilled cheese.
Oh, that's right up your alley,
grilled
Michael.
cheese?
I can see you getting some nice grilled cheese.
You walk up there and say, "Can I get a grilled cheese?" We have thousands of grilled cheese in my house with all the kids that we have. The only thing they eat is the double animal style. Is there other ones who got fries well done, baby? Okay.
Right,
The
all right.
Flying
Here we go.
Dutchman.
20 minutes.
What's the Flying
Flying
Dutchman?
Dutch
Don't
is
give me
just
cut.
it's for vegans and people who want to be healthy.
Get out of here.
They're just rips. Extra toast on the bun. Animal
if you wanna
fries
be
with the
healthy,
Neapolitan
don't go to
shake.
the
There you
nut.
go. Shout out to all the Cali bros out there and Cali girls.
All right.
I'm starting to get.
All right. What, Michael? I want you to take 10 contracts next trade.
Okay, where at?
You gotta send it.
Where at?
You know.
My heart just fluttered. My heart just fluttered right when you said that. I can't.
Holy
Where-
shit.
where-
Here we go.
Where am I?
Trading
Where am
is
I doing it?
entertaining. You know, you gotta make it
Mick's
entertaining.
mustache just started vibrating once you told him that.
Hey, invite all your friends in to watch this power hour, guys. Let's get these views up to 2,500. Invite everybody to watch this if it's really going to happen.
Yeah, which direction?
No, stop. Come on. We
Whatever
gotta
your
think
heart
of
tells
something.
you. You got to listen to
And
Danny.
pick,
Whatever
man.
your heart tells you, you got to take that one.
I'm following
Don't
Danny.
hesitate. Don't hesitate.
Following
All right. Don't hesitate.
Levitate, Paul.
Well, it looks like my entry turned into support, so I'm pretty happy right now. We're currently in 4 NASDAQ E-minis at 49 evens. Really need to get above this, what is this, 56-ish, 56, 57. I'll be a happier camper once we can break that.
All right, 19 minutes, guys. 19 minutes.
But you guys are shooting for the longs, right?
I'm long. I'm already long.
I mean, look at this 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ. I mean, we've been sideways since 1:30 for the last hour, 10 minutes. We've just pretty much sideways in the NASDAQ. What were you going to say, Danny? Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just waiting right now.
You're the guest, man. You're the star of the show.
Even
you
if
talk,
I
listen.
wait, you know, till 12:50, I'll wait. But I promise you, next move I'll catch. It's gonna be a big win, you know.
Yo,
dude, I love the confidence. God, that's what I need.
Well,
do you have any audio
we only have
that you do that I can listen to? Just you whispering in my ear, just believe in yourself.
Maybe I gotta become a motivational speaker.
Yeah, I'm down.
I agree. Just send it, man. That basically the moral of the story is just send it, right?
Stop being
send it and forget it.
You know, grow some and ball out, man. That's what it is, you know. I tell people.
Dolby, he said grow some. I think Dolby had some. Dolby had some something in his
I got my
hands
brass
to
balls.
start off.
What? They're right here. They're right here. I'm not kidding. This isn't a game.
No, they really are.
What?
What?
I guess that's why people think I'm a gambler, right? Because I just go
believe in your
trade
trades.
super heavy. Yeah, I believe in my trades, and
Well,
since people can't do that, they get all salty, you know.
Yeah, when you're streaming, you have a stream of consciousness that you share.
Yeah, I mean, I think people ask me how do you have such a high win rate? My answer to that is all like intuition. I'm blessed and have a graceful intuition. Obviously, it's the planned technicals too, right? But intuition is pretty good. You know,
I love it.
It's just my opinion. You know.
No,
nothing wrong with that. You got to believe yourself, Danny. Danny, we also talked about this before. Remember we talked about the screen time and screen time. I know you say the intuition, and you weren't very good at formal education growing up, but you put the time in, the blood, sweat, and tears into trading, right? So we goof about it, intuition, full send, all this, full port. But man, let's be honest, like you put the hours into chart time and watching the ladder and watching all this. Like this, I mean, there's a lot more behind the scenes than just full send, full port, and just intuition.
Yeah. It's there's a lot that goes into it. You know, it's hard work, dedication, being passionate for it, right?
True.
You know, finding different strategies. Like I'm gonna tell them the secret, right? When you're trying to make money, what I like is when what I did that made me a lot of money on my Topstep account was I just like every night I'd go in a trade in a very key area since the market's moving so slow. Then I go to sleep. You know what I mean? And then I just put my stop loss and let it run. You know, I think that's when I did like the I swung 3 contracts on NQ and swung them overnight longs that one day. And I woke up with 15K on 3 express accounts. You know, there you go. Here I want to break this low level. I really want to break it, but you know, I don't have much conviction because again, this is what check this out, right? High,
Strong
high,
bid.
high, high, and high. So we got to break this structure before I even consider going short.
I might need to take a lap real quick. My heart rate's starting to jump up.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. 15 minutes
in the next 15.
Yep.
In the next
one hell of a week here. Topstep TV. Let's go. You got DannysTrades here. You got the boss, Michael Patak in the house. You got Dolby Time, everyone's favorite power hour player. And yeah, we're starting to see
the
downside here in the S&Ps.
There's that 116. Yo, you see that 100 lot just floating around up there at 60 3/4? It's been just jumping up and down for a bit.
Let's pull it up. NASDAQ, Dolby?
No, yeah. It's just 100. There's a 50 lot and a 100 lot that are kind of just like jumping up and down at the 60 evens around there. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Probably trying to entice some people. I don't know. I don't know how you guys
spoofing,
read that.
but yes.
Could be, probably.
Always call it out.
Okay. I'm going short.
Here we go.
I'm in my shorts, guys. I'm holding
Here
this
we go.
one down. Let's go, Michael.
I got short time. Fake news. This is fake news.
It's fine.
Danny. I only have a $3,000 loss.
I'm going to tell you, Michael, put your stop loss at. So play lighting up where you can put a stop loss at the highs.
I did a 10 lot, so I'm already down $2,000. And I forgot to tell them to move my loss limit. I'm doing trading with you guys. This is not my discretionary trading. This is me having fun with a buddy of mine. And a live account.
Sir. This is us full. Here we go. Full port gambling. Show them how it's done, Michael.
I'm following you. Now you say you're gambling?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
The dog walking the human here, baby. There
You gotta have some entertainment, right?
Hell yeah, man.
I'm now taking heat. And I don't know, my loss limit might be $3,000, which means I'm going to get busted out of this. I didn't even think about how tight they have me right now, which is, I
wait till we sell off.
Well,
wait till we sell off. We don't need to worry about that.
That's my entry right here, 17,747.
747. There we go.
You're short from 47s?
Yes.
I mean, you guys made Dolby storm off here, DannysTrades.
I had to take a lap, man.
There he is. I hear him. Where'd you go?
No, I'm back. I took a lap. Got some water.
Just breathe.
I need Danny to come resuscitate me. I don't know how he does it.
You just gotta be careful.
Ain't that the truth?
We're gonna hang in there, chat. We're hanging in, chat.
We're all hanging in.
It's fat shrimp. Four long at 51.
Come on, Patak.
48 something.
Well, I mean, the line.
Hang in there, Patak.
Oh, I guess they set me at 5. Okay, cool.
Oh, let's go.
All right, well, hold it till your point.
All right, baby. All right, everyone. This is how we cap off a
live
incredible
chew. Okay. Let's stay above. Let's push. No one wants to be short into this market. Who wants to be short right now?
Oh boy.
I try to fade the market.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Just keep it at the highs, Michael. You have enough room.
Taking one off.
Taking one off, huh?
Michael. In the grand scheme of things, Michael, you do have enough room.
Hey man, I don't care how much I have room.
You good?
I always watch my downside. I don't care what.
100%. Isn't it incredible how much? Yeah, we treat $1,000.
Look before you do. What do they say? Look before you jump. Look before you go.
Yeah, that doesn't go. That's not what full send is about, though. Full send is just Jumping.
Man, I need to get you a full send shirt, dude.
Agree.
I don't know if that really jives with my philosophy, but I can have some fun with it. Yeah, I can definitely
We'll do it outside of the live. Don't worry.
I mean, your full send could also be about just believing in yourself and just trusting and taking that 100% too. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be 15 every time. It can be about, you know, taking your intuition every time. That's a full send right there. What's harder than believing in yourself every single time you show up?
That's correct. Because people sometimes they don't trust their plan. You know, to be now serious.
What is going on right now?
Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Buckle up, boys.
Buckle up at the highs.
We're hanging in there. We're not scared of NASDAQ anymore.
Okay. I'm going to sell half my position just because I don't want to
You're covering
get stuck in something. Yeah, right now my position is only down 1,500. So I'm chilling. This position.
You're covering?
I took 5. Then I took 5 off. Sounds like you're when you. I took.
Well,
5
I wanted
off.
to happen first. I just wanted to happen first, you know, before we get really heavy.
Oh, there we go. Let's go. Let's push, baby.
You're cheering.
Dolby time.
You're cheering on your position.
Oh yeah, I'm cheering. I'm
Dolby time.
You gotta welcome to Power Hour. I cheer on everything.
We can do more than cheer it on.
Yeah.
Oh, James Harden.
God, you guys are
What do
so
we got?
bad.
Oh,
wait,
what was that?
I messed it up. It has sound. Hold on.
Oh, I saw it. Oh, pulled pork. Oh, all right. Here we go. It's Michael. What's that unrealized P&L looking like? I'm going
Chat.
35.
We hold for highs or we start peeling? I got to get chat's opinion. Are we holding for highs or are we peeling?
I'm holding for highs. See, all right. I don't know. You're holding for highs to break. I'm seeing if potentially come down.
I really want to move my stop.
You're
I know as soon as
Danny,
I
are
do
you
that,
short?
Shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Danny,
Danny's short or long at this point.
I'm short.
Well, I need to know. I'm following Danny.
Yeah, I know. We all need to know.
Yeah.
All right,
What is he?
off a second. I got 2 left now. We're gonna go to break even on the rest of it. Market, I swear to God,
Hold on
if
real
you
quick.
more down and take my
Guys,
stops.
look at that.
Win. Let's go. Let's push it. Let's push it.
Are you, Danny? I need to ask. Dolby, hold on one second.
What?
Are you short or long, Daddy?
Sorry.
I just need some liquidity, man.
Let's go. Oh my God.
I don't think we know at this point. I don't think we know. We got 8 minutes left.
We got highs. We got highs in the bag. Come on. We got highs in the bag. I'm covered. At the worst, I'm making 286 on this.
Attaboy, Dolby time.
I mean,
I know NASDAQ can teleport down. This is such BS. Team pulled pork. Chi-Town locals, they're going to have some competition. Team pulled pork is start striking out.
Rips is putting together an all-star. Okay.
Okay, keep it at the highs, Michael. Your stop loss, keep it at the highs and ride it, okay?
Okay.
I don't think my DLL will. Yeah.
You can afford it.
I'm not.
You can afford it.
Yeah. Dante, I'm not pissed. I'm very.
Look at this.
I'm very
Nazi.
confused.
God, you're so rude.
What?
Nothing. No,
Just
I'm
trust
talking
your
to Dante.
plan. Trust your intuition. Let the people do what they want to do. Focus on the trade. I'm trying to coach you through this right now.
Okay. So I'm short 5. Is that okay?
Yes. Stay there. You just focus. If you get stopped out, you just walk away. Right. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Airstrikes in the Middle East. Headline coming across. Airstrikes in the Middle East.
Oh, where's crude oil at? What the hell? Obviously they do it like 10 minutes before crude closes.
Highs, Michael. Stop loss is at the highs. Okay. Your highs 75. Okay. That bad news. Hopefully that bad news doesn't pump the market.
I'm all effed up with my position right now. I got all my brackets tangled up, but we're just going to push highs anyways. Come on, dude.
All right. Here we go.
I have a
6
moment
minutes.
of silence
6 minutes.
for all the shorts right now.
I can't say that my entry was too swell at 44.
Oh, okay.
But your word choice was fantastic. That's a great word. Swell. That's nice. I think Rips is rubbing off on EMP.
Would you use swell?
I think swell would be in his vocabulary for sure.
All right, guys. Full disclosure, we got a little reckless there in the power hour. We had a little too much fun there. Just kind of throwing size around for the hell of it. And obviously,
I am trading with my live funded trader Danny.
Let's go. 1400, baby.
Wow, new highs.
Got him.
It's not highs yet. Guys, it's close. 75.
Hey, they're highs, man.
75.
DannysTrades, these are highs, man. These are high enough, dog. These are high enough.
Welcome.
I'm still holding 75. I said 75. We get hit at 75. I get stopped out. So close.
Well, box of chocolates here at Power Hour.
Well, I'm now. Yeah, here's my 44. So.
You stay in there, Michael.
Michael, you're so short, right?
Come on,
yes, sir. It hit 74 and a quarter. It didn't hit 75.
Yeah, I know. No, just wait. Trust your plan, man. Trust it. Okay, just believe in yourself right now. That's all I want you to do. Okay.
Love it. This is your plan that I'm trusting.
Okay.
I like this.
And we're gonna catch
believe in you.
300 ticks. Okay, this is
believe in you, Danny.
This is it. I mean, you already saw how much you're gonna lose if we hit the highs over there, right?
So you should be looking at
that.
Sure.
That's what I was looking right too. Okay.
Well, you didn't. It's not a loser until you close out the position. Never for. No, I'm kidding. Stop.
Yeah, unless you can print it. No.
Unless you can print it. That's right. 4 minutes, fellas. 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
There's gotta be some profit taken in here somewhere, no?
No.
No, for all the longs all day. All the short-term longs.
Okay.
Oh, I need to update my P&L.
There's gonna be a huge drop right now, Michael. Get ready.
Oh, baby. Oh,
we're gonna
baby.
dump the market hard. Just call Nancy
I'm
Pelosi,
staying patient.
and we'll be fine.
What'd you say, Danny? Call Nancy Pelosi?
We're just gonna call Nancy Pelosi. We're gonna make it happen. Okay.
She's already in a position.
Yeah,
she's selling it all right now.
It's been long since 08.
3 minutes.
Should I try a long at 35s?
Dude.
Dolby, get out of here. You're done trading for the day.
Bro, you were done trading like 6 hours ago, MP. What are you talking about?
I am trading with my buddy.
Never. Here we go. Here we go.
Trading with my buddy. That is true.
Hold, Michael. Hold.
Here we go. Tell him, Danny.
I only have one. I'm going with you, Danny. Good. I'm in your Ferrari right now.
Top down, letting the hair blow in the wind. Here we go.
Yeah. I'm sitting shotgun. You're telling me to take off the seatbelt. So I'm just like, wow.
I mean, with how fast Danny drives the seatbelt, it's not going to save you anyways, MP. Let's be honest here.
More minutes till the big drop right here, guys.
Yo.
Here we go. Here we go.
Selling off. S&P selling off.
1 more minute. 2 more minutes till the big sell-off. 1, 2. Now. Head. In there. Big sell-off.
Wow.
Michael, don't stop believing in yourself. Keep going.
There's a song that goes like that,
hold,
Michael. Don't
hold.
stop.
We don't want
You
to
already
get
know how much you're going to lose at the highs. You were already there once. You know, at this point, just close your computer, walk away, and then open your computer when the market closes around like 1:15.
Just got to make sure I don't hold a position over the weekend. So
Water's always held a short position. Water's always held a short position going into weekends.
Right? Andre had a guy that ran the prop firm that he was at would always be short of one lot every Friday at the close, just because there's more probability, he thought, in the markets selling off than to have a strong rally over the weekend.
Just in case. Yep.
Just in case.
Okay.
I'll speak it on Sunday. Thank you, Ajit. Thank you.
Just hold.
Hold, baby. Hold. Come on.
All the way to 200 ticks, okay?
Uh-oh.
You hear me?
Like, I know that phone number.
Bat phone?
200 ticks, all right?
Come on. Here come the sellers.
Yep. And
here come the
we're
sellers.
gonna go to 200 ticks. Okay, let's go.
Are you? You tell me when. What level are you looking at right now?
Get on his level.
We're gonna sell all the way down.
Get on
here.
his level, bro.
We're just gonna go. Okay, just go, Michael. Just go.
Just go
until you make money more than $75. Where are you at right now?
Okay, more than. I'm at down $300.
Okay,
good.
Yeah,
let's go.
Keep holding. Keep holding. Keep holding. Don't stop. Okay, you're gonna go all the way down. Wow. Keep holding.
Danny.
I'm gonna make more than 4. Oh, keep holding, Michael. Keep holding, Michael. Keep holding.
Come on.
18K, 19, 20K. All right, sell half, Michael. Sell half.
Come on. One on.
Okay, sell 2.
Come on, let's go.
I'm out. I'm up 800. That was a swing.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I sold it all. You're out. Come on.
Hey, let's fucking go.
You wanna play with me?
Let's go.
Kick for tick.
Incredible.
Dude.
Oh my
That's why
God.
you never do it again.
We are never doing that again. That was amazing.
That's why you
I'm
sold poor.
not doing that again. I'm not doing that again with Danny. Holy shit, your car, your Ferrari is fast, buddy.
Tell him, Danny Trades. Tell him, Danny Trades. Holy shit.
I told you the Big Short, baby. They ain't believing us. God,
come on.
Look at you.
We are never doing that again. We are never doing that again. I hope you guys
I'm
enjoyed
gonna
that.
keep doing that
was
every
incredible.
day I live stream,
Power hour.
baby. Because that's just how we
Holy
rock.
moly.
Come on.
Oh my God.
What'd you make on that?
You gotta have some
What'd you
balls
make
to
on
just hold, Michael. I tell you.
What'd you make on that? What'd you make on that?
$20,875 now.
Oh, bravo.
Hey,
Bravo.
look at that.
Oh, I'm
ever go
sweating
under
over here,
10
boys.
Did you ever go under your 10 grand?
How much did you finish, Michael?
I'm up 800, like $700. My best
Okay.
trade of
That swing,
the
Patak.
year. Best trade of the year so far.
Hey, welcome to
They
Power
ain't
Hour,
believing us.
everybody.
God did. Look at my box
God
right
did.
here. Remember?
God did.
Stop loss almost hit by 1 tick. 75. I told you, have your stop loss. How did we know? We just do it like that. We just rock and roll, man. What?
The high was 74 and a quarter. 74 and a quarter. 74 and a quarter. Boom. And then it sold all the way down 70
Our
handles.
stop
Sold
was at
70 handles.
75. Hey.
Damn, Danny. You swing differently than I, but it's very, very interesting to be a part of this journey that I just had with you. And
that was fun.
thank you, buddy.
I told her
I got nothing to say.
Pelosi, I was gonna drop the market. And I called her and I told her I need these shorts to come in. You're about to embarrass me. So she held
Oh
me.
my God. I'm gonna go have a drink now.
Yeah.
Well, have a drink with you. You know.
Yeah,
all right,
Danny,
guys. That was incredible. Let's close this sucker out. Danny Trades, Michael Patak, thank you for joining us. Dolby, you thought it was just going to be you and me today. Then we got Danny Trades coming in about 5 minutes in. Patak comes in, parachuting in. They hold on tight, man. Those shorts were looking a little rough, and then sure enough, we sold off. You guys rock, dude. I hope you guys enjoyed that. You guys, hey, take it away. I got nothing more to say.
Yeah, one second, Danny. I gotta appreciate a bit about that. I was wildly uncomfortable. I don't care how much money I've made in my life. Blah, blah, blah. I get uncomfortable if I was trusting you. I was following you. I like how your read was bigger risk, but at the same time, you had 14 grand. We talked about losing no more than 10. I think you were down probably around there, and then you ended up at 20. So there's a different level of play. I never could swing like that, but that's neither here nor there. Everybody has their different way. Appreciate it. I'm very glad I got to drop in, and man, that was fun.
I
That was a
appreciate
lot
you
of
for
fun.
coming,
Thank
man.
you.
I gotta see you here more.
Coaching me.
I'll
Thanks
hit
for
you up.
coaching
I
me,
gotta
buddy.
see you soon.
Yeah, for
All right,
sure.
guys,
Go drive
I'll
that car around. I'm gonna go get a drink.
All right.
Later, everybody. Thank you so much for an amazing week. We will be back Monday. Yeah, that was amazing. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Love you guys all.
Insane.
Take care.
Absolutely insane. Have a great weekend, everybody.